Hey everybody, hopefully all the audio and stuff is working fine. That's crazy to hear that, Hopper. I didn't realize that they had added multiplayer officially to that game.
Yeah, that's
That's
super
really
tight.
that's
Yeah,
really
we'll have to
that's
play.
super cool to hear. Yeah, I like that.
It's fun.
I like those games quite a bit. But anyway, let's get into it. So, well met. I'm Cynical. This is my channel. Welcome to it. All around us here, this is Chronicle. This is kind of our finale, our send-off of Chronicle. We'll get into that in a little bit here in more detail. But go ahead and welcome to this would be episode 23 of Chronicle. At the end, I think it's correctly listed down in the description or whatever. Hopefully. We're still a little bit new to Traveller, but kind of familiar with it now, and we're using some custom rules and stuff. Nothing like very homebrewed, just custom stuff from the books. So if you don't recognize something, it might be because of that, and maybe you can help us along the way. But because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll be paying attention to the game, and if we don't catch what you say in chat, we apologize, but we really appreciate you being here, and we really, really love the fact that we've had people basically from the beginning of this game all the way until the end, kind of follow along and get to know the characters beyond just our tabletop. And that's been really fun to play around with. So as always, everybody's welcome, and let's just keep it civil down there in the chat and get to the actual players. So these are my friends, and together we're carrying on a really old tradition that we call CoFH RPG, CoFH RPG, where we just play a bunch of tabletop games together and such. Well, RPGs. So let's just go ahead and get into introducing them. As always, just when you thought it was safe to roll the dice, steps in my longtime pal and proficiently problematic player, Lord Venom 1. Go ahead and talk about yourself for a second, and then let's just take a brief moment. You don't have to talk about the whole campaign, but just to kind of talk about where Dixon's at right now.
Sure, yeah, so I'm Lord Venom 1. Hey, everybody. I play Dixon Matthews, who is started his life originally. I was just reading his background a little bit today. He originally wanted to be in the Navy, but flunked out, got drafted as a detective. But that's where he spent his first years of life as a young man. Was a very successful detective. Got to know Tarkeen very well. Got wrapped up in a case with some gangsters. Ended up losing his arm and his hand. Had a falling out with the HR department and had to sort of fight to get some of that even paid for, and that obviously left a bad taste in his mouth. And he had during recovery is kind of the time he reflected a little bit and ended up joining up with the rest of the crew and becoming a traveler. So he's had he's been a fish out of water a little bit throughout the campaign. Things in the campaign have shaken him up a bit. More recently, we've been dealing with a little bit problems that are a little bit more mundane in the form of being in a war zone and being attacked by mercenaries and that sort of thing, which has been intense, but in some ways a little bit easier to wrap his head around. We've gotten through most of that, I think. This last planet, you have to forgive me, I don't remember which one it was. Had some really cool experiences. It was I think it's certainly been a while since we touched down on a planet and had some kind of cool, just run-of-the-mill urban stuff going on. I think that was very comfortable for Dixon. He did have to step out of his comfort zone and do some streetwise learning the way that this little community worked in terms of crime. Found somebody in essentially a black market contact that we were able to complete some business over, mainly the doctor's business related to the sell of these chips, these fast food recipe chips. And that was, I think, as I explained, I think last time, I don't think Dixon was too moralistic about his detective work, especially considering all the stuff he saw and some of the grayness of all that on Tarkine. So he's practical enough and pragmatic enough to not be too disturbed by any of that, I think. At least not yet. We'll, maybe as the weeks in space wear on, he'll have more time to reflect and see if he overall liked the taste of that, or maybe. But his plan as a traveler has, at this point, given all the craziness that's happened, his big plan is always like, let's double down, take the risks that we need to take so that we can actually make some mega bucks and actually have a chance at being successful and paying our bills and retiring someday. Because for a while there, it felt like to make any money, we were just taking these crazy risks, and we were just gonna get ground down to space dust. So far, that's played out really well. We've definitely made picked up some credits last time. Had some opportunity to have a little bit of a break in the form of a picnic out to the jungle. I think that was pretty sentimental for the whole crew, and certainly for Dixon. And so yeah, he's as we talked about last time too, I think he's a little bit nervous about going back into, meeting someone that's an expert of alien technology. That part he's fine with, but the fact that we're in some kind of ancient ruins, and we're bringing the orb, if we can find it there, along with this interface. We had this sort of cerebral experience where we used this interface to talk to the orb, and that was pretty weird. So he can only assume, now that we're back to dealing with this orb, that bad things are going to happen. But he's as ready as he can be, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
That's awesome. Also, I just like, before we move on, I just like to mention, I think your new lighting looks really good on camera right now, and in the layout if you look on stream. So that's really good. Sets you off for the frame quite a bit. But moving on from there, following that, it's my good friend and fellow member of Screen Room, and a streamer in his own right, MadCow234. Go ahead and talk a bit about yourself and what's going on with Ryder at this stage at the end of this game.
Yeah, hey everyone, MadCow, stream over on my channel. I kind of stopped doing player perspective, didn't really have much extra use for it, but I do stream during the week sometimes, trying to stream some more, so got a lot more games coming out, gonna be a lot of fun. And come over to Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays and watch Star Trek and movies with us. Starhopper here is a regular. We have a lot of fun. As far as Ryder goes, so Ryder tried out for the Navy, didn't make it, so he went to the Army, got good at shooting big guns, and then he kind of went off on his own for a little while, drifting, and shot some more big guns, and like shot his eye out basically. There was an explosion that happened, and lost his eye. And so when he met Roman, worked on my eye for me. Then went back into the Navy and shot some more guns, and was basically told, did some mechanic work as well. Was basically told by the captain to blow up our sister ship because they were being boarded, and we couldn't let those people have our technology. And Ryder just kind of didn't take that, and took a shuttle over to the ship and kind of fought off the boarders with a small kind of crew of people who would follow him. And right after that, got a call by Dixon and kind of said, fuck all this Imperial shit, and left, and started traveling. He doesn't really dwell too much on the past, kind of just always looks forward. So just been happy going on the ride that we've been on and not having to like follow orders. He doesn't really give orders, even though he's kind of like, become kind of the captain of the ship. He's not too much into that. He's kind of into letting the crew he trusts just kind of do their thing. And he kind of just sits back a lot and lets the crew make decisions. And then kind of, if there's a problem, kind of be the final, okay, well then we can't make a decision, let's do this. So that's kind of how Ryder is. So as we've been going through this war zone, it's been pretty fun just kind of seeing how we all make it through. So
yeah, I mean, you've definitely had when you were in the tier system, especially, it was quite the hot situation for a while there. You had a bit of a reprieve in ASIS, but it's still, you could see the tensions and stuff that are happening around you because of the fact of this, what is basically a war happening.
Right. Yeah. Pretty cool. He also is very it's kind of wide-eyed and watches, like I said, kind of watches life come by, and so this orb situation is pretty neat. He does, like that a lot, just because it's something new, right? It's never encountered anything like this before. Science is pretty new. He's not the smartest guy, so sometimes gets kind of quiet when Sterulia talks. Doesn't understand a lot of stuff Roman and Sterulia talk about. But you give him a wrench and he can help.
Right.
But that computer stuff and that doctor stuff doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, that's kind of
computer stuff and doctor stuff.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Trying to pilot a little more. Because he kind of, like shot a lot of guns and did a little bit of piloting, and then Dixon was like, "Hey, you want to pilot?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can pilot." Ryder had literally piloted one shuttle before in his life, but that's kind of the way he is, right? Somebody needed kind of help and he went. So now he's been doing a little bit of training along the way with the piloting. And we got the new pilot now, right? And he's kind of been like, "Oh shit, you're really good at this."
It's kind of lit
piloting
fire
stuff
under his
is pretty
ass
crazy.
to get better at it.
Yeah.
Or that's interesting.
Yeah, kind of studied some of the naval tactics, and studied some of the piloting, along the route so far. So
That's funny.
I do kind of love the fact that you're like, "Yeah, I'll pilot," and we make you captain.
Yeah.
It's just
Made
like
sense at the time.
literally threw you in the
Yeah.
deep end.
Yeah, he was the only one that had like
Yeah.
Navy experience. So you guys
Yeah,
were like,
all he said was,
I
"I
guess
was in
he's
the
the
Navy,
captain."
and I flew a shuttle. I flew before."
yeah.
yeah.
Well, and then, yeah, everybody's like, "Well, he's the captain."
Makes sense. He's the only one.
Little
who
did y'all
understands
know what happened, like with my
Yeah.
captain and
What could
all
go
this
wrong?
stuff.
Exactly.
Worked
It's
out
funny to talk
pretty-
about this stuff
pretty
now
well.
because this is like the finale
Right.
episode, so it's like a lot. This episode's
Yeah.
like we are gonna be role playing and stuff, but this episode is also kind of a wrap up, right? So it's funny to have these conversations about this kind of stuff. It's great. Ryder. I love that like you saw the time that he flew the shuttle too. and
I know.
everything.
The one time, yeah.
And you were on that mission with him, and then he later said it, and you're like, "Wait, that time? The time that we all saw?"
That was really
That was
worked out really well,
hilarious.
yeah.
It wasn't a good shuttle trip, man.
That's the time you flew the shuttle in between the two ships. He was in the simulator. He'd been trained on it. Anyway,
There was
next up,
debris and stuff.
There was. I mean, it's a battle.
Like
It's a
war,
battle.
a battle going on.
it's not an
yeah.
easy place to fly.
I wasn't just
we don't-
putting along.
I believe your landing wasn't good, but that's not the point, right?
It was kind of on par with him.
Yeah, it's the Ryder trademark You got to leave a mark on the side of the shuttle, or it doesn't
Signature.
count.
That's how you know
The
he's
literal
here.
signature.
That's my signature. Yeah.
Yep. That crumpled combine that's sitting out there somewhere.
Mashed into the earth.
Yeah.
You saved us, but now we're ruined.
It was like stuck on your landing gear for a long time, and you like took off with it, and it fell off and stuff. That was... Anyway, next up, my Nakama from
That's
another
so
mama. It's Society Streams. That's
up,
hilarious.
y'all?
Also a fellow member of Screen Room and a streamer in his own right. Why don't you go ahead and talk a bit about yourself
Sure.
and what's going on with Roman at this point?
What's up, y'all? I'm Society, artist, writer, designer, etc. Happy Halloween. This is my costume. And I got this Wallace Corporation shirt. Figured it was appropriate. It was the best thing I had. But Roman fucking Boar has gone through it. It's been a crazy ride for us all. I think, from the moment he was born, Roman didn't really have like an easy draw, right? Like the planet he was born on was pretty like hostile. It wasn't conducive to like harbor life. Like that was not the purpose of this planet, really. It was just a frozen.
It wasn't even a real planet, right? It was
had no atmosphere. Yeah, it was a frozen
planetoid.
rock.
Yeah.
So, living in what would be like a space station quarters, like imagine life in like a permanent submarine or something. I imagine like the flood doors, they're like raised up in a lot of places, a lot of hatches and stuff, especially considering, no
everything's
atmosphere,
compartmentalized and stuff.
Yeah. So, pretty harsh upbringing. We found out that Astroburger was a big part of the culture of his people on this planet, just because it was just such a regularly supplied thing based on some crazy. The history of his planetoid is pretty insane. Basically, like hostile takeovers by corporations, and like his people were basically the original employees of a corporation on this planet that were tricked into I gotta go back and read this now. They were like tricked into unionizing, but what it did was the corporation let them sweat it out until it was like it made them believe that they needed the corporation in the long run. Basically, it was this big giant corporate scheme with like zero regard for the effect of human life, like just to show like what corporations are doing in this worldscape. It's like they're influencing planets now, like entire cultures. So like the culture that sprung from the original employees of this place that were basically indentured servants to the corporation, they owed everything to these corps, so they could never leave. So they had children, and these children had children, and they never left the planet.
And children were born in debt and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. It was just corporate hellscape. It's crazy. But like through some weird deal between like the original owners of the there's like corporations that were vying for like mineral deposits that were found on the planet that were previously overlooked, and through one of the deals, like one of the corporations basically set up an Astroburgers like delivery, and Astroburgers just wrote it into their contract, and for like 300 years or some shit has just been delivering Astroburgers regularly, just because it's part of the system that they have in place now. And so it was you could set your watch to it. Basically, it was like one of the few things that you could rely on in this planet. So it's a pretty big deal for his culture. And then he went off to school, had a pretty rough go after pretty interesting thing. He was always kind of like
I mean, for you, almost literally all restaurants were Astroburger, right? Kind of like Demolition Man style, but
exactly, yeah,
in isolation. Yeah,
exactly. There was like weddings that took place in Astroburgers. There was like celebrations of all types. Like it was a wild, like pretty integrated part of their life. It's as funny as that sounds to us, maybe, but like I tried to build it in a way that was so justified that he said, yeah, okay, I could see how a culture could be involving a fast food restaurant now. That it supplied them with light, which is crazy. But you know, even during school, he got some notoriety for some research that he had done on like the similarities that species had with one another and different ways that he could treat the same medical conditions in all of them with like the fewest differences in treatment. You know, it was something that he was exploring, and
They basically wrote a big paper on it, right?
He wrote a huge paper that got published, and then basically toured for a while, like teaching his methodology and ideas and theories to different clinics on different planets, etc. All the while working for a corporation to pay off debts, of course. But through his talent and everything, he joined up with a crew, had really bad luck with that. They all died of like a massive radiation leak that happened, and like his homeboy fucking died in his arms, right? Like from like he had met someone that was from his planet as well, another Dolgan, and
that had got out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Picked up had a bit of a drinking habit that kind of exacerbated after that point. And at his lowest part of his life, Ryder kind of messaged him, who he had encountered earlier, like he had said with his eye. But I think Roman, his journey now is just one of discovery, like, which is, I think it's kind of funny that he was looking for similarities in species originally, even with something as innovative as his paper was. Now it's just like everything he's been shown in this entire voyage has just been new life forms, like new ways of life, new you like, it's like a dream, right? You close your eyes, a week goes by in jump space, and you come out and now you're in a fucking war zone. You know, you jump out and you don't know what's gonna lie on the other end of that 26 parsecs away, maybe. Like, you really have to embrace it or you're not gonna have a good time. And I think based on his upbringing and lifestyle, Roman really embraced that, is starting to more than ever now, especially with like a pretty capable crew. Like, we've survived some shit, and I think that is setting a pretty different mark for his experiences.
Do you think you've like built confidence, like Roman has built confidence, and not only in the crew and the ship, but in just the lifestyle as well?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think with that, it's just this constant need to discover now and like categorize new discoveries. And I think that, you know, with some of the discoveries he's made recently, they're really important to him to like catalog. So I think that's kind of the adventure he's on now.
That's cool. All right. Well, last but not least, lurking in the shadows over here, ready to strike, we have Psycho. One of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel, but for all the Screen Room community stuff, really. So why don't you go ahead and talk a bit about yourself and where S3E11 is at after all this time.
Hi there, I'm Psycho. I am a gamer. I mostly play video games and tabletop RPGs. As for S3E11, she started off as a merchant, basically. 12 years working for a contractor, and business had gotten better and better and better and better. Up to a point where the contractor and the corporation they were working for had a falling out, and she was left jobless. No pension, no parachute, nothing. And,
We have a friend trying to say hello as well.
I got a new puppy. She's... I don't know what's wrong with her, but...
It's Mishka trying to get her saying.
This
yeah,
fucking
basically.
dog we got in like session 2 or 3 or something.
So she, S3E11 was happy to get this new crew and be a merchant for them, because that's what she knew. However, life on the Vagabond has proven to be much different than expected. But with the recent creature comforts purchased, the laundromats and the cleaning robots, she's getting more into a groove of things. And with this alien orb, she's definitely excited to find out more about that. Sort of paw at the loose thread that is the clue that the scientist might provide.
Right, because you've basically been searching for context for a while now.
Yeah, we've had this orb forever, and it's done some weird stuff.
Yeah.
That's completely alien to her. So she's really interested in what it is, what it's doing, and how can it be used.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see that you've had opportunities to kind of just get rid of that stuff too if you wanted to, but there's been a lot of pushback where it's like, no, but I want to know what it is. And so you kind of just kept it around just for that reason. Now it's literally on your dining room table, basically. We moved it. You were hiding
in plain sight.
Yeah. In plain sight. For literally like months, you kept it in the smuggler's hold, hidden away as best you can, and then eventually you were just like, let's just put it on the table.
It's literally
now
less
got
suspicious.
Like clothes on it and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, well, now your place is actually clean and stuff because you bought 3 cleaning robots, so it's probably not covered in whatever underwear or whatever. But the cool part is Sterulia's curiosity is not so monetary as most merchants. That's true. Yeah, she's interested in what's going on, like actually trying to solve this puzzle, which is pretty fascinating.
She's like very engineer minded too, I feel like. So like even just wanting to know how it works has got to be like a big curiosity factor.
Yeah.
She's kind of the ship's systems person, right? Like she's the steward, she's the trader, and she's the engineer. So like anytime where there's some kind of like system, she's sort of engaging in it in some way.
Isn't it cultural too that the female Aslans are most often the engineers?
Yes. They're never the warriors, they're always the administrators or scientists.
Yeah,
and
really
engineers.
Interesting that it worked out that way on our ship too.
Yeah, that's
you
why
probably
you
wouldn't have allowed
chose
it
female,
way,
right?
though, like,
right. That's why you wanted to be female Aslan, right? When you got Aslan, because you wanted to be the. You were like, yeah, but I want to do this engineering stuff. So
I didn't really want to be the big bulky warrior.
Right.
I wanted it to be the engineer.
What you mean?
Had a bulky
Aslan
warrior.
are very effective. Bulky warriors.
Yeah.
They are very good.
As we learned.
Not as effective as Robot Arm Dixon over here, though.
You know what? It was probably the smartest place to fight an Aslan in a tight quarters.
Yeah, because they can move so fast and stuff.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you would have fucking died if you just tried to face that thing outside. I know. Dixon's invincible. Dixon's the champ.
I had him right where I wanted him. I was toying with him.
Had him right where I wanted him. All right.
You wanted him to follow you.
So with that, let's go ahead and get into the intro. When we come back, we'll do a little bit of recapping, and we'll get into tonight's episode of Chronicle. So see you guys in just a second.
The Descendants of Humanity. Trillions of lives scattered among the stars. Tens of thousands of years ago, humans were transplanted to those stars by an elder species, long since extinct, whose ruins now dot thousands of worlds. In the Terran year of 2088 AD, jump drive was first discovered by scientists in the Sol system. Humans from Earth traveled to the stars and found them crowded with life, both strange and familiar. Discovering their ancient brethren transplanted among the sea of stars. 3,526 years later, we stand at the height of the Third Imperium in what we now call 1105 IC on the Imperial calendar. A feudalistic union claiming thousands of worlds, governed by their local nobility and operating largely free from oversight, restricted by convention and feudal obligation alone. Power and wealth are controlled by feudal lords and mega-corporations, titans plotting for control and funding secret wars. Slipping through the cracks, we find the free traders, travelers, and vagabonds taking what work they can find in order to stay free and keep flying. We follow one such group, trying to keep by on the fringes of known space, where life is cheap. A ship will bring you opportunities, and a weapon will help you hold on to them. This is their Chronicle.
All right, we're back. So, we had to take a quick break there after the intro, but welcome back, everybody. We had to talk. We were for a second there talking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I don't know as much about Buffy the Vampire Slayer as I know about Star Trek, but I know a lot about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, just because I've watched a lot of that stuff. I'm definitely a bigger fan of Star Trek than I am Buffy, but I like the Buffy verse quite a bit. Also, it's pretty good. Comics and stuff, real fun. But enough about Buffy. We'll do some more Buffy talk and stuff like that when we're getting ready for our next campaign. We'll do a prequel Buffy talk podcast episode. No, we're not doing that. so anyway, part of this is going to be a conversation. As I said in the beginning, this isn't just going to be like our normal game. This is also our wrap up. So it's all kind of combined into one big kludge here. So we're gonna make it work. Part of that involves having this conversation with the players and the audience. So the end of Chronicle was never meant to be a giant explosive crescendo. It was never about following these heroes of destiny on their journey to Mount Doom or something like that, right? It was about a window into this like dangerous and exciting world and the lives of these people in it that are just some of the drops in this bucket. And these drops are a little bit more important than some of the others because of how they interacted and what they saw and what they passed over as they moved their way into the bucket, right? Chronicle was always one part like slice of life and one part space adventure, right? And a little bit of that space truckering in there because of the noodling that you can do in the system of Traveller, which is great for this kind of stuff, right? For this big open sandbox world for us to do whatever we want to in it. And I can turn that into a million different campaigns that take place even in that one world. And Chronicle was supposed to be our first little baby steps into it, an introduction where we kind of get to see things that are happening in the world contemporary to it, and see like, oh yeah, if we were involved in that, it would have been that kind of military campaign, and if we were involved in that, it would have been this other criminal campaign, and over here these scientists doing this weird research thing on this thing, it could have been like that too. And you guys were on this sort of tour of the verse in a way, taking a look at all these things that were happening, but also having your own story and having a huge amount of impact by just being people in a world. And that's what Chronicle was always about. So with that said, we say goodbye to Chronicle tonight. Not forever, but at least for a little while. And we'll be returning to the world of Chronicle in a future campaign at some point, but not before we have other adventures and other worlds of our own making. So we've talked about Hunt. There's another space game coming up that I have been doing a lot of prep for because it's not set in this universe. It's set in my own completely made up universe of my own. It's a little bit smaller because I'm not going to create hundreds of sectors, but it's pretty damn big, and it's based on actual astronomy and stuff. So we'll be playing in that game, as well as a Star Trek game in the future, and we'll definitely be back to Chronicle. And so because of that, don't think of this as an end. Think of this as a sunset. Tonight, after the main events of the session, we'll have a quick epilogue, a post-credits scene, so stick around for that. But we'll also have a bit, the characters here joining in that epilogue and talking briefly about where we go from here. But as I said, this is meant to be a sunset, not an ending. So we won't be sending them off 10 years or whatever, because we have to leave room to come back. And moving on from that little speech that I had to give, let's go ahead and do the actual recap and get moving. So after arriving in Asus, the travelers had encountered, I guess what you could call a powder keg of tensions between what would be the locals and the enormous mercenary forces of the Glorious Empire that were really, really oversaturated in the system and sort of, as noticed by, I believe it was Ryder, poised for even potential takeover of the Asus system itself. However, They were also responsible for kind of turning the tide of this war. This mercenary force has been winning ASUS, their long-fought war with Tyr. The general consensus from the locals, after having arrived and spoken with some of them and beginning to do some deals, was that the cost of winning this war with Tyr has been far too high, given the conditions now on ASUS. And at large, really, the Dust Belt in general, the area of space that you're in, as has been witnessed by the characters here quite a bit. You've had no shortage of trouble from the glorious empire as a result, I would say, right? So, that all considered. Also, I guess I should say, the cost is probably too high in monetary value as well, but that hasn't been something we've talked about at all because you don't really have a window into that. But moving on, a bit of respite was had. A bit of respite was had by all the characters after the events. For some, there was some shopping. Some illicit deals were conducted, one in particular high in the sky above the Star Town, where some items were exchanged. I'll just leave it there. They were weapons. That was mentioned a little bit earlier by Dixon. You were talking about having to kind of like put your morals aside briefly. Or not necessarily your morals, but kind of get outside of your comfort zone in terms of the gray areas of the law. Not necessarily immoral because you were getting stun grenades for the doctor and stuff like that. So sort of an interesting scenario played out there. But other than that, an afternoon was taken to enjoy the nature of the beautiful garden world of ASUS. Removed from the political situation, the actual nature of this place, what it is and what it represents is quite something to be seen. You took an afternoon, a day almost, to enjoy that, bringing along with you the crystalline seed that represented your once strange psychic passenger that you just called Dr. Wells or Mr. Wells. You should just say Wells. The crystalline seed was planted in a beautiful clearing near a grove with a waterfall, and you spent the day there in the sun and on the water. I believe Ryder was waiting out in the water. It was almost like a beach episode, if you want to think of it that way. Everybody relaxed for.
It was such an anime scene.
It was definitely.
I see the picture.
It
was like the whole crew.
I was catching fish.
You were trying.
I was
to,
like,
I don't think the record shows that, but you were
you were
fishing.
definitely trying.
I caught a lot of fish. I remember that specifically. We ate all that delicious fish that I caught.
It's such a One Piece scene.
It was definitely a One Piece scene. Anyway, yeah, that was awesome. At the end of that day, a small sprout, this crystalline plant had appeared in the spot where you had planted it. You guys basically said goodbye to Wells, sort of saluting and briefly speaking to this small plant that had come to represent an NPC that had become a friend on your ship. Somebody that, as part of the world, helped to save some of your lives at one circumstance, and at one point, you may have helped save his life, given the conditions that you first found him. Full circle, kind of completing that whole task here towards the end of the episode, under the end of the campaign, I thought was really interesting. In particular, from as a GM, I was like, wow, it's interesting how it took that whole time for this kind of thing to play out, but it did play out, and that was pretty cool. But as I said earlier, there were illicit deals had, and so a bit of clever maneuvering was required with the sealed air raft that you had been vacationing and flying around on, and had gathered your newly acquired weapons in and such, and the Vagabond, which with some maneuvers you got nicely docked aboard and went and began refueling, resupplying. And as I said, there was a bit of shopping done. We don't have to, I think, list everything that was bought, but I think it is worth mentioning that they did buy some laundry machines and when I say laundry machines, I mean like basically stationary laundry robots and some actual not maintenance bots, I'm sorry. What were the domestic servant bots, right? You got 3 of them, I believe.
Yeah, 3 of them, and they're basically only programmed to clean.
To clean, right. So now there are 3 like pretty small, I think they're about waist high robots running around
they're
the
like
ship.
3 feet tallish.
And they have like all these like weird kind of like robot arms, right?
No, they're bipedal.
Oh, that's right. That's the maintenance ones I'm thinking of that have the arms. Yeah. So they're just like a bipedal, crappy C3PO that runs around and cleans and vacuums and stuff. But so now there are 3 of those running around on the Vagabond, clonking around and ending their duty shifts, recharging in the cargo bay somewhere. I believe you said on the bottom cargo bay near the office.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that right? Okay.
So they have like faces.
You can pull up an actual picture of them. They're in the items section. We can show that. There we go.
Because like if they didn't, I don't know. I'll figure out a way to spruce them up.
Let's see. If you look in your is it Central Supply Catalog that has them? I think it is. Yeah, there they are. So they're not like, they don't have faces so much as they have like eyes. If you look on page like 71 of the Central Supply Catalog, you can get a pretty good view of them. I could probably just pull that up here in Fantasy Grounds. I'm just not sure exactly where. Probably have to go to the actual reference for Central Supply Catalog inside of Fantasy Grounds.
I can see them later. Didn't mean to derail you. So
No,
I'm
it's all
sorry.
right. But basically, it's a simple humanoid form. They don't even have like hands. They have kind of like cargo loader, like smaller versions of the kind of hands you saw on the cargo loader and Alien, like type things. And they have it's silverish gray in color, face that's sort of like there's a seam that goes down the middle very slightly and separated like this, and there are 2 eyes. They're just circular, basically adjustable kind of like camera lenses.
Cool.
That probably adjust the color and lighting and stuff like that depending on how they're moving around. Their form is very boxy, like their abdomen is just almost a pure rectangle, and their limbs are quite clumsy, so when they move around it's just sort of like they're not like super high tech robots, right? They're really cheap ones. First of all, they're lower tech, cheaper robots. There are robots that are so advanced that they're almost indistinguishable from humans, right? Like Blade Runner style, but they're higher tech level and they're very, very expensive. But what you have is like I forget the name of it. What's that? There's little Sony robots or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Fans?
It's like
or
is
the
that
Asio.
the one that can dance.
Yeah, Ivo.
Asimo.
Ivo's the dog. Asimo is the.
Asimo.
Yeah. So it's basically
the
a thing like
humanoid,
a thing like that walks around the ship. That's like 3 feet tall and can clean. Anyway, that's okay.
Good to know.
Really important recap stuff to talk about how the cleaning robots look. So I'm joking. It's fine.
Yeah, each robot's 500 credits.
Yeah, so they were cheap. I love how you guys were like, we could buy a 6-pack or whatever last time. But after a bit of that clever maneuvering, getting the sealed air raft docked, resupplying and refueling, all that stuff taken care of, and taking considerable caution, given the powder keg you found yourselves within, and honestly, very little fanfare, you guys, the travelers, exited the ACES system on your way to Tick Tick, where you hope to gather new information about that which you have collected along the way, and possibly arrange some either a lucrative business partnership or deal, or at least gather some context. So it's here, just exiting jump space, that we'll pick up. So go ahead and answer me this first question for the night. We're going to be, as I said, just exiting jump space. If you would like to pick up before or after exiting jump space by any amount of time. Like if you want to be like, oh, can we have a day before we jump in or something like that, that's up to you. If you want to do that, we can. But you've already jumped, so you can't move back before the time that you did jump. So it's up to you guys. Where would you like to begin tonight's episode? A day until jump or so, or right when you're exiting jump?
I feel like a day before.
Okay. Does everybody agree?
I kind of want to have a general discussion scene, I guess, about like
Well,
what
keep
we
in mind,
expect to do.
the exit jump, you still have to travel to the place too, so there is still some travel time.
Okay. Thanks for the reminder. That's fine then. We could do that then. It's perfect.
Okay. Does everybody want to get to the jump?
It's good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Captain, we're just exiting jump here. We got about 15 more minutes or so until we've come out completely. Doesn't look like we see anything dangerous on exit here in Tick Tick. Whenever you're ready, you just let me know how you want to head to system. If you want to refuel first or what. I'll be up here on the bridge.
All right, thanks. Follow, man.
He cuts out. So, it's up to you guys where you want to pick up here. We're giving you the opportunity to kind of control the narrative a bit here at the end, because like I want to know where you want to actually be seen, etc., all that stuff, where you want to have your scenes at, if that makes sense.
I'm gonna come out of the med bay since I feel the engines shifting. I hear it. I'm gonna assume that we've come out of jump, and I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna stick my head out into the community. Is anyone out here? Do I see anyone?
Here, I'll push it to everybody, make sure people can see it.
Yeah, I'm assuming I'll be up here.
Yep, place yourselves wherever you would like on the ship. Coming out, I do have a thing I would like for a couple people to roll, and I think it's most appropriate for the captain to be the one that rolls them.
Did we make it?
Alrighty.
Did we make it to our jump? Is this Tick Tick? Did you check yet?
We're still breathing, aren't we?
Well, I mean, we're alive, but we were alive last time when we missed our stop by 25.
I don't like to think about it, but I seem to recall there's an alarm for that, so I'm sure we're fine.
Well, you're right. I just haven't forgotten it. I don't think
I think
I'll ever
Solomon
get used
would've
to it.
told
Me
me.
neither, but thanks for that reminder
Oh.
anyway.
Of course.
Fucked up if we did.
He's up there sweating. Oh God, how do I break
Shit,
the
Well,
news?
we gotta get back.
You can all see
Another
since
26 in the wrong direction.
it's been about a week. Roman does have a drink in his hands, but it's like a shake, you can see, and he's noticeably thicker. Like, you know at this point now that he's stopped drinking, and pretty much he's filled the void with fast food from Master Burgers.
Because you have one built into your ship now.
Yeah, so he's noticeably put on some weight. But he was also pretty thin before. He didn't really eat much before, if you remember.
Yeah.
I kind of insinuated that a couple times. He stayed up late. He didn't eat much, so now it's kind of like he stays up late and eats a fuck ton instead of drinking. So
that's awesome. All right, let's have the captain roll 2d6. This is technically a d66 roll. Which those are tables that go from 11 to 66. All right. Oh, all right. So that would be a 54 that you rolled there. First die, it's first. The second one, second. It's each slot of a... Anyway, it's simple. You rolled a 54.
Pretty
Okay.
high.
Pretty cool.
For you or us?
Well, I mean, just for all of us.
Okay.
For the journey.
For
the journey.
The game. For the game.
I mean, it's definitely a thing that I wasn't expecting to have happen, but I'm actually kind of happy that it did, because it's like a thing on one of these random tables, so it's like those are always throwing me for a loop. Anyway, so one last roll thing for everybody, and then we'll get right back into scene. Where's it at? Okay, yeah. So I just needed the captain to once again roll. Oh no, everybody. I'm sorry. Everybody roll 1d6. Let's clear that. Something I haven't been properly doing this whole campaign, but we're gonna do it by God on this last episode. 5-3-1.
We lost Roman.
Lost Roman. No, it's fine. All right. So Ryder first. 5.
Look out the window and I'm just like, what?
I took a wrong turn somewhere.
You think I know this shit by now?
Okay, cool. That's all I needed to gather, information-wise. So you sit here in the crew commons. It's another missed jump. Nah. You sit here in the crew commons. The sounds around you of the jump transition, kind of now familiar, that familiar kind of vibration throughout the hull goes away, and the M drive kicks in as normal. You can feel the slight switch in momentum as the grav plating basically adjusts in the ship, which is tied to your M drive, and anyway, and you are now in the tick-tick system comfortably, as far as you can tell. It's been told to you by Solomon anyway. You're not staring out the window right now, so as far as you can tell, while sitting in the crew commons, you have finished your transition. A few moments go by, like maybe 4 or 5 more minutes, and then back over the intercom.
Alright, Captain, transitioned out of jump just fine. We should be heading on in towards the inner planets here. If you want to head to Gas Giant first, or if you want to head to straight Tick-Tick, you just let me know. It's going to be a little bit one way or the other. The only serviceable gas giant systems on the other side of the star right now, so it's a bit further to get there than it is to get to Tick-Tick from our current position, but if we get a good vector on, it won't take too much longer.
I think we should refuel first. Before we go see Bledsoe, what do you guys think? Dixon and Roman here with me.
Probably good idea. You're in the comments, yeah. Probably a good idea. If we have to get out of there fast. I just don't like the idea of ever being stranded without fuel. Having to wait.
Me too.
Yeah, I like your thinking.
All right, Solomon, let's head to the gas giant first.
All right, I'll set us course. Let's see, how long will this take here? Give me just a minute.
I'm looking right now. There we go. Oh shit! God, this system's fucking huge. All right. So, I'll just have him explain it.
Alright, well, we got an interesting system here, Captain. She's got a small star, and everything's pretty spread out, is the best way to put it, I figure. It'll take a fair bit of time to get to anywhere. It looks like we got about a week or so. Right now, I'm gonna guess 6.5 days to head on in to get to the gas giant. If we were heading over into Tick-Tick, it would take almost the same, so either way. But she's a big one. Not a lot to look at either, to be fair, but, yeah. No dangers on scopes or anything I can see either. Course is set, laid in, and engaged.
Thank you.
How long did he
we
say?
Go
A week? 6.5 days.
days almost. Can we go directly to the research station, or do we have to go to a port to check in first?
Are you asking Solomon? Or are you
Yeah,
asking the
so
DM?
Solomon. So can we do we know where the research station is on the planet? Like,
But they got themselves a Class D high port and Class D downport. Downport's just concrete slabs, from far as I understand. There's a small scout presence at the high port over there, but you're supposed to check in with them. Scouts been looking at it, setting this planet up for interdiction. Right now it's just an amber zone, but if they set her up for interdiction, she'll be a red zone, and they'll get to put some of them satellites in orbit and keep people out and such, protect them locals or whatever. But right now it's just an amber zone that ain't gone through the process yet. So all they got's that little high port there. They don't do research down there though. I think they're doing research down on the planet, moving through some of the ruins and such. They do have some pretty strict guidelines, the scouts do, on moving through this planet. We won't be able to take a ship anywhere on it. We'll have to go park ourselves at the high port or at low port, and we'll end up having to probably take the air raft out. First, I understand they might have ground vehicles and such we can just take there as well. I'm not so sure. If you want me to stay in the ship, I can, or what. But it's gonna be more than a week either way. We gotta figure it out, so.
all right, then yeah, let's refuel first and just do the right thing. Go to the high port. We gotta check in, do some crazy stuff anyway. It looks like Dixon might be flying an air raft again.
We're about, figuring, this distance, because this system's so damn big. We're, quite a few hours out, in terms of them being able to see us enter system. I imagine they'll be interested in sending a hail our way once they do. Once we're within communications range, there's no buoy set up here. The system's, pretty sparse, I gotta say, so it's having ourselves Ansible communication is going to be a problem until we're up on her. But right now we got a delay of a few hours, so I suspect we'll be getting a call probably in about 8. Of course, whatever answer you give, they probably won't get for another few more after that.
All right, thanks. Let me know when it comes in.
Will do. Course is set. Hey, can you ask me, I can get Roman come up here and bring me another one of the double ones he did with the shakes where he mixed the two together.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Yeah, thank you, Captain.
No
Solomon
problem.
out.
Roman, Solomon wants some.
I already heard that part. I got that part at least. He said the
All
week
right, all
out.
right.
All right, interesting.
Yeah,
All right, so
yeah, it's gonna be a little journey.
We refuel, then go check in at the high port, and then have to go down. I guess we'll take the air raft, and then. All right, Yeah, I guess we should message. What's her name? Jane
Jane Bledsoe.
What? So, guess we'll tell her that we're here as soon as we can. I guess. Let me go get that shake for Solomon. Oh man. All right. And then Roman leaves.
All right.
Next time we buy something, we need to get a ship gym.
I heard that. Door closes.
That could be one of the things we talk about in the epilogue episodes. All right, so with that, Roman steps out the door. Is there anything else either Dixon or S3E11 or Ryder would like to do?
Speaking of, you ready for a workout, Captain?
Yeah, I am actually. What time of the day is it?
Oh yeah.
Always ready.
Wait,
for
did
a
we put
workout.
the thing in here? The Asherberger stuff in here?
In here.
No, it's up in the kitchen, upstairs.
Okay, cool. I was like, did I just like walk out of the room with the shit in there?
Deck A galley.
I don't think the fast food's making him any smarter.
It's right. Eat away at your brain there.
It's got milkshake brain again.
My boys, they're in the yard again. My milkshakes.
There you go.
2:30 p.m. Oh yeah.
Third day, 11:05, 1:37.
I
at
usually
2:30
wake up
PM.
and do a shift at the helm, so I probably just got off the helm not too long ago.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's why Solomon's back on it. That makes sense. All right, yeah, let's go fucking work out.
Got a gym here?
Oh,
Nope.
no.
It's always a gym. You just need your
I
own
can
body
practice my kung fu. That's right.
weight. We do Tai Chi every morning on the cargo deck.
All right, so you guys head off to work out. Where exactly do you go?
I would assume the cargo deck.
Yeah, cargo
Big
hold,
open
wherever it's got
space.
empty space. Yeah.
Okay. So
Running around
Roman and Ryder head off to the cargo deck to begin
Dixon.
the calisthenics, body weight exercises, and such. There's some. I mean, maybe maybe you pick up the new robots. I don't know, but
Facing the robot.
what is S3E11 doing?
Put a flag on the robots and chase them. That's great. Well, I would definitely be also studying piloting during the week that we're going.
Sure.
She usually checks on the jump drive when it turns off, and we cycle over to M drive, and vice versa.
Okay.
So right now she's in the engineering, making sure the drives are okay.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and zoom in to engineering. S3E11. S3E11, as you step into what would basically be main engineering on this ship, if you want to think of it that way, in the Star Trek term, the jump drive control room, there's a couple of things you notice. As usual, it's quite warm in here after a jump. And the heat's dissipating. There is a smell in the air, very reminiscent of ozone. Not too uncommon post-jump, though this time it's pretty strong. But it's usually indicative of the jump drive not having to work as hard. For some reason, you can't quite tell. There seems to be more of it. Why? Or whatever. You don't have an idea. If you would like to know more about what your senses tell you here, you're going to have to make some rolls. So if you would like to investigate using engineering or something like that, feel free, but explain to me what you're doing and how. Because we're moving to the PBTA system in our next campaign, I would like to get you guys to start practicing the idea of, in order to do it, you have to do it. So tell me what you're doing, what it looks like, and then we can talk about what kind of role it is right afterwards. In this system, I won't be able to be like, it just sounds like you're making a kick-some ass roll, but you'll have to be like, it's going to be, I'm trying to do something with engineering like this, and I'll be like, okay, so we can do this if you want. But let's try and get into the groove of that a little bit. So what are you doing, Steroya?
In this particular
ass.
kicking the engine's ass, yeah. In this particular instance, she's probably curious as to why, so she'll run through a maintenance checklist that she's built after making several jumps with these engines.
Okay. And that's like on like a pad or something like that, like a
on her
little
probably on her phone.
Okay. Yeah, her little comm.
She's got a little database on her comm device.
Same thing you use a lot for doing trade stuff, etc.
Yeah.
So
she keeps a lot of notes.
So you move down through this checklist, examining the systems. Why don't you go ahead and make me a engineering jump, what is it? Roll. Int. There it is. J drive, that's what I'm trying to think. Engineering J drive, yeah. Okay. That was a good roll. +3 effect. Alright. Stay Ruya. The other characters won't have context for this at all. Including Solomon, even at the helm. So if they are to understand this, you'll have to tell them. But upon examination, the bubble was created for sure. Your jump drive went through the whole process of creating the jump bubble as per usual, entering jump space as per usual, and usually it kind of has to maintain. But about halfway through the journey, something else took over, and the jump drive literally had no work to do for the second half of your journey entirely. In fact, quite literally, the jump drive was just basically sitting there. It's kind of like a fan spinning, but you put your finger in it and make it stop. The motor's still trying to turn it. At the end of it, it kind of just discharged some of the residual heat and other energy and stuff, and that created the smell and the stuff you're encountering here in engineering while going through the examination. You've never heard of anything like that ever happening. It's like the opposite of a misjump. It's like the ship's just started jumping on its own without the J drive working at all. Anyway, so you're the only one that has context for that.
I'll include it in the jump report that I'll eventually turn into the captain.
Okay.
Probably by the end of the day of maintenance.
So with that, you complete. That's it. That probably takes you about an hour or so to go through just that process, what we just talked about, and everything. So moving back and moving forward an hour and 20 minutes. Posting, all clear, post, there it goes. Moving back to the bridge. Oh no, it wouldn't be now, it'd be 2 hours too.
So we didn't expend the fuel for a jump?
You did because you filled the bubble.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
The jump bubble was formed and stuff is all is necessary. The maintaining of all of that the jump drive normally does was basically just spinning its wheels the whole time because something else was pulling you along.
Thanks, I hate it.
I know, right?
All right, so I did the time wrong. Moving forward to 5:50 p.m. Unless anybody else wanted to have any quick little scenes in the couple hours.
I'll bring Solomon his milkshakes though for sure.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So
lost actually
yeah.
too. I took a couple hatches and I'm like floating in the fucking astral sea.
Yeah.
We're outside
So
this ship.
I went up in the elevator, and it seems to
I
have
was with you
broken
for a
a lot
minute.
of stuff. Yeah. I think
I tried to
blew the
I tried to
ship
take the
up.
hatch back to the sea. I was like, maybe the other place is the right
Okay.
one, and it wasn't. It put me in a room that's like confined with no hatch. At least I'm out of space now, because I was in space with Ryder.
I don't know how you
Just
ended up
floating.
there or what happened, but it could have been because of a Fantasy Grounds update or something, maybe. But I opened up the
Right,
airlock and just let you in from space because you literally moved from space. But where you ended up, Roman, is bad because you're actually in the forward fuel tank with the hydrogen.
Oh, that's okay.
That's what
Oh, damn.
So I don't know how you ended up there, but I can't just drag you easily out of it. I will. I'll move you from the combat
That's
tracker.
canon now.
Where's our
It's a
doctor?
It's a good thing it's empty fuel, right? Like it's,
Oh
it's
my
not full. It's
God.
not full of hydrogen.
Oh, man.
You just hear tapping. Do not refuel.
Yeah. All right, let me drag you over here.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I'll definitely bring Solomon his milkshakes. Milkshake.
All right, where's Ryder? There, I was maybe there.
And I was like, good job, Solomon. Thanks for getting us here in one piece.
Down into working out.
Oh my God. Oh, Fantasy Grounds. What was in that shake? That's right. Look at it. Somehow I ended up in the fuel tank after I drank that milkshake. That's hilarious. All right, so you step into the bridge. Solomon looks back over his shoulder to see you there, Roman. Why don't you describe to me this shake? As Solomon mentioned it, it was the weird mixed one that he made before for me. So this is Roman's opportunity to show his people's recipes off to Solomon.
So this is an interesting, I guess you could call it like a parfait, right? But like, because I have access to like every flavor shake possible, it's a little bit tweaked from like the original family recipe or whatever, but it's basically like it's something that attempts to encapsulate all the different areas of flavor, like through like dessert though. So it's like some things are like not good, but they're like an experience, and it like some of them are there because it makes the next layer better. So like it's a really weird mixture of things, some savory, some sweet, some spicy even, some palate cleansing layers as well. So it'll be like a ginseng layer or a ginger layer or something like that.
I mean, I've had some interesting spicy ice cream things and stuff like that. That were pretty good.
Spicy desserts can be good. Spicy alcoholic drinks are actually really good.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably don't want to give him a boozy shake right now while he's flying the ship.
Right. But it's like a weird thing. It's like it's not really something you drink for like
Flavor
or eat.
combination's not meant for mortal man.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It's funny.
Yeah, its name is something that loosely translates to God Killer, but
All right.
not really that. But you don't really eat it for like the dessert quality of it.
All right.
Basically.
It's just really interesting. It's a really interesting journey, I guess.
Here we go, Solomon. I made this one. I added the new layer. Let me know what you think of it.
All right. Well, last time that shit was fucking crazy. I was gonna give you another chance here to prove yourself, but you never know. I mean, I figure it'll be all right. Never, never turned down a bit of ice cream or whatever.
Listen,
so.
I know you've been thinking about it since I gave you that first
Look,
one.
it was
I know.
interesting. It was
I
interesting.
told you. right?
I didn't forget about it, that's for sure. All right.
You won't forget about it. It works your way in. And then like a year later, you're like, what the hell was the name of that thing? I really, really want one.
All right,
Your
but
life will be
one of these times you're gonna have to let me choose the toppings and stuff you put in one of these things, and not tie it to some recipe. All right, whatever.
It's a delicate process. It takes years of like flavor science. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get you started.
I mean, do
Get
we
some
have
free time?
just some, like crushed peanuts or something? It's all right.
There's peanut layer. I mean peanut butter, but
He holds it
You
up.
want
It's
crunchy?
like all these layers. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. He'll like start sipping on it or drinking it, however you're meant to consume this thing that you've made. A spoon, I don't know, but he'll start chomping into it. He doesn't stop. He definitely eats it, like whether he loves it or not. He's tearing it up. It's all good.
it's an experience.
blah.
I told you.
You trying to hear me? Okay. Yeah, it's an experience, all right. And yeah, he'll put
That
it.
gives you PTSD. It's kind
He'll
of funny though.
sit it down kind of in like a little prearranged like cup holder thing that he has set up where normally he would have coffee or whatever. And you can see he's probably put on a little bit of weight too, given the fact that I mean I imagine probably everybody on the ship has, honestly, to some degree, right? Maybe Roman more than others though, but because of him like replacing a vice.
Definitely compensating, yeah.
Yeah, but everybody else is like, we have a fucking Astroburger on board our ship now, and you don't have all of the concerns and stuff that you've recently had. One thing that is very different for people aboard the ship than it has been is the fact that you don't have passengers to deal with anymore. There's no there's no going into those staterooms and having to do anything other than dust them once in a while, and you have robots that do that now.
You have robots,
So-
that shit.
Right, so you don't have to interact with your upper staterooms at all. And so it's kind of it's kind of created a situation where like anything you do with them is completely voluntary in your own way. So what I was going to ask is like, what do you guys do with the floor above you? Because it's been empty for a week. What are you guys doing with it, other than cooking up there?
I'll just interject real quick that Roman does do regular, daily. One of his routines is he'll check on the low bursts.
Oh, okay.
It's something that he doesn't really trust to automated monitoring.
What time do you do it?
When he wakes up. It's like, so it's not really like in the morning.
Okay.
It'll be like 1 or 2 probably. He probably did it before he came in here.
Okay. So, I mean, it's in the evening now. It's 5:50 p.m. So, you probably did it like hours and hours ago now, right? Yeah. And you do it like once a day, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
But the staterooms, Roman probably doesn't go up there.
Yeah, I was curious if anybody is using the floor above you for anything other than the galley, because that's where the galley is. That's where you do all your cooking and stuff for the Astroburgers. So are you guys eating up there at all? Are you still doing the food up there and bringing it down, or what are you doing? I asked because you have like tables and stuff up there. Are you using that for like
I'm sure they're
meals
utilized. Like if our schedules ever line up, or like if someone's just like making food and they're just so hungry they just sit down at one of them tables, I'm sure that happens.
Yeah, since no one's up there, it's like you don't have to bring your food back down to the crew table. You can just sit there and eat.
Totally.
There's lots of basically hollow screens
there's a
and stuff that you can
TV
watch things
too,
and stuff on. Yeah, couches and
we have
all
all
that
those
kind of stuff.
sports still. From
Yeah.
the
Sorry, in
Capri.
sports.
Yeah.
Basically battle sports that you participated in, by the way, in order to get one of the devices you have that you brought along the way. That was part of the whole
The
journey.
translator device or the hookup
Controller.
Yeah, controller.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Pretty interesting. All right, so moving on from that then, are there any scenes that anybody wants to have for the rest of this day? Because I need to get to a roll tomorrow, that day later, but I also need to get to the point for the radio stuff. So there's one thing I gotta roll with that, and then I gotta do that. So my point is, are there any scenes you guys want to have before we get to it?
For today, I think I'm okay.
Okay. I just want to give you guys all the opportunities, right? Because this is the last episode, so I don't want to push any of your character moments aside.
Yeah. Yeah, I do want to talk to Dixon when he comes back, but that can be anytime.
Yeah. So, a bit of time passes. Solomon enjoying his shake. I don't know where you go, Roman, if you stay there with him, or whatever. But he finishes that off and continues the journey, and a couple hours later, who's gonna be? I guess he would be flying from then to there, so let's make sure. So who would be? So Solomon would still be at home. Yeah, Solomon would still be at home at that point. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Is this when comms open up? Because I want Roman to be there when the comms are accessible.
Well, they're not. It's not that comms are opening up. It's that you're getting a message, basically. Yeah.
Oh.
Because if you think about it like this, right? You enter in system, and then it takes an amount of time for them to see you. They see you, then they send the message.
Mm-hmm.
Which travels back, takes almost as long as you're heading in, right? And so this is like you getting your first message from them as you're heading in. Anyway, 1 second.
Yeah, Captain, we're getting hailed. It looks like it's their high port. Sent us a message here. As I said earlier, there's no beacons or such, so she ain't answerable. We'll just have to wait until we're closer to not have a delay on comms and such. But if you'd like to come up here and get the message, she's ready.
All right, I'll be up there in a minute.
He cuts it out.
Okay.
What do you do?
I will head up to the bridge. Hey, fellas, all right.
Hey, Captain.
Hey,
Here,
Captain.
have a seat.
What's it looking like? What do we got?
Looks like pretty standard fare and such. And he flips it over to the other console that Roman just stood up from. You can see the little blinking light on the holo control to pull up the message. It is a video message.
Oh, okay.
So do you sit down, or what are you doing?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm off. Roman's standing there offering you the chair he was just in. If you don't mind, I'd like to be here while you get the first message of the system. See who we're talking to.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, sorry, I was having mic issues. Yeah, okay. Let me sit down. All right, I'll play the message.
Looks like you're the vagabond there. This is Imperial Scout Services. We're a little concerned about the entry into system, but it seems as though you're a free trader. Gonna guess you're not one of them glorious Empire folks that's been causing trouble out here recently. Such, just wanted to make sure we got regulations here on Tick. So if you're looking to land or do any work down here, you're gonna have to come on over to the orbital high port and leave your ship there, or we can arrange for you to get down on the low port. as you might know, the system's being looked at for interdiction, so we'd like to keep everything nice and safe. If you have a small craft of your own, it'll have to stay. It'll have to be below certain guidelines for you to get them down below and move around. We got certain paths you can travel on around the planet if you're interested in that such. It looks like you're en route to refuel or such over at the gas giant. If that's fine, that's fine with us. If you're not coming by, but just make sure that you follow all guidelines there. Okay, Scout Services now. Oh yeah, by the way, if you got any extra basic or anything like that, we'll be looking to trade for some. We've been a bit short of recent, and we don't get a lot of shipments out here for basic and such. Also, maybe if you've got any foodstuffs, or if you're interested in trading, maybe for any games or anything, where it's a bit boring out here. You're one of the first ships we've had in system in a few weeks that hit one of these glorious empires. So feel free to come on by. I suppose you'll be getting this message in a. What's that? How many of them? Alright, well, that'll be all then, sirs. I hope you're doing fine. Just go ahead and get back to us when you can. Thank you so much then. Oh, yep, that's Orbital out. Orbital 8, that's us.
Alright, that's it.
Ryder, stop me if this sounds too crazy, right? What if we do some sort of food car thing? Like, we pull up and we're like, hey, we're open for business just for the weekend. And we sell Astro burgers like crazy out the side of our ship to these people.
I love it. We can make so much money.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then we can also give them have a library. We have all these sports that we got from that cruise ship, so they would love that. We got so much shit this place is gonna love. They're gonna go crazy for it.
We're gonna be gods here.
So specifically, that was him talking
gods.
from the orbital station. So you're probably talking, the high port, which is probably manned by 20 scout people or something like that.
Sure, they've saved up some money.
But it's not a place like people live, but they're definitely sounded like he's like, yeah, we want food and stuff if you get anything. Which is not uncommon. I mean, when traders go by and stuff, and they stop at a place, it's like, oh yeah, you want to trade some stuff? Oh yeah, I'll buy some of your blankets or whatever. Great. Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about the thing he said at the end of that. He didn't seem too excited to be dealing with that problem.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot to deal with.
I hope it's. Can I do a scan or something nearby, to see if any other ships have come into the system behind us?
Yeah, if you want to try to.
I would love to. I'm gonna lean over Ryder's shoulder without saying what I'm doing. I'm just gonna start typing stuff in, so you could smell my musk.
You smell your
I lean
musk.
in closer. Take a deep breath.
So, yeah, hold on. I'm getting to it.
Skills.
I'm gonna have to say it's gonna be electronic sensors, but I think it's gonna be electronic sensors int.
Alright. Do this. You know what? Let me check something real quick.
Okay.
One-handed.
So, oh man, got a peanut caught in my throat. Oof. So, in the spirit of the whole in order to do it, you gotta do it thing. What exactly are you looking for here on the scanners and stuff?
I'm specifically looking for jump drive signatures, bubble pops, or
Okay. So during your scan, you don't see any appear, but you do see that it looks like there have been ships here. There's the residual hydrogen pockets and stuff that you find that are more densely together than the average interstellar medium or at this. that you would normally find or whatever, or in the outer solar system of a system like this, especially one that's so big. So it does show that there have been a ship that came in here, right? And there's extra hydrogen there, and there's a ship that came in there. How long ago? It can kind of be determined a little bit by how far out the particles of hydrogen have spread. But you can't get like perfect, because unless you know the exact type of ship it was and all that stuff, you don't know the initial size of the bubble and all this, so you can't really know. But you can tell that there have been ships passing through here within probably at least the last 3 weeks, though very, very, very few. And you do see, like, they basically reported in their message, their like data packet that was sent, that they do have a scout ship at the orbital platform that it was run by the scout services. So there's at least a ship there, at least one ship already that you know of in system, and a sign of some travel, but not very much. It's very, 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 very sparse.
Okay. Yeah, never mind. Probably nothing.
All right, well, let's send a message back to him. Queue up the cam.
What if we like
recorder.
pretend we're like some?
Well,
kind
you
of
did get a
crazy
hold on. I'm
alien
sorry.
race
I'm
they've
sorry.
never seen?
You did get a plus. You did get a
Wait-
plus
wait a
5
minute.
effect. So I'll give you this. While it is very sparse and the system is very, very big, there have been within at least the last week, probably a number of as many as 5 ships enter the system. But that's that could just be like 5 ships all together. It could be one really, really big ship, but probably not, because it seems kind of spread out. And there's no way to know like what kind or anything like that. There's also no way to know like when ships leave or anything like that, just like what's been left behind. So kind of like footprints, right? Anyway, that's all you got.
Noted.
All right. Well, let's send a message back.
What if we like turn around and like pretend like we talk from the back of our heads or something, just to like trip them out?
They don't think you're aliens. They know you're
I
your
think they
FFID
know.
signature is
Never mind.
Imperial.
Are.
Milkshake brain.
He said he called your ship by name, the Vagabond, because of your FFID.
Yeah, I think they know us. Yeah. But
It's
that's a
funny.
good one. That's a good. We'll save that one for another communication. That's a good
It's
one.
pocketed.
How you gonna do it?
Okay.
Interstellar pranks.
Yeah, why not do it? If you're bored enough.
Yeah. All right. Well, queue up the communication
Okay.
and send a message. Basically, I'll just be like, "This is Ryder Young. You are correct. We're heading out to refuel, and our intention is to come check in at the high port and meet with one of your experts down on the planet. We should be there in about a week and a half, and then I'll send it off."
So just so we're clear, the expert you're seeking, doesn't work with Scout Services. Scout Services is just kind of the
Right.
curator of the planet, if you want to think of it like that, right? They're the ones taking care of the only station there. And
But
trying
she's
to get it
still one
interdicted.
of the few experts on this planet.
Yeah, absolutely. She's because nobody lives
But
here.
yeah, I guess it's not her
right?
expert or their
People don't-
expert.
Like humans don't live here and stuff, but they do like research groups come and stay. It's kind of like Antarctica, right? They might stay there for 6
Right.
months at a time or something.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna be fun. All right.
I mean, it's not cold like Antarctica. Well, parts of it are. Anyway, it's not important. So, moving on from
Not
there.
important as you get frostbite and die.
Not yet. So you've sent your message off. It'll take about 3.5 hours for them to get it. What are you guys doing?
Right. I guess we just wait till we get in range to refuel. Wait for any replies. Should we try to contact the?
Well, you got
Let's go.
about 6 days for that. Solomon
Yep.
turns over his shoulder and says,
No, I asked you, Solomon.
Maybe you should try to send a message to Jane.
Yeah. Do we have her contact information, or do we
"There's
just
no,
know
there is
that-
there's no comms network here or anything like that. Like there isn't a civilized system. That's one of the reasons I've been saying there's no beacons or anything like that. So if you're going to contact her, you're gonna have to like get down on the planet and use like, and either go to
Okay.
her or like use short range
From the
comms, like
door? Jeez. Savages.
or just use short range comms when you're there to get in touch with her. But you don't even have her number technically. You just know she's supposed to be at a excavation thing there.
I guess we have to wait till we get much closer.
Yeah. We'll try to.
I mean,
see
you
if
could
anybody
ask them.
knows her when we get there.
I'm sure
You can
someone
ask the scout
knows that she's
services
there.
people if they know where she's at or anything. But
Yeah. We'll ask when we get there.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't
No
want her
point
to
in
run
wondering.
off scared.
All right, well, and to be clear, that means that we also did not get like the normal system news feed thing.
Yep.
So nothing to sift through. I guess I'll just go watch my old videos.
no, if anything, you're probably bringing news to here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, I'll go collect some materials that they might be interested in trading for. Something to keep me busy.
That sounds good. Yeah, it's getting a little late. I'll be heading to bed here pretty soon. Get ready for my morning shift.
It's alright, you're crazy. I forget.
5 a.m. bright and rise and shine.
Dixon's
bright
doing
and
normal
early.
stuff, but he's also going to be just reviewing maps of the planet, assuming we have some, just like familiarize
Right.
himself with the terrain and like maybe some like just background, like the ruins and what they're all about and what, where they're located,
I wish there was an easy way
briefing
for me to do
stuff.
this. Uh-oh. Nope, nothing happened. Okay. Well, since Dixon's looking over the planet and stuff, I'll give you some information. It's not a desert world. There are no oceans, though. There are rivers and stuff that kind of move all over the planet. It has a kind of a weird atmosphere. You won't be able to walk around without a filter mask of some form on the planet at all. But it is also lower gravity than normal. It's 0.28 gravity. Yeah, so it's like a quarter gravity of what you're used to, which makes moving around, well, a third of gravity that you're used to, which makes moving around a little bit harder for people that are not used to it. So there will be, some roles involved with certain things. All of that and the material that the planet is made out of has resulted in it being a very dry world, first of all, too, and with these strange type of erosion where there's these really high spires that stretch super far up into the upper atmosphere, all over it.
Like
The
Earth
entire-
moons?
The entirety of the planet, kind of, but not like perfectly straight up. Like they have wider bases and go to a peak, right? And in between all of them, there are these little rivers and valleys and stuff. It's a fairly dark planet, a fairly dry planet, and you end up having these spires that are the altitudes of which are pretty fucking crazy high. So it's an odd place. It's not devoid of life at all. There's little forests and stuff in these valleys, and the Tik-Tik themselves, the people by which the planet is named, a kind of odd chirper species, humanoid. It's very similar to Droin, as well as a few ruins that have been cataloged over the years of research by several different organizations. However, most of them have been devoid and kind of picked out of artifacts and stuff like that. And in general, it's thought that a lot of the ruins here on Tik-Tik, if they are from ancients, may not, have what is there may have been picked over by people thousands and thousands of years ago before the Imperium ever got there. And so it is a little rare for there to be kind of like a ruin that's known as a hotspot. And what you know about the location of your particular contact, that's different, that Bledsoe, she was at a new dig site somewhere. So you wouldn't have that like on a map necessarily where that new dig site is, but it didn't, but it's not ruins. It's like a dig site, like they are out somewhere. They have found something somewhere. You don't know too many of the details, so I'm not going to give them here to you now, but it's a hole in the ground that they're digging. And that's basically all you have there, Venom. The planet itself kind of looks like a weird spiky ball.
Sea urchin.
A little bit. Not quite like... Because a
Big
spire
rolls.
doesn't
Are they
look
all
like that
swooping
big
in the
ball.
same direction?
I have a picture of it here, but I can't show it to you because I can't... My snip tool isn't working for some reason.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Weird.
Are they
question?
concentrated in a spot more densely in an area? It's equally surrounding the whole planet?
Yep.
And they're curved, though, like a swoosh?
No. They rise to peaks that are really high. Some of them almost at the top of the atmosphere. And so it looks like from a distance, if the planet is like this big in your visor, then it's going to look like a little fuzzy ball.
Okay.
And when you get really close, you can start to see, holy shit, those things are huge spires, because you can see the shadows from them and all that stuff.
Like a dandelion.
And there's these big rivers that go all throughout it. Like I said, there's no oceans, there's just rivers.
That's crazy. It's like...
It's one of the reasons it's
exploded and cooled.
Well, the information that you have on the planet suggests that the spires have formed because of the unique geology of the planet, the thinness and composition of the atmosphere, and the fact that the planet's quite large but not very dense, which is why it has very low gravity while being quite big. And so that has resulted in strange erosion over millions of years that have created these tall spires.
So it was like, these aren't something that were like shot out of the ground. There was something that were left behind after the parts were dug out.
I mean, that's what geologists think. Yeah.
Like canyon style.
Right, and there's rivers in the bottoms of tons of them, right? Like the creeks and things like in these valleys all throughout the whole planet has a spider web of them.
I wonder if there was like a different type of like mineral that was just like removed completely.
Whatever it was millions and millions of years ago.
It's not a planet, it's a ship. Come on.
I think the ship looks like this.
I wish I could send you this picture.
Yeah, Dixon takes Will's pistol, overrides the airlock, shoots himself, and ejects himself out into space. He's dealing with this. He's not dealing with any of this.
Yeah, I can't send you the picture. There's no easy way to do it. It's a bummer. I wish I could snip tool right now. For some reason I can't. That's annoying. Well, anyway. with that, I am going to take over this screen.
Interesting.
You've now examined your maps and kind of looked over the planet that you're approaching. You're on your way to refuel. You've sent your message off. Are there any scenes that people want to have together? Otherwise, we'll skip ahead in the journey. Anything you want to do during this time? Remember, you've got a 6-day journey to get to this gas giant to refuel.
At some point, passing by Dixon in the halls or wherever we find ourselves, I'm just gonna make a jab at him and be like, so, we are career criminals now, huh? How do you feel about that?
Look up at him.
Come on, you're not a cop anymore, man.
Look. Nothing's changed. I still protect the little guy. If we rip off some corp that's makes $1 million a week on Million Worlds, that's no bother to me. I still sleep fine.
I like that mentality. Not everything's illegal everywhere.
I don't know about that. I guess I'll take it on a case by case,
It's true, but
I'm more focused on what's up ahead, to be honest.
You're not bad at the crime stuff. Kind of surprised me, man.
Yeah, back on Tarkeen. I don't know. I don't want to go into it all, but let's just say the line was blurry back there.
That does explain a lot, actually.
The law was a distant thing sometimes, It wasn't really about... I didn't worry too much about the law, to be honest. It was about figuring out... getting people out of messes. If somebody commits a crime, what? Why are they doing it? Are they just assholes? Sometimes. Are they trying to make easy buck because they don't have any scruples? Yeah, a lot of the time. But a lot of the time, people are just trying to get by. And that ain't always easy.
It does make things a little bit more difficult for people like us who see that and have to follow orders from someone else. Doesn't always align, right?
Most cases I was on, there was all those things going on. And I had to do what I could to tease them all apart.
So in retrospect, things are a lot simpler now.
Simpler in a way.
You're still fighting for your life, but I guess that never changes.
You also got a lot more time to sit around and think about what is going on,
I'm so glad for that.
I guess I was a bit more of a man of action back on Tarkeen. Nowadays, it's a lot of waiting around, but thank God that Captain, I got a little, workout routine going. That feels good for sure. Give you time to work on your skills.
I might join you for a bit. Been feeling a little slow lately.
I can't help myself. Reflexively just glance at his little tummy he's got going on. Yeah,
clothes are
you're welcome. You're welcome to join. You guys habitually have ketchup stains on all your shit.
Yeah, it's bad. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. We can.
What happens when you live in a fast food restaurant?
I'm sure all three of us we'd be able to do all sorts of exercises and whatnot. Get our sparring on or whatever.
Yeah, I've never really been too interested in that. Body's always been secondary to my mind, right? And I think I'm noticing the effects of long-term alcohol abuse. It's really
I was the same way, working pretty much round the clock. A lot of late nights, food on the road. Yeah, I didn't think about it too much, but there is something to be said having a little routine out here.
Does help.
I feel stronger.
It's good. It's good. You seem to be in a better place than the last time we talked.
Yeah, it's coming together. But we'll see what the orb can do about all that.
It's true.
All right, on that note, are there any other scenes that anybody want to have during this 6-day period before you get to the gas giant? Otherwise, we'll skip ahead 6 days.
I imagine Deruya would just be in the library mostly, studying.
Right.
Because none of it has stuck yet.
Okay. All right, so about 6 days later, well, I guess it would be like halfway. So 3 days later, Solomon is going to come to you, Captain. Not on comms, and just pull up the have a pad or whatever with a hollow image on it of the course that he's set and the system. So he's gonna physically have walked up to you somewhere at some point in this time period, right? Or you have a moment for you two, maybe when Dixon's on the stick or something like that, but where you two could have had an actual moment to have a conversation, not on the bridge. So he hands you this pad, probably in crew commons, I'd say. So let's go ahead and just put you in crew commons with him. That'll be easiest. All right. Maybe here on the tables or something. So you're sitting there eating or having coffee or whatever you want to do, and he'll be approaching you with his pad and kind of just sit it down on the table in front of you. Cameron, I want you to take a look at that and tell me what you see. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, because if I do, I might taint the experiment, so to speak. But you mind taking a look at that real quick? And you can see just a course that he's got laid out. So if you can make any kind of astrogation roll, if you have that. If you don't have it yet, just roll it on skilled.
No, tactics.
No, it's not a tactical situation.
Everything's a tactical situation.
All right. It looks like a course that's been set is about as good as you can get.
Is this our course? We're going to the planet after we refuel?
Yeah, this is our course to planet. It's not particularly. Here, let me explain what we're seeing here. So normally en route, we don't have to do too much planning and such when we're getting in. We avoid a few obstacles and such, of course, and plan our trajectory using gravity assist if at all possible. But the M drive makes it so it's not too necessary to, and fuel ain't exactly a huge expenditure for moving around inside of a system, you see. So we can see here at these points I've used gravity assist on a number of these bodies out here that just are just sitting there to help increase the speed of the trip a bit if we can at all possible. And here we see the estimate. It points down at the bottom of the pad. And you see right there's the original course estimate right there, 6.5 days, right? Just like I said 6 days ago. But now look at this, Captain. And he lays in the an update basically showing you like the system as it's being viewed now, like currently now. Now, if you look here in the outer system, right, the Orc Cloud where we came in, and where we're heading now, or we crossed across the ecliptic of the system here, things are a bit different. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but well, here's a simulation that I put together. He hits play on the pad, and it just basically overlays what you have now and what you first scanned, and you can see that it seems as though the expansion of space is greater in the inner system than it is in the outer system. Similar to kind of a ripple moving across something. You have a concentric circle almost, but it's not a circle, it's a sphere, right? So concentric sphere of space inside of a concentric sphere of space, where the expansion of space is faster by a marginal amount. That marginal amount results in the speed of light as it crosses that area of space to be technically a little bit faster, because the expansion of the space creates greater distance by the end of it. This also shows you that as you cross across the ecliptic of the system to get to the other side of the star, to get to the gas giant, and pass across that area of space which you're kind of like getting out of now, where it's slightly expanding faster, the journey time has increased very slightly, but so did your speed. So as a result of that, you're seeing some weird stuff. But the estimated time increases to 7.5 days. So it looks like it's a bit more time than it should have been. Anyway, there she is. I could begin refueling procedures whenever you want. It'll take us about another hour or so to get in position, but I just wanted to show this to you and let you know that something's going on.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and refuel. I'm a few days behind on reading Sterulia's reports. I'm gonna see if maybe anything is funky with any of the system, gauges systems. I don't know. I don't really know this ship too well. Let me go ahead. Let's refuel, and I'll get back to you.
All right, so you just want me to do a standard head into deep zone on the gas giant and start refueling?
Sounds good. Yep.
All right, it'll take us a little bit to get it done. She's pretty dense down there, but she's not very turbulent for a gas giant. In fact, it's a bit funny how not turbulent she is. Shouldn't have too much problem doing refueling. Gonna take some time though.
All right. Well, should be no problem for you anyway. So we'll be out of here in no time.
Well, I appreciate that, Captain. I'll head on up to the bridge and take over stick from Dixon. We can get the procedure done.
All right. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
He'll stand up, pick up the pad, walk up to the bridge, walk in. Looks like Roman's in there with Dixon.
I go like my computer here.
Okay. And he'll just go over to you, Dixon. All right, I'll start refueling operations. I can take a stick there, Dix. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate that. Better you than me.
He just smiles and doesn't say anything and sits down in the seat. And you're heading over to your personal PC in your quarters there? Basically?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna go through reports for the last while we've been traveling and just kind of read, and of course I'm gonna come across a report here about a weird, with the J drive.
Well, so why don't we I'll say the anomalies are flagged or whatever, and Sterulia, maybe it slipped your mind that you wanted to talk about it to him or whatever, but you're seeing these anomalies with the jump drive, and none of it makes any sense to you, Ryder, because you don't have. Unless you have engineering jump drive, I'm not even gonna let you tickle the idea of understanding what the fuck is going on, because this is like an education thing. Like, you just don't have the context for. So
Right.
you can see that there are anomalies flagged, but if you want context for them, you're gonna have to talk to Ruya.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go through here, and I'll see the anomalies flagged. I'll kind of just look at them, confused. Yeah, I don't. Oh, okay, this is where's Teruya? Let's see here. I don't know. This is probably nothing though, right? I mean, nothing ever happens on this ship. Oh, hey, Sterulia. So
Really should read my reports more often.
yeah,
What they're there for.
yeah. Well, I see there's been a little bit of anomaly. I don't exactly understand down in the deep core here. Is this something we should be worried about?
No. If it was dangerous in any way, I would have brought it attention to you sooner, but that's why I only included it in a report.
Port. Do you think it could, or have you seen anything that maybe could affect like our navigation systems, maybe make it seem like we should get somewhere faster than we really were going to?
You mean what Solomon was talking about?
Yeah, it seems like maybe an extra like day and a half went missing on this trip. It was
A
supposed to
day,
take
not a
6
day and a half,
days at the
but-
beginning.
6.5.
And it really took like 7.5 days instead of 6.5, so a little weird, huh?
I could check the M drive engines if you'd like.
Yeah, let's look over it. We're here. We're gonna get this fuel. So I'm sure we'll be fine here. But let's just go ahead and take a look and see. Does that mean we'll get back to the other? We'll get back faster, or will it take even longer? I don't know. I don't understand this stuff. But just take a look, and we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if it's going to take us longer or shorter, maybe we should tell Scout Services we'll be there earlier. I don't understand this. This is weird. I don't get this time stuff.
Would you like me
Let's
to
go ahead and
explain
look.
it to you?
Let's go ahead and look at it. Maybe another time.
Okay. Just have Solomon put it in a gravity orbit so we can turn off the M drives, and we'll do a diagnostic.
All right, I'll go tell him. Thank you, Ruya. I walk away just like really confused.
More confused than when you went in.
It's like, what? All right. And then I'll go up here and I'll tell Solomon put her in a gravity orbit, and we're gonna. Cerulea's gonna look at the M drive.
You mean after I finish refueling? Because I was just starting to head into ammo here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get refueled real quick.
All right, well, just take me a few minutes here to get going, and then we'll see how long it'll take to how many times we'll have to circle the planet to get fueled up.
All right, cool. Sounds good. Thank you. I'll go tell Sterulia. What room is hers? I'm gonna tell Sterulia We're gonna fill up real quick, and then we'll park her and give you a chance to look at the M drive.
Yeah, I'm rolling. Probably the layers.
You might not have noticed, but she was in the room when Solomon and you were talking.
Oh, I did not notice.
She was in my mind. She
I
was
did
under
not
the
notice.
TV, just taking a nap.
That's awesome.
That's yeah.
In
You
between
mentioned that
Romans
stuff
and,
that Solomon said.
Dixon's room. So she's just in the room, laying down, taking a nap. So she heard you two talking.
That's good.
That is funny.
All right. Yeah. So, well, it doesn't take him long to begin to pass through the layers into the wisp zone. Eventually, the ship kind of shakes a little bit as you head into the denser atmosphere, but that's nothing unexpected at all during refueling. And eventually, the portholes of the ship that view out into space are a bluish green haze that flies by at hypersonic speeds as the ship moves and surfs its way through the dense atmosphere. An hour later, refueling has begun, and Solomon speaks up. It looks like it's going to probably take us, just under... Looks like 2.5 hours. At this rate. To get it fully
All right.
fueled up.
Thank you, Solomon.
Doing 21 passes on the planet. Very interesting.
21.
Well, about 21 and a half, and then we'll be fully fueled up. So buckle in. We'll be down here for a better part of 2.5 hours. Takes about 30 minutes to get back up, so 3 hours from now, I'll have her parked in orbit of the gas giant if you're wanting.
Yeah, that sounds good. We'll let Mr. Willie take a little look at the engine.
Will do.
I'll go grab some coffee.
Okay. All right, then on that note.
And I'm going to go back in my room and read more reports.
They call it these days.
What else has Stavria been up to that I've been missing here?
Whoa, we
Alright.
jumped 26 parsec.
Total.
Wait, we're off course?
You bust in. You know we're really off course, you guys.
It's taken us a really long time to get to Asshole time. What's up with that?
I was wondering. I just didn't say anything.
I don't want to micromanage, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not that astrogator, right? Like,
It's true. Maybe that's all.
taking the long way around.
pick the right
Yeah.
people and you just let them do their thing.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not gonna micromanage. All right, so unless you guys want to do anything while he's refueling, the time passes by uneventfully.
If I catch
And-
wind of that, like temporal or distortion, I would suggest reaching out to the station, the the space research station or whatever.
It's not a research station. It's just a
sorry.
scout base.
The scout base. Reach out to the scout base and see what they think, what their take on it is, since they've been here a long time and probably know something about it. I would suggest that to the captain, but that's it.
Yeah,
Well, refueling procedures have finished, and Solomon now has you parked in orbit, basically, of the gas giant. We're not stationary. We're moving, but we're stable as long as M drive's still working. Orbit won't decay.
all right, I'll go on the intercom and tell Stabria that we're in orbit and she's good to look at the engine.
Well, I wanted a stable orbit so I could turn off the M drives.
I mean, you still have to have an M drive active to make corrections and stuff, because otherwise you're just completely ballistic. But you can turn it off for, You won't. Your orbit won't decay to a point at which you hit atmosphere for literally days. So
Yeah, just go ballistic for like a few hours.
you can kill the drive whenever you want. He's just got it like in a stable orbit now, which you can say perfectly stable as long as you have M drive working or thrusters working.
And once they're off, I'll run through the checklist, do maintenance log, and double check everything in the M drive.
Okay.
Run diagnostic level.
Well, it's engineering.
I would have also told Dixon, by the way,
M drive if you have it.
let's let Cerulia look at the engine, and then we'll give Scout Services a call and see what she finds.
As far as you can tell,
Didn't roll as high.
No. As far as you can tell, Starulia, the M drive isn't like taxed any additional or any less than normal. You've definitely covered an amount of distance that doesn't quite line up. It looks like the amount of space that you have covered technically should have taken 7.5 days. It looks like you've covered it in what has been recorded on ship as 6.5 days. When looking outside and like how much time has passed or anything like that, it looks like 6.5 days have passed. It doesn't look like you've experienced time travel or anything like that. But the amount of distance that you have traveled should have taken you 7.5 days to do. But that distance was originally thought to take 6.5 days to do. That's all you get.
All right, well, I'll turn M drive back on, and guess I'll head up and look at astrometrics.
All right. Gonna make an astrogation roll, you can. It's gonna be int. You're not sure? It seems as though in the when you were passing over the ecliptic of the solar system, when you were nearer the core planets, the ones in the middle, the inner planets versus the outer planets, that the further you got to the middle and the further you got away from the middle, not necessarily the middle perfectly, but the core planets and stuff, space, not time necessarily, but they are interlinked, expanded slightly faster than is normal for this area of space. But it's only noticeable and observable in the data that you received while passing through that area. From outside observation here, nothing seems off at all.
Well, the data looks fine, but I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay,
Literally sitting in the cockpit with you guys.
Yeah, you failed both of those
let's-
rolls. I'm not going to give you any more than you got.
let's like Dixon's idea. Let's send a message out to Scout Services and see if they know what's going on.
Wait, what's going on?
Oh yeah.
I'll explain the whole thing to him.
He looks up from his cheeseburger wrappers.
Time distortions.
Space is bigger than it should be, but our ship's going faster than it should be, so really it's no difference.
What the hell does that
Keep
mean for
rolling.
us? Does
Well,
this mean
space
we're
is
like...
always expanding. It's just usually on a much bigger scale, and it shouldn't be noticeable within
And-
the whole galaxy, much less this system.
Are we experiencing time at a different rate than if we were outside of the system?
No, space.
How are we not moving faster then? Shouldn't our molecules be expanding then too if we're in here?
The answer
Well,
is-
you have
the
your
answer is no.
waistline has been
Real
expanded a
physical.
little bit there, Doc.
You've
Is
been
this why
noticing
my
some
clothes are
expanding.
tighter? Because
I
we're in
will.
this crazy expanding
Yeah,
universe?
maybe.
Yep.
Maybe
Mhm.
something with organic says
I
it's
knew
a little
it.
faster.
This is odd and disconcerting.
It is strange, but
Yeah.
it has something to do with the ancient technology that is being researched here. Ruins and whatnot.
Let's hope it doesn't interact with our ancient technology.
Well, really,
Hoping
you
it
think we're
does.
safe to head on to the station?
Yes.
I guess people have been
None of
here.
it seems harmful, so we should be okay.
Okay.
Maybe they have a better idea of what's happening.
Yeah, we should talk to somebody there. Actually, it would take a while for a message to get there and then back. Anyway, we'd probably be pretty close to there, right? Doesn't it take? Because you said it takes days, right?
No, 3 hours there, 3 hours
Oh,
back for a
hours.
message.
Okay.
For you to get there, it'll take days, but for
Right.
a message, it would take about 6 hours for you to get a return message.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna ship out a message to and say yeah, hey again, this is Ryder Young with the Vagabond. Just been noticing a little bit of should we say spatial anomalies. I've been wondering if you guys know anything about traveling faster or slower than you feel like you maybe should be traveling. We'll be there maybe 6 or 7 or 5 days or something, depending on how time works. Yeah, just let me know if that makes any sense to you. Thanks.
All right. So
I'll
what are you
send
guys
that
gonna
out.
what are you gonna do after you send that message out? So you're not gonna get a reply for 6 hours. Do you want Solomon just to stay there, or what do you want to do?
No. Solomon, go ahead and head on back to the. We're gonna head to the high port.
Oh, right on, Captain. I'll just set a course here. Looks like it'll take. Hold on.
Cat.
Looks like we'll be there. Well, if everything goes according to plan, we should be there in about 5 days.
Everything's
Okay.
fine. I gotta go back to my bunk.
All right, thanks, Solomon.
All right. He'll have the course set. Do you want to skip 6 hours ahead to the return message, or what do you want to do? Are there any scenes you want to have in that period?
I'm good with skipping ahead.
Well, in that case, 6 hours go by. It's 7:50 p.m. And you have a return message. Captain, looks like they're on the horn for you.
All right, play it.
Oh, hey there, that seems pretty strange, this spatial whatever you're talking about. Never seen nothing like that around here. I guess it's, you got reports or something you could show? We got lots of data we've been recording, but nothing strange. We got ships moving in and out of the system every now and then. We got a few research vessels with research scientists and stuff. Maybe you're getting problems with your sensors over there or something, eh?
Am I going
That's it.
crazy, or is that a different
it.
person? That's not the same person we talked to
No,
last
same
time,
person.
right?
Yeah,
The first guy was Scottish. This guy's Scottish Canadian.
they both were, I thought.
There's two
Or
different
Irish
people.
Canadian.
It
Oh,
is
is it?
technically two people, but they did have very similar accents. So
Okay, I thought
that was
okay.
intentional. But if it didn't come
Okay.
through that it was two separate people, that's That's because I can't.
It did
do
to
too many
me. I
voices
just
that have
didn't
the same accent.
realize it was intentional. Okay.
Base Canadians.
It's hours and hours and hours and hours later, right? It's a station that has like 20 people on board at maximum, but it's going to be manned
That's
by different
true.
people. So I'm just
Sure.
trying to do
French
slightly
and
different
French
voices.
Canadian.
No, put the guy up. Wake the guy up that we were talking to before.
Yeah, I don't like this guy.
Yeah.
The first guy didn't talk like this, and then
Irish
this guy,
Canadian,
right?
Okay.
And this day here, you don't like this more.
yeah. German
So-
Canadian.
Okay,
All right.
sure.
It's
It's really not important, but that was the message you got.
It's really important. All right, I'll just send a message back that says we'll be there in like
Lunatic.
four some odd days.
Lunatic! I had forgotten that they were space Canadians. That's right. I love you.
Yep.
All right, so
Yeah,
that's the
just tell
message you
them
got.
We'll be there soon, and we got, of course we got data. We'll talk about it when we get there.
All right, well, you begin your journey. It's 5 days. I will say you probably would get a reply at least, like 6 hours later after that. If you're like, okay, well, we're gonna be heading in. So they would probably say something along like,
All right there, then. You just be careful out there. Make sure you don't run over nothing out there, ain't hey?
all right, then that's it.
Keep a lookout for the moose.
So
We've
you,
sent some grizzlies out there.
them space grizzlies, you better be carefully. All right, so
Mhm.
we've got 5 days of whatever you guys want to do. We can skip ahead 5 days, but if we do skip ahead 5 days, there is a thing I have to do. So, either way, so
Roman,
just let me-
I heard you were going to start exercising with us.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I didn't know when I was going to start. But
Maybe first of the month.
Now's
you guys
as
seem,
good as time as any.
it would either I would have to stay up a little bit later and do it with you guys when you wake up and do it, or change my entire lifestyle, and that's probably not happening. So
I mean, it's pretty late, honestly. By the time we start working out, it can be as late as like 7 a.m. So you should be up for hours before that, right?
I mean, still. Usually I'm sleeping at that time. Like it's like
Okay.
if I push it, I can like make that the end of my night. I'll try next week, huh? We'll start next week.
Okay, yeah. That
I
sounds
like
good.
that
We'll
idea.
try to start next week.
That sounds like a good plan. Yeah. I'm a little weirded out by the fact that they didn't know anything about this time distortion. I think maybe we should record every bit of data we can about it to hand off to them. I don't know if
Yeah.
if they didn't know about it, I wonder like it could have unseen effects. Who knows how long this has been going on? And you can't register it from inside the distortion, apparently. So
Yeah, it's pretty
Well,
weird.
So to be clear, he said, we've had ships moving in and out of the system and nobody's ever reported anything. So he's talking about people from outside, people from inside, everywhere. He's just saying you're the first ship that's ever said anything about
Seems like we're
now I'm
special.
really worried.
Yeah, you can.
Can I go check on the artifact?
Which one?
Maybe we're the main characters of this story.
I'm gonna go check the one, the floaty ball.
All right.
Yeah, it's right out in crew comments.
Where do we put the
Check the floaty
control
ball.
mechanism?
It's technically inside of that one, but you can
Oh, that's
extract
right.
it.
So you asked me which
Yeah.
one, so if I were to extract it, I could
I want to
I'm
know
just
if you're
gonna
taking it apart.
Makes me wonder if I should now.
Oh
Um,
gosh.
I'm just gonna look first. We'll go through the scientific method.
It's doing the floating thing like it normally does there. I'll say this, I'm not gonna make you roll because you call out specifically that you're going to look at it, and we established earlier in the session, the robots have been keeping the place clean. You look at it, and it looks like it's just doing the normal, it's slowly floating there in that space, right? The same way it always does when you're not in jump drive. You get closer to it, though, And like I said, I'm not gonna make you roll to notice this. It isn't just floating there the same way it always does. It is, in that it's moving up and down very, very slightly, but it's actually spinning at several different angles. So it's not just spinning in one perfect direction. It's over kilter like this. And it's doing that at such speed that the very slight variations in the surface of the perfect orb are almost impossible to discern. So it's spinning extremely fast right now. It looks as though it might be spinning like not enough to, there's no sound or anything like that. You don't feel like wind coming off of it, but it's such a perfect spherical surface as it spins here that you wouldn't have even noticed it had you not looked at it. When you get closer to it, you can see not only is it spinning extremely quickly, but it's also just very, very slightly, and it's something that you probably would have never noticed until you had gotten like right up on it, looked at it. It's very, very slightly, almost easily, most described as like translucent. You can slightly see through it. Not invisible like it is when it's in jump space, but just a shadow of it there, sort of. It's just like very, very... As the light catches it and you move further away, it's brighter. You can't really tell, but as you get really, really, really close, you can kind of be like, yeah, I can see the table moving. Like, I can see the table very slightly through it.
Has it always done this? It's spinning around really, really fast. Is it normal for this thing?
I don't think
What?
so.
What's going on now?
Like, all eyes on deck, I guess. I don't know what this means for us.
So Solomon will walk in there too then, as you're saying all eyes on deck, I guess.
Hey.
No, we're gonna run into something in space.
Oh shit, the Space Canadians warned me about
I look
it.
at the captain, look at everybody. Like, who's flying the plane?
Who's flying this thing?
Yeah, Solomon asked.
Yeah, he steps in there with a milkshake.
Who's flying this thing? He comes from the other door though, where the milkshakes are. Yeah, this thing seems to. Look, you can almost see through it now too.
I'm laughing at pencil there. A Russian man with a Pikachu beanie. That's fucking neat.
That's fucking neat. Suka blade. You think
Is there
that we
really
should
in
be
here?
Yeah, should we
Or
be
is she
nervous?
asleep?
She went to sleep.
I thought she might be asleep.
Of course she did.
Just now went to sleep, or so we
About
have, like,
hours ago.
Okay, so not
Because
full
it's been
22
6 hours since he sent the message away and she did her work.
Yeah.
She was lounging around because it was her off time before sleeping. So
This is weird.
Do we try to deactivate it? Is there any lights on it? Anything other than it being translucent? Okay. I'm kind of scared to touch it. Can I, like...
Dixon, touch it with your robot hand.
Yeah, try to stop it.
Well, and I just do it without hesitation.
Okay. Roll 2d6, please.
You try to stop it, or you just touch it?
I'm not like, I'm not trying to impose my will on it, just touching it, but not like too timidly. Cause I'm a man. Because I'm a man.
I step back.
All right, Dixon. You see very briefly in your head a course diagram, not one that you would associate with like jump drives, not one you would associate with M drive usage. It almost doesn't make sense. It's like a map inside of a map is the best way to put it. You just don't have context for what you're seeing, but part of it involves like a grid-like structure You see several times, and you get this sensation of what's the best way to put this? I mean, with a roll like that, and you have that many effects. I guess you would understand a level of intent. You feel an intention. What you don't feel is an intelligence. You don't feel a sentience. You feel a direction.
A design.
A design. And that design is extremely simple. It's extremely simple. It's literally the shortest distance between any 2 points is kind of the general mathematical concept that flashes into your mind. And it feels incomplete. And with an effect like that, you don't feel any pain or anything like that at all as your hand perfectly places on the surface of this orb, and it does not stop spinning. But with your intent, as you go in to touch it, it reacts to you and you're able to pick it up and perfectly carry it however you want. It just stays in your hand, though it's continually spinning. You feel no friction from the spin whatsoever. It's almost as though you're holding a solid, unmoving orb. It's like an orb is spinning within the orb, almost, right? Like if you were holding a glass ball that had a metal ball inside of it that was spinning or something. And it just sits there in your hand. When you're holding it, though, and you're seeing these images in your head, it becomes much more noticeably translucent. So you can kind of be like, oh shit, okay, I can definitely see through this. It's about the size of a cantaloupe, as I said. So yeah, it's in your hand. You feel an intent, and you feel a like I said, a kind of a mathematical clarity of the shortest path between 2 points.
But just that concept comes to mind, not 2 specific points.
Not 2 specific points.
Just
It's almost as though 2 specific points are intentionally being tried to be mapped in your head, but it's incomplete. It just like stops and it just goes,
like
nope, no, it's the concept. This is what's
It's like
happening.
a formula for, calculating
Understanding
the
2
distance
connections
between 2 points, minimized to.
But without data to actually fill in entirely.
But is it showing like? Does it feel like it's different than, a rudimentary understanding of?
I mean, you get a +3 effect, so I would say you're not a navigator yourself. You're not you don't have the astrogation skills, so it may seem odd, but specifically what you just did was connect to its control device, right? So you see the images in your mind and understand a psychic intent, because as we know, a lot of these devices are controlled in that way. So what you're seeing is something trying to get closer to another part of itself, or a compatible unit or something like that. It's trying to collapse the distance between them.
And this is the same basic. Am I reminded of the same interface that I've interacted with before?
Yes, it's very similar to when you were
map.
on the Taurus Rex and you were getting some of the weird anomalies that were happening there between things.
I just mean in general, because that's when we got the interface, and I tried to access it at least.
Right.
At least
The
once or
images that you
twice.
see in your mind seem 100% like those types of things. And when I say that, you're not just like going into a vision where you're like, oh, it's like, no, literally, it's in front of you. You're just holding it and you're like, no, I just see this in front of me now.
Captain, guys.
What happened?
Somebody
Look
wake
at
up.
sticking to his hand. How are you doing that?
Some things have changed.
Hold it upside down. Does it still stick?
Changed?
I
Like a
see
Dairy
things
Queen
now.
Blizzard?
What do you see?
This ain't no milkshake, son. Something's happened to the
No,
orb.
it's a blizzard. Okay.
Not sponsored.
All right.
There's
I'll go,
more going on here than crushed up cookies.
I'll go.
I mean,
Go
we
with
could get
let's
some
stay really,
cookies.
It's like maps within maps. It's
You're actually
something to do with
seeing
something
the
to do with
interface.
something to do, yeah, the interface
Like, we knew it
has
was a
opened up
key.
some.
We knew it was part of a map that was missing pieces, but
It's
you're
not.
actually
It's a map,
seeing-
but it's not. It's like a map within a map.
it's
And
never done that
It's an
before.
al. It's an no. This is new. This is all new. It's obviously being in the system has woken it up somehow.
There's something here that it's interacting with for certain.
I get the, and it wants to close the distance. I reckon it's. I feel. It's hard.
I
to
would say about
explain.
that time. I would say about that time, Solomon would come over comms.
Hey, Captain. Yeah, I don't know how to say this. Welcome to Tick Tick.
Wait, you just set course
We're
for
there
that.
already?
Yeah, that's what I'm a bit confused by
It's the orb.
too.
And
we
that's where we're gonna
traveled-
go on break. We'll be right back.
Meteor.
after
Oh, you
break.
son of a bitch!
You son of a bitch!
I spiked the orb and shattered it into a billion pieces.
All right, we'll be right back, guys. break is over. You sit here now in orbit of Tick Tick. Well, just entering orbit. Solomon on comms with you over the intercom.
Yeah, I'm putting her into stable orbit. Looks like we're getting hailed by the orbital. You might want to come up here and talk at him, Captain.
Alright, I'm on my way.
Okay.
We'll bring the orb with us. Let's see. We'll show Sterulia.
Sterulia is sleeping?
Yes.
At the moment.
We'll
We
leave
need
the
to
orb
wake her
here for
up.
now, I guess. We need it? I'm scared to move it. Is it still stuck to your hand, Dixon?
Well, yeah, I'm still stuck to his hand. I figured he could just bring it. It's part of him now.
Yeah, just keep it with you, I guess. Better to keep close tabs on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna know more soon whether we like it or not. And I don't like it.
I could have
Oh,
told
we're
you
actually
that.
here. Okay, that's weird.
Do you step into the bridge with Solomon?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm really interested to find out what the hell's going on, so I definitely go.
Whoops. That was weird. What just happened? Why did it go to that screen for a second?
Actually, on my way to the bridge, I'm gonna like
Weird.
knock on Cerulea's door and like wake her up.
Oh, okay. Let's play that out.
In fully protective gear.
Eh.
So I don't get too close.
Sterulia, the door is chiming to your stateroom.
Hmm?
What do you do?
No, you got me way too close to the door.
Probably wouldn't even hear the first few.
Yeah, I kind of figured I'd have to ring or beat on the door a bit.
So like 10 minutes of ringing go by. Sterulia. I mean, it's up to you how
We're
you wanna wake
here. You slept for a week. Come on out.
Just quick, change all the clocks on the ship.
So you make that joke, but are you looking at the time indicators?
Yes.
The appropriate amount of time to cover that distance has passed.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, you literally have been asleep for a week, Cerulia. Oh, fuck. That's so weird.
I'm very confused. Did
Okay.
we get abducted?
I just imagine him being like, "You slept for a week." He looks at his watch. He's like, "Oh shit, you've actually been asleep for a week."
Wait, what? Yeah.
What?
That's really good. What the fuck? Okay.
Oh, look, when I touched it, there was some sense. It was like an algorithm, you know, or it was like
We're still being hailed, Captain.
the closest point between two, the closest way to get to between 2 points. It just sort of came at me, you know. I reckon the orb brought us here. I got tired of waiting.
How the hell did it do that? It skipped time and space. Distance.
Hey,
little
the
distance.
orb, this orb doesn't belong to me, man. If you want to touch it, that's all on you.
Nah, you touch away with your metal hands.
You a math man now?
Math man.
I'm
Saw
into
the
organic
math?
life forms.
That's
That thing
crazy.
doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I couldn't wake up Sterulia. I think she's out.
So then it hasn't been a week.
It's so weird, right? Because like
We're
It's
sure
one thing if we
Sterulia's-
blinked and
Call-
time went by, but
Right.
Sterulia had been sleeping for a week.
There's no way that she would sleep.
There's no
past
way.
her normal time.
I mean,
20
time
hours.
just skipped. We just left time and came back in or something. Get that
I'm gonna answer this call.
calls. Yeah, answer the call.
All right, I'm gonna
No,
answer the
what
call.
if it's the
It's
bad
been
guy?
it's been ringing for a week. We ought to answer it.
What if it's time?
It's time.
Maybe it's calling for its bill.
I'm here, and we just get a week older.
Oh no.
No, wait.
Oh, wait, that's not that bad.
Oh
I
yeah.
feel so wait. No, okay.
I
never mind.
feel oddly the same.
Yeah.
Little gassy. Ooh, I lost weight. All right, so are you you're answering now?
Yes.
Okay.
The vagabond.
This is Orbital 8. Hey, how's it going out there?
Great. We had a good
Yes.
trip.
You guys ready to dock?
We are ready to dock.
All right, well, my compatriots over here have told me that you said something about spatial solutions.
Yep.
Well, we never seen nothing like that. But hey, man, I just want to point out that we've been calling you for 17 hours. So, is that part of your problem, or maybe your sensors, or I don't know. Hey, man, it's just kind
I
of
know
weird.
I
We,
didn't pick up for a minute, but definitely went 17 hours.
well, everything seems okay now. Just if you want to head on in the dock, you go right ahead, but try not to do anything weird. We don't.
All right,
listen,
well,
You
listen.
tell him that.
Ask them if they've been tracking our ship.
Have you been tracking our ship this whole time? Did
Where did we
anything
Oh
look
yeah,
out of...
hold on. I can get maybe somebody with a little bit more. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Like-
I don't like this guy.
Like 5 or 6 minutes go by, and coming back, you hear multiple voices at the same time on the comms. Not like it's the same person talking and you're hearing it multiple times, but like 3 individual people all kind of like fighting over the microphone to talk, basically.
They like me.
Hey there, no. Yeah, we've been calling for a while there. It's been about 17 hours according to my friend here. So usually that would be call for alarm, and we might have been preparing, a little bit of a boarding party just to make sure that you hadn't died or nothing over there. But now you're calling us here, and we're just all a little bit concerned, is all. But if you want to dock, just let me know, like if everything's all right. You know what I'm saying? So like if you're in any danger right now, I know you might not be able to answer that question, but you can let us know when you're disembarking from the ship, and we'll have eyes on you. And if there's anyone listening in there, we'll be watching.
Yeah, no, we're good. I promise that. We're no distress. Just a little bit of time wonkiness, but no distress.
I mean,
We'll be
your friend
docked
was
there in a-
mentioning something about tracking you.
Yeah, we were wondering if you noticed anything odd when you were kind of tracking us into the. I understand we didn't answer for
That was pretty
apparently
odd. That was pretty odd.
17 hours, but the
Other-
ship
other than
seemed
that,
okay. Nothing was
we
odd
were-
about how we came. Okay.
You were moving towards us the whole time.
Okay. Well then we'll be
They
What are we
weren't pointing
docking?
lasers at you
Just
or
a
nothing,
minute.
so we didn't get too much information.
Oh.
But according to
Yeah, I
all
wouldn't expect that.
visual records, you were on approach.
Speed was normal, or path was
Okay.
normal?
It looks pretty normal. It's a bit odd that your ship is so blue, I guess. But if that's your thing, then that's your thing.
Blue?
Hey, you got a bright blue ship. Is that one of those hollows where you can change the colors?
It's
no,
illuminated?
Sir.
No, it
Are
doesn't
we-
look
we're
illuminated now
below-
or nothing. It's just
Can I flip on some outside sensors?
Oh, when we were moving,
Or
it was
video games?
illuminated. Oh.
no, it wasn't illuminated or nothing. It's just it was blue before, and now it's white.
Okay.
No, it's not supposed to do that.
I mean, I can show you your records.
And it'll just send
I would
over the
love that.
data packet, and you can pull it up, and the ship looks blue when it was traveling there. Now that it's like basically stopped nearby, it looks white.
Does it look at all transparent?
I mean, you can't really tell from just the long-range telescopes looking at you, but it doesn't seem transparent.
Yeah, that sure is blue there, isn't it? Huh.
Well, oh wait, I'm on the wrong thing.
Well, if you want to get on board, we don't have a lot here. But if you're looking to go down to meet anyone, you said you were looking for experts. We can have a live
Yeah, well-
conversation. Is there anyone in particular you're looking for, or are you you're reporting to them
actually,
about these time experiments you're doing or whatever?
Well, it's possible she could answer some questions for us. Dr. Jane Bledsoe is her name, is who we're going to come.
I can't
have
say
a
I know who
conversation
she
with.
is, but if she's one of the doctors around these parts, one of them researchers, so probably in one of the dig sites. You said she was Dr. Jane Bledsoe.
Yes, sir.
All our researchers are registered here, so I should be able to look her up if you just give me a moment.
Perfect, thank you.
Bledsoe. Oh yeah, she's at one of the new dig sites down south. There aren't many paths to get down there. You'd have to be quite careful if you're using. You got your own air rafts, or you want to use one of ours? We'll lend you one, but if you do any damages,
have one.
we'll have to. Oh, that's good. That's good news
Good.
because, to be honest with you, the ones we have here aren't in the best shape, so it's probably for the best. They're also not sealed or nothing, so you'd need pretty strong masks. And I wanted to mention that to you. If you are heading down there, we got a couple of rules. One, of course, if you're going to be surviving out there, you need to get yourself a mask or some kind of breathing apparatus. And if you want to do any traveling, you need to stay on the paths that we set, such that you avoid any of the large tick-tick settlements. It's just for their safety, we don't want to disturb them and such. We're trying to get this planet set for interdiction anyway, so one thing it's important to note, that tick-tick down there, they do migrate quite a bit on their own. We can't quite track all their patterns, and they live in these big familial groups and tribes and such, and do a lot of moving around, so you're bound to cross over some's path and see some. It's not uncommon. As far as I'm aware, they're even quite interested in some of the researchers down there that go to these dig sites and sometimes even live near them just out of curiosity and such. But one of our rules here, Scout Services has established, is that we don't seek them out and we don't disturb their main settlements. So the paths that we afforded you here, which I can just give you in a data packet,
And another one appears.
you'll see we'll lay out where the larger settlements are, so you can avoid them. But as I said before, it's not always so simple.
And so you see the data there. It's like
Okay,
showing
yeah.
it's showing you basically paths on the planet. That you're like, look, if you go this way, you probably won't run into these big settlements, but like, try not to go off too far here because we know that they like migrate between this area a whole bunch and stuff. But you're bound to like see some anyway. It also basically is like, look, you have to fly kind of low, but also kind of high, right? Because they don't want you to fly too low, but they also don't want you to fly too high because of how the tick-tick move. which they don't really go into too much detail, but it involves climbing up these spires to some degree. And you do see that they have wings, so they probably fly at some point or glide or something. And so because of that, and they move in these big herds of gliding people and stuff like that, you don't want to fly too low, but you need to fly up high enough to kind of avoid them and be out of their reach and stuff. And try to keep yourself hidden and stuff to not be disturbed, or not to disturb them. So that's basically the layout you get. Pretty much your acres.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll be docking here momentarily, and I
If
guess
you
we'll
want, you
see
can down to
later.
if you want to land down in the since you have your own air raft. If you want to land down at the down part, which I'm gonna be honest with you is really just a landing deck. There's nothing down there. You feel free to. There's nothing to attach to or nothing, but it's you're free to land and take your own air raft from there if you want, or you can do it from up here. Either way, she's right down there.
Yeah, actually, well, shit. I forgot to talk to Steruya about trading that they mentioned earlier. Or not trading, but that they needed stuff. Yeah, we'll pull into the, we'll dock up here, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right then.
Right.
I'm also not
kind of
100% sure if
hear them bickering
have,
a little
like-
bit as the mic cuts off.
I have a breathing thing, but I'm not sure if everybody does, so we might need to get one from them or something, just in case.
I do have one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I got one. I wonder
Okay.
if they're like really thirsty for human contact that's not people they've been talking to this whole time. They seem to be arguing over who's going to be talking on the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these Canadians are super nice. Makes me sick. They don't. Frankly, this dude seemed clueless, and I think we need to keep our eye on the ball here. No pun intended, as I glance in the stupid fucking
Nice. Nice.
Hold your hand upside down. Does it stick to it?
Sigh a little bit and try. I'll try to flip it upside down. Like I'll just try to like.
I'm going to flip on the intercom and see if I can call Steruya up to the bridge. Steruya, come up to the bridge, please. See if she woke up and stuff since I knocked on the door.
What are you trying to do exactly? Are you just trying to like hold it here and like see what happens?
I'm just basically gonna start tilting it and see what happens.
It's unaffected by any gravitational force as far as you can tell.
Interesting. So if I
feel no
if I
weight.
remove my hand, it just does it stick?
Are you trying to not be touching it?
I'm not mentally, but just like back my hand away.
I
Physically.
mean, it just sticks to your hand.
It does. Okay. I'll just shrug from it. It seems to be here for now. I can try to think to it, but I don't want to do that until we know what our goal is, I guess.
True.
He just drops.
Steruya will nakedly
Game
stumble
over.
into the doorway, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yes, Captain?
Hey, sleepy puss.
Hey, you've been
Whoa,
sleeping for
buddy.
an entire week.
That's an offensive term with Onslaught.
Yeah. So we had some stuff happen.
We have a
The
little
captain
village.
said he was going to dock your pay this week since you
Since you
sort of
went to
derelict to
Yeah,
duty.
you slept an
Just
entire
slept it
week. You're not getting paid.
Oh, just kidding. We all teleported here.
Which sounds weirder.
She probably like sleepily grabbed for like where comm device is normally, but it's not there because she's not wearing anything. She's just like
Listen, the orb's still a changing. See, does this make any sense to you? And I will try to describe as best I can, like the whole algorithm, whatever I saw related to the shortest distance between 2 points.
Oh yeah, Solomon, take us to the high port. We're gonna dock. I forgot to tell.
All right, Cam. Yeah, it'll take us probably just about 10 minutes or so. Looks like they don't have anything queued up, and they're already ready with the umbilical, so just gotta put her in place.
Perfect.
Sorry, Dixon, were you talking to me about the stuff?
Yeah, sorry. So I'll explain the best I can what I see related to this, what it's trying to tell me about time travel or space travel or lines.
So it's not
between
trying to
2
tell
points.
you anything specific as much as it is like regurgitating a concept that's way above your head that you understand the intent behind, but not even close to the context for.
Okay.
So as you start to describe structures, both mathematical and logical and stuff, some of it will make sense to you, Sterulia, as pertaining to jump drive theory, the jump theory, but it's entirely different. It's almost as though what he is describing a level below jump space. So if jump space is one step removed, dimensionally speaking, from where you are now, we're talking about one step dimensionally removed from jump space.
So more complex.
Which barely
than
makes
jump
sense to
drive.
you.
A step further.
Right. Yeah, he said step below, and that would depend on your point of view.
Well,
it's like, does that make
I
any
had-
sense?
a little bit. I had a hunch that
Like a bubble within a bubble.
the orb was getting playful.
Yeah, it's woken
But,
up
I-
somehow.
I couldn't really gather any data for proof.
I mean, before it was all about not enough information, blah blah blah. But now it's like it has something it was missing. I don't think any of us are surprised that there's something that has to do with being here in this system.
That's a good thing.
But
Maybe
at
there's
that same moment, all of us lost subjective consciousness. Just all of a sudden we were there.
Maybe there's another orb on planet.
Yeah, I think so, and I think this orb was in a awful hurry to go get it.
We'll get it. She'll turn and go back to her room.
In the middle of this conversation, you feel the ship lurch very, very, very gently, and there's the telltale sound of an umbilical connecting to the outer hull. This sound, which may or may not gone through.
Well, you want to give these guys some Astro Burger before we head down? That's why I pulled up here. Figured they might want something. They were talking about
shit.
basic and rations.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Please don't give them any of the purple basic, please.
Oh no, absolutely not. Yeah.
All right.
Fully
Just
agree.
making sure. His special stash.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll whip up some basic, some basic cheeseburger meals and chicken sandwich meals and stuff like that. I got a data disk with all the entertainment and news from the other system. I figured they might want.
But they
That
look
might be a bargaining chip, I guess. Might be pretty
Yeah.
valuable here. Maybe we can. I don't know. See what you can get. I'll go whip up some burgers. I do that. I make super simple burgers. I'm probably gonna make a couple hundred.
Yep, see like a big catering kind of
Yeah.
layout for them. All right,
Mm-hmm. Just burgers, and then I'll bring condiments and shit.
right on. Just like whatever their basic is, like the Astro Burger single.
Mm-hmm.
It's like lettuce, tomato, mayo, or something like that. Something
Yeah.
super basic.
Super simple. They're staple, and they'll be hot and fresh, and so they'll be like, "What the fuck?"
All right. Some Astro sauce on it or whatever is probably their staple.
Mhm.
Some kind of like, it's probably like an aioli or something.
Space aioli.
Yeah, Astro Burgers isn't super fancy, so it's probably not like a crazy aioli. It's probably like, some kind of pepper sauce aioli or something to make it a little kick. But
Like,
Splash of sriracha.
yeah, sriracha and mayo,
mayonnaise and
basically.
sriracha,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
A little
Wait,
bit of
oh,
pickle
man.
juice fucks you up.
Yeah. All right. So, 2 all beef patties, special sauce on a sesame seed bun. That's right, ladies.
That's right.
So yeah, you begin the auto chef making a couple of hundred number ones on your little
Like
menu on your
3D
Astro Burger
printing
menu.
bunch of
Yeah.
burgers.
I mean, it's literally making them like a robot does, right? So it's like
It's
the
really
smell-
good at that.
The smell of burgers being cooked is permeating the place, right? You're in Astro Burgers. You have a full actual auto chef from the Astro Burgers with all the recipes and everything connected in your galley now. So it's literally just whatever it smells like in an Astro Burgers. That's what this smells like. Which is, largely Roman's thing. So I think you're probably more equipped to even answer that than me. But given how much how much time you spent in them.
Right.
But yeah, so the smell of burgers fills the air as you lay out a bunch of catering bags full of Astro Burgers. It doesn't take you very long to do it because you have the auto chef and it's doing all the work. You're just stacking them and putting them in bags, basically. It probably even does that. You're just taking the bags and setting them to the side. So, other than making burgers and preparing a data, you said it was data wafer, right? With all of the most recent entertainment and stuff that you had acquired.
Entertainment and news, all the
And
Saurian
news, okay.
sports.
Okay, cool. So after prepping all that, you're docked or whatever. You'll hear Solomon. All right, get
Oh,
we're docked.
Sorry to. I'm sorry. I also put in my database into the of all the
Okay.
conspiracy shit. I had that in there too.
Okay. So yeah.
All right, thanks, Solomon.
All right. I mean,
So,
the umbilical's connected. I'm not so sure what they're doing or nothing, but it's pressurized and everything. They look like they're eager to get underway.
all right, Roman, you wanna go with me? I mean, Dixon, if the ball's attached to you, maybe we shouldn't walk you up in there all nonchalantly.
I guess we all want to go to the down point. I guess this is how we do
Yes.
it. Oh, but we're taking our car, so that's here.
Yeah, we'll take our car down there. I just was gonna take these guys some Astro Burgers.
Yeah, me and you can run that out real quick if you'd like.
A little friendly gesture.
Right.
We'll be right back, guys. Solomon, actually, if we're docked here, if you want to go look at the air car for us and make sure that everything's good, pump all the tires, the hover tires.
Here's the thing. No, I don't want to do all that. Second, driving might be a little more interesting since I can't use one of my hands. Hold up the oar. But we can probably use the autopilot.
So
Okay,
you talking to Solomon or Dixon?
I was talking to Solomon.
Oh, sorry.
To clean it, but
Oh yeah, Captain. I think it's already prepped from last time. It's not like they need to be
We
fueled
prepped?
up or nothing.
Alright.
They're just charged off of the ship here.
Out of curiosity, can you fly that thing?
I didn't spend a lot of time on them. I mean, I could probably get by. It's not one of my skills or nothing, if you know what I mean. It's not. He doesn't have the grav, grav driver or whatever. He has small craft and spaceship.
Okay.
He also has pilot in general and stuff, so he can still technically do it. It also has autopilot too, right? It has an expert system on board.
And it only
Yeah,
only
yeah, I
holds
was
4
just-
people, right?
It only holds 4 people. That's correct.
Thinking it was 5 safe for some reason. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that's all good. We'll just we'll trust in the autopilot. All right. Roman, let's go take these burgers and
Right.
we'll be back in a few minutes. We'll head down to the low port and go see.
All right, Captain. Well, I'll just wait here.
Sounds good. Roman and I will go.
Okay, so Roman and Ryder, are you the only ones going?
I would think so. Stereo went back to her room.
Yeah, I assume Seirui wasn't going. I'm just asking if Dixon was.
Onto the station? No, better chill here with the orb.
Chill with the orb.
Gotcha.
Play some basketball or whatever.
Play some basketball.
Dunk
That's
is
not a
the
bad
orb.
idea. Yeah.
By the time you're like, hey, you ready to go, Steyrui's probably dressed in her armor, sniper rifle on her shoulder, like, yeah, I'm ready.
Wait. Are you
To
guys
get
going
on
to
the
the
station?
station first, or the? We're not going to the planet
Yeah.
yet. They're just going to the station.
Yeah, we're just gonna
but then
trade.
Yeah.
then we're going to the.
Yeah. So do that.
Oh.
You do that.
Station. Okay.
We were just gonna
You probably
go
don't need all that, right?
give them some burgers, see if they wanted any entertainment. Oh, that sounds weird, but you know what I mean.
I'll be here when you need me.
All right, we'll be back in just a few moments.
We're gonna go entertain the boys on that station for a little bit.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Roman and I will head to the docking collar.
Oh, Fancy Grounds is being
Burgers in
crazy for
hand.
me. All right, so yeah, you approach the docking umbilical. All you have to do is cycle the airlock, and you can pass through. It is pressurized. It reads as pressurized on the other side of the umbilical. It's just like any other one you've used before. Nothing surprising there. Wow, Fancy Grounds, you just went insane for a second. Holy shit. Okay, well, anyway. So yeah, you approach the airlock and cycle it, I assume?
Yes.
Oh, I found a bug in Fancy Grounds. Okay. What else is new, I guess?
We did it. Fix fantasy grounds.
There we go. Alright, I've dealt with it. The issue is taken care of on my side for now. Temporarily. So, you step through the airlock into the umbilical, cycling it all the way through. Roman and Ryder. On the other side of the umbilical, you have to walk through. It's kind of a spongy sort of feel to it as it's a flexible umbilical. Pretty common on like frontier stations and stuff. Very, very uncommon on pretty much anywhere civilized at all. It's usually used as sort of a temporary setup for when they're building a place, not when they're like they have a permanent base setup. But it's not like it's dangerous or anything. It's just flimsier than you might, be used to, like less of a rigid structure, etc. And passing across it, it's only about, I guess that'd be about 7 meters that you walk across until you pass into another airlock, or you walk up to it and cycle it, stepping into the station itself. On the other side, there is a gentleman wearing a gray suit. He looks to be about 45 years old, somewhere in that range. He has long hair down to his shoulders. When I say gray suit, I mean like gray overalls, right? Like a mechanic would wear. There's 3 pockets here, one here, and then like one up here, like a breast pocket. And in the 2 like belly pockets, there are tall tools of some kind that you can't quite make out what they are, placed in there. They look to be like spanners, that kind of thing. Kind of old looking ones, but they look like that they are roughly the equivalent of the same kind of equipment you're seeing here on the station, kind of all around you, which by the way is clean, like very, very, very clean and well maintained, but obviously made of like materials that are generally used for hasty construction, kind of temporary looking in form. There are even like in some places, like some of the walls of the interior hull, not the exterior hull, but the interior hull, which Dixon knows a thing or two about being in between those two, is actually made of a flexible material. So it's like basically, basically imagine having a exterior hard shell, but with like a tent inside to make the interior hull. But it's still fixed, and like I said, it's very clean. Everything is well maintained. There's a raised, gridded walkway of metal. It just looks like basically like a grid of metal that you can see down below and to the interior hull beneath your feet. It's only raised up about that far from it. And as you step onto it, immediately you feel, if you're wearing mag boots, it automatically attract to them. There's kind of a clunking sound as you do, and very briefly stepping into the airlock, the grav plating kicks in, but you can notice the mag rails and stuff are still activated to help pull you down. It takes you a few meters of walking before those wear off, basically. It seems like that's just like always on, and they don't really have a means of kind of turning that off, but it helps you the transition between places where there's gravity and there isn't. So that's active there. The gentleman in the overalls, as I said, they're solid gray. Scout Services emblem just on one shoulder, just right here. You can see there's a mark down the side of the collar, kind of like you might see like pips in Star Trek, but it's just a single bar that goes down, and it doesn't correlate to any kind of rank or any structure that you're familiar with in Scout Services. In fact, it doesn't even necessarily look familiar at all unless you guys are from the Solomani Rim, which you're not. But it just sits here. You might recognize it as being Solomani. It's not like a rank insignia or anything, but Scout Services has detached people on service and stuff all the time, so it's not weird. Then he's the only person in there with you. It's a small chamber, about, I guess that would be 7 meters by 8.5, 7 meters by 9 meters or so. And then on one side, another opening, this time a circular hatch that doesn't look like it has any pressurizing like mechanisms. It's not an airlock or anything to head further into it. The exterior of the station was basically a donut with 3 prongs on it, on the sides. So that's kind of what you're seeing here is the interior of one of the prongs, and then the other door heading off into the donut. And he looks up at you guys. It's been a while since we had many visitors here, so it's nice to have a few. Are you you're all right with all this time stuff you're talking about?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey,
He
yeah.
just nods.
You must be the tool man.
Or I guess we're kind of all the tool men around here because of the on account of having to fix everything all the time.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of construction has been happening all over the place, but it looks really clean in here.
Well, thank you.
You guys must be really bored, huh?
There's not a lot else to do up here, honestly. We're trying to get this place interdicted, you understand? So, like, if there's no real cause to have like a large orbital structure up here if we're just gonna plant protection satellites in orbit and cut her off. So we stopped building the station a while back and just been maintaining it, trying to get her interdicted.
It makes
But-
sense. It's
so
so
we have
hard not to
a bit
talk
of a
like
skeleton
that right
crew. Got a bit
It's
of
like
a
messing me
skeleton
up.
crew here. Yeah, that'll happen. Got a bit of a skeleton crew here, I guess, for a station of this size, but it's like I said, it's not complete, so it doesn't matter too much.
Well, we brought some stuff for you.
Oh, do you
As you
smell
said
that
in your
actually?
original
That's our
message.
wafting.
You
Wait a minute there. Is that Astro
needed
Burgers?
some
That is.
stuff.
I thought you might recognize that.
Is it on the bag? Let's say Astro Burgers. Where'd you get that? There it smells
Yeah, we're
fresh.
not going to worry too much about it. They're fresh as hell. I'll tell you
They're
that
very
much.
fresh.
Oh. All
Where
right, it's
is
been a while since I
everybody?
had it.
How can they be
Yeah.
fresh? The nearest Ashen Burgers system away.
Don't quit. We told you we were having some time dilation shit. This is
Yeah.
one of them.
We
We just
came
left
there
Astro
for
All
Jordan.
Burgers.
right, then.
We
What
just
do we
left the drive-through.
We got a pretty small crew up here. We got 4 of us that man the ship, and we got most of the rest of us up here is just operating as well. Why don't you meet him? And then
Sounds good.
he'll just lead you through
I brought enough for everyone.
the hatch, which
Well, we
opens
only
as
got
an
a couple of
iris,
hundred, so
an iris valve.
I mean one.
And
Hope y'all aren't
inside
too
the
hungry.
inside the station, as I said, it leads into a donut. All along it, there are people kind of walking. There's little compartments off to the side. You can see a few people. As I said, the station looks like it could hold maybe 20 people. But as he's walking through, he explains, "Oh, you get a few staterooms here on the side where we've been staying, but and the doors are like opening, and people were coming out and following. But never really got our full complement, so there's only 8 of us here total. We got enough to operate the 2 scout vessels we got, but that's about it. So we've been maintaining it. It's been a bit boring having the same 7 people to talk to, so it's quite nice
Only
to see
7?
someone.
There's 8 of you here?
wow.
Well, 7 besides myself."
There's
And
only
then-
8 of you here?
He nods. Oh, on the station, that is. Yep.
How long have you
There's-
been here?
There's research teams down below, so we was assigned here on the original. And he kind of like scratches his chin. I think that was 4.5 years now.
Wow.
Huh.
You must have
Somewhere
some
about
sort
that.
of like form of government by now. Jesus.
1101. We're all detached scout services, so it's just how we run things, you know.
It makes sense.
Never really been a lot of problems aboard station other than just getting bored and, you know, a couple was foremen and such, but they were already crews on 2 ships, so it's not that different anyway.
I'm looking around at everyone else.
We got research teams that come through here every now and then looking to dig some things up down below, so they pass on through. Other than that, it's pretty lonely up here. We're looking to rotate out if we get the planet interdicted. There shouldn't be anybody serving here. All those satellites that the Imperium will bring in is all automatic, so it'll keep those glorious Empire folks out, I imagine.
That's worth something. Well, I'll
Yeah.
tell you what. And I look at all of them. Like, it's your lucky fucking day. What do you have for trade?
I mean, we don't have a lot of trading coming through, but if you'd like a nice bit of cloth, we got some of that. Some of us been picking up on knitting and such, so there's a bit of that. If you're interested, I've got a few nice sweaters, a few
You know what?
nice hats.
I actually have a sweater collection. Believe it
You
or
have a
not.
sweater collection.
Well, it's just one sweater, but I'll add another one to it. Make
Right,
it a
I
you
collection.
collected it.
If you give me a good meal of Astro Burgers there, I'll give you. Well, shit, I don't even know. I've been doing a bit of crocheting myself, but everybody does a bit of stitch work on station. It's necessary to keep your clothes patched up around here. You don't have too many materials coming through, so.
I'll take a look at your work. Also, do you guys get a paycheck?
I mean, we're paid as scout services on detached service, so usually we do. We have to usually either get that in on another scout ship, which comes in on relief. We usually get relief about every 6 months or so and come back in.
Oh, so you just don't really have a lot of things to spend your credits on, do you?
Well, not so much, no.
Well,
Not that the scout services pays too much. I mean, it's alright pay for where we're at. We don't have to pay for our living accommodations, and we don't have to pay for the food we get on board here. Nor do we have to pay for the basic or nothing. Normally, we all get a budget for that. It's afforded by scout services, so it's got its perks.
well, let's just talk about that budget then. We'll replace that with our basic that we brought you, along with all these cheeseburgers.
I could probably afford to buy about, if you're interested, that is, if you got 10,000 credits worth of basic. Don't really matter which flavors it is as long as it's basic. Just need the nutritional value more than anything.
Oh yeah, we got you, I think. I don't want to speak.
I don't know
for
if
the
you do, you have to
captain
ask Steroya.
Yeah.
That question.
We might. We'll figure it out.
I could buy you
But,
about 10,000 credits worth of that, and I'd be happy to trade you as many sweaters for burgers as you want.
Alright, how about let me get 8 sweaters, and you can have all these burgers. How about that?
Are you? You can throw in a couple of hats too.
Oh, even better.
Ooh.
I'd
Or a
like to
couple
sell
like
that.
knit hats.
Also here, take the wafer.
He'll look at that and just kind of scratch his head. It's got movies and such on it. What's this?
Oh, it's a lot. You're going to like it.
All right, then I'll take it.
I got a little bit of news on there from the universe, I guess, from the last place we were at, last system we were in. And I got some Saurian sports on there, some combat sports that'll be fun to gamble on.
A few people following along with you, kind of just curious. You hear some of them speaking up. Sorry, sports. What's all this about? Then like getting in there.
Oh, you're
like,
going to fucking
looking at
love
and they start having.
It's a little
conversation.
confusing at first. I'll tell you about the time I actually
Makes
competed in a Saurian Olympic Games. It won us many great prizes.
They'll nod. They lead you to what is basically a dining room attached to a kitchen. By that point, all 8 people on board the station are there with you in the dining room and have begun somehow there are sweaters that have appeared, and there's even like a pile of books, and for some reason one of the guys is there and he's like showing you these pieces of paper that have signatures on them, and you can't for the life of you figure out why he's excited by it, but he's showing you these signatures. And then there's another guy who walks by who just kind of briefly looks over his shoulder at the group but keeps to the side, but always stays kind of like watching and sort of like wallflowering away, but not like necessarily like a seedy like way, but he definitely sort of is avoiding being like too close to anybody. But at any point when the burgers start coming out, everybody piles in and grabs burgers and begins eating them, and the conversation happens for probably the better part of as long as you want to stay there, because they just keep talking and talking and talking about all of the running of the station, really simple stuff, the last like books they read, the last vids they watched, stuff like that, music that they've listened to, but it's all kind of like stuff where you're like, I've heard of that like years ago, that was like popular a few years back, but it's all like kind of kitschy and quaint in a way, and by the end of that whole display, you've got like a pile of sweaters, and if you have the basic for the exchange, they'll pay you 10,000 credits.
Yeah, I was gonna go back to the ship, kind of like while we were eating. It'd be like, let me go see about that basic real quick, and I'm just kind of go tell Cyria, hey, if These guys want to buy some basic. If we got 10,000 credits worth of basic, we could sell them.
Well, we have 10 tons of common consumables. So, but they're usually like 5 to 800 a ton is what I sell them usually. So,
Give him a ton.
Give them.
I mean, we could sell all 10.
Sure. Okay.
Mark it up a little bit. It's government money.
You wanna come onto the station with me and do it, or do you want me to go make the deal?
I'll go with you.
Sounds great. Let's go.
Can
Take
I
off the
ask also?
armor and leave the weapons.
Am I crazy, or did we get sweaters in this game from somebody else, or
You
was
did.
that? Okay,
We did.
That was this one. Okay, so I do.
That
have
was
those.
that was in the volcano art.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Volcano. Yeah.
I was like, was that fucking Sojourn? I was like, cool.
All right. Well, let's go see if they want to do this trade, and we'll eat some more burgers. Haven't had enough.
All right. So I will say this. You don't have to handle that in character. You can just exchange the money. So 10,000 credits for an equivalent amount of basic if you have it. If you're only selling the 10 tons of stuff, if that's all you have, then that would be the regular. It would be at regular price. So let's see here. So what's the base price on them? On the
500.
500. So yeah, that's 20%. Value. 20% value. More. 120% total. 120% base value, or whatever, is what you can sell them for here.
Sure, I'll sell all 10 tons. I assume
So what is
each
that?
has some basic in it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. There's no like. It doesn't get that specific with the
Right.
with the freight stuff when you're exchanging freight for like normal items. So because we have never said these basic consumables are X or Y or whatever they are, then we can just say it's all basic if you want. It doesn't matter. It's one of the most commonly traded things around as basic consumable. So
Yeah, either way, that's 6,000 credits worth.
okay. So yeah, then they'll do the deal for 6,000 credits worth of basic. All the burgers are consumed by everybody. It's almost like a little mini pop-up party happens, and by the end of it, you guys are like walking out the airlock, and like all 8 of them are at the airlock, kind of like waving through the little porthole out at the closing end. But that's about it. They don't have
Great
like
meeting
anything
all of
special on
you.
board.
See you guys.
Yeah, thanks for the sweaters.
Right, there
This
was
will be great.
if you notice there's quite a bit of good stitch work around the colors and these, and you guys point out like his work and stuff, and it does look like these guys are pretty skilled. If you remember, they were also very skilled on the other planet where people did a lot of that, but there they had a very specific style, and if you also remember, it was a place where people wore kilts, so like kilts and sweaters were pretty much the fashion there. Looking at these sweaters, they would kill there. Like people would love these there. They probably couldn't make much money for them because both places are poor, but they would definitely love these sweaters. You
Yeah,
pass
shame they're only
through,
20 some odd parsecs away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it might be difficult
Well,
to get a 20 parsec spanning sweater empire going. That's true, lunatic. That's exactly it. In both places, honestly. But with that, you pass through the airlock, back across the umbilical, and into the Vagabond.
Well, that was fun. Glad we did that.
Quite enjoyable.
Yes. We got some sweaters and hats.
Sweaters and hats. Come on, guys. We gotta get this done.
Aircraft flyer thing capable of going through atmosphere?
Yeah, sure.
Yep, we don't have to
Back
undock.
up.
We can just fly down.
Okay. I will wait there for you then.
Okay. I'll go round everybody up.
She'll go get her armor and weapon ready.
All right.
All right, guys. We're ready to go on down.
I'm gonna go take. I'm gonna give everyone a sweater that I got, and then I'm gonna go and put a sweater each on Steve, Kyle, and Martin.
Okay.
The 3 domestic bots.
Mm-hmm. Over their
Nice.
big, like, rectangular frames, like, oddly stretched out over them. The weird arms. Oh, they're Christmassy now. And they're driving by.
Nice.
Now it just seems like they need pants. They're all wearing shirts and no pants now.
That's how we all do it in the future. What do you mean?
Yeah. What do you mean? Isn't that how you walk around? All right. So, yeah. If you guys want to get in your air raft, you can. It's up to you. Solomon
Yeah.
will,
Time
you
to
know,
go.
you're docked, so he's not doing anything. So he'll, you know, walk over to you guys as you're going towards it. And be like, I guess I'll just stay on board, Captain, and you know, you can call if you need me, I guess.
Yep. That sounds good.
All
We'll
right.
keep you
Well,
updated.
not much for me to do here, so I'm just gonna walk around naked a whole bunch.
Perfect. Take off the shirt since we all don't have pants on anyway. The future's
yeah,
great.
He'll head up to the to his stateroom, basically, that he's been living in up top. He's like the only person that lives on the top floor now, so he's got the whole top floor to himself.
Oh, right. That's funny.
Which is crazy. He probably does just walk around naked up there all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. When you come up for the galley or whatever, he rushes into his stateroom. I was just getting a sandwich. rushes into his stateroom.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, let's get in the air raft and go down.
Let's go planet side.
Cool.
Solomon sounds like me in the middle of the night going to the bathroom. Skirting roommates. I guess you think I need my grenade launcher?
I don't know if we know what to expect down there.
Or the Tik hostile?
All the data you have basically says no, but
Okay.
the law here is
Lunatic
kind of
says
weird
yes.
because there's nobody to really enforce the law here except for the scout service people with their 2 ships. But they're basically like, hey, don't go off this course, don't disturb the tick or whatever. But they're also not like checking you to be like, are they wearing armor and guns and stuff? So it's just kind of a weird, more nebulous situation than most places.
I'm going to put
right?
on my armor and I'm going to put my grenade launcher in the trunk along with
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, bring it.
grenades.
Might as well bring it. Yeah. Never know what Jane's gonna do.
Right. Alright, grenade launcher loaded into the trunk with some grenades. Ready to go.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. Well,
Roman's got a ceramic carapace on, but it's like he's had to adjust it since the last time he was wearing
how are we
It's
gonna
shrinking.
do this,
It's
Dixon?
weird. This time dilation's affecting everything. Oh yeah, who's driving? Oh no, Dixon can drive this. So
You got a free hand.
I mean, can I not drive with this? I'm assuming I can't drive.
Have you tried putting it down?
No. I'm taking it.
He doesn't
We're
want
doing
to.
this thing.
Put it in a pillowcase.
I mean, it's
We're
pretty
gonna go
simple. If you're not trying to do like maneuvers or something complicated, it's like driving a car in terms of how complicated it is to pilot. So you can definitely do it with one arm or whatever. It also does have autopilot.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I would just be like. I figured I would
if you want to type
be
in
in
the
the driver's
thing or
seat.
whatever and be like pulling a Tesla autopilot and be like, hey, take me.
I'll be in the
there.
passenger seat. I can work the autopilot. Let's put the captain in the chair just in case.
All right. I'll get in the driver's seat or flyer's seat.
I might hang back. Here, you guys.
He starts taking his grenade launcher out of the back.
Oh my god. That's what kills us.
We gotta get psycho
Fucking
and
munitions
I need a
in the
light
trunk.
bulb. There's like so little light on you that it's making you like disappear a whole bunch because the camera
Yeah,
doesn't
I've
know
been
you.
kind of fighting with the blurriness.
Yeah.
It's funny. Alright, I guess we're loaded up. You ready for this, Ryder? Finally gonna get some answers,
ready.
maybe.
We have a few burgers left over we can take down to Jane. All right, perfect. Take some burgers to Jane and her crew too.
They were for me, but I guess I don't really need them.
You can always go grab some more.
You know.
So
your
for the
pocket burgers.
to be clear,
Pocket
this
burgers,
this
yeah.
planet's cold.
Yes.
Not insanely like
sweaters.
frigid or anything like that. No, it's very dry.
Their vegetation?
Yeah. There's,
I'm
there's,
just gonna. I
there's,
mean, I have extra
there's
core weather
forests and
clothing if anybody
rivers
needs
and
it.
wildlife
Yeah,
and
forests.
stuff. Yeah.
I was imagining more tropical than cold.
It's not
but
it's
if
not tropical at all. No.
It's dry.
It's extremely dry.
As you're freezing to death, keep that tropical mindset. You'll be fine.
It's very nice.
As I said, there's no oceans on the whole planet, just rivers.
It's
right?
rivers.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like sometimes rivers get a little bit big, and it's like that's almost like a big lake kind of thing. And yeah, well, is it sorta? And the topography is so weird because of the giant spires that shoot up into the sky and stuff.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, I'm ready.
I'm bringing a radio transceiver with us, and the other one is on the ship.
Everyone have your breathing mask?
Perfect.
It's only 5 kilometers though. So.
5 kilometers. Okay.
My
let me get
lungs
to-
aren't as sensitive as yours, but yes,
Oh, cool.
I have it.
Nice. Just in case.
Rude.
All right.
Fury.
Well,
The atmosphere is quite thin as part of it, so you need the mask just because there's not as much air.
On Asseltine, the actual planet, that atmosphere is toxic to humans, but not toxic to.
Yeah, that's
Right.
cool.
This is exactly. This isn't toxic. This is like
Just super
there's not
thin
enough
and,
air.
like
Yeah.
tainted with something or other.
Well, I'll pull out of the ship and tell Dixon to set the autopilot.
I will set it.
We immediately crash.
Bombing run on her position. Full yield.
Sweet.
All right.
A full yield? You mean TPK? Suicide bombs. Bam. From orbit. That'd be brutal.
I'm just checking the distances. Okay. So, based off of the rules that they set, they want you to maintain a speed below 150 kilometers per hour. And they wanted you to follow these paths that they go around certain settlements and stuff of Tick Tick, so it's not like a straight shot to where you have the knowledge of the place to be. So it isn't a long journey, but it's still a ways. So you're looking at a journey of, I'm just trying to see from this point, 600 kilometers.
Imagine Steruya will be asleep the entire time.
600 kilometers is like nothing for a spaceship, but for an air raft, it's like a little bit of
Distance,
right? Yeah. 100, at 150 kilometers per hour, it's going to take you a few hours to get 600 kilometers.
As soon as we pass any Tick Ticks, I'm just gonna take the radio and just throw it out the window towards them. Useless thing.
The orb flies off your hand.
Now they have it.
So one thing that you notice as you begin to descend into Tick Tick and you're looking at this data that comes up on your screens and stuff is Tick Tick has a pretty fast rotational period. The day-night cycle is not very long, right? It's day lasts about 6.7 hours and night lasts about 6.7 hours on this planet. So there's this sort of feeling of, wow, this is really weird, like all these giant spires and stuff. There are a few what you might call great spires that stretch up kilometers into the upper atmosphere, but other than that, there's lots of lesser spires that are still extremely tall, and they're just these calcified spires that shoot up into the sky that looks very odd as you get closer and closer, because it transitions from this like fuzzy ball to being like, these are big, that one's like insanely big, that's like a space elevator almost, and then like you get down towards the smaller ones and they're like, these are insanely massive, like the taller than a lot of our mountains on Earth are, right? The atmosphere extremely thin up here, because the atmosphere even at the bottom is still quite thin, and descending into it to the required altitude for the journey, you see these spires fly by at great speeds, but because of their mass, how big they are, it's not like you're dodging through them, right? You're like, oh wow, look at that one go by. It's not that crazy, like terrifying like it seemed like at first, but what you do see, and what is maybe the most striking about the whole thing, is the color of the planet itself is this, in the sunlight, very amber in color. It's not the light that's doing it, it's the surface, it's the color of the dirt, the clay, the rock that remains here is very reddish, and as the light hits it, it reflects and kind of creates this amber hue, and all these tree analogs stretch up very high in some places, 2-3 times the height that we might expect a tree on Earth to grow. Perhaps because of the lower gravity, perhaps because it's just a different species. It's hard to say without, getting in there and making some rolls. But they strike you as being very beautiful and alien, and also fitting in with the landscape. Everything here is very vertical. As you pass lower, a very thin layer of mist that on this planet would pass for a complex weather system blows across the air raft as you move through it. Little dots of moisture accumulate across the windows. You can hear the change as you pass through it. I mean, it's like you're flying an airplane, right, more than anything, because you're in atmosphere. And so the little bits of mist become drops and then evaporate away as you head through them. There are a number of times where below you spot wildlife, herds of strange beasts moving through the forests, and strange monkey-like creatures that from a distance seem quite small, but you realize they're probably the size of a like about a gorilla on Earth when you get kind of close enough to some of them to see, and they seem extremely terrified of any of the sounds that hear. So like when the sound of your vehicle passing by disturbs them, you can see they kind of scatter out different directions, and in some cases climb up the spires, and look back, kind of disappear into these little caves that appear out all over the karst topography of this planet. The journey continues on for hours like this, and then, for the first time in the bright sun of what would be middle day on this planet, you see your first tick-tick. It's not one, it's about 300. At first, what you think is a cloud in the distance, because of how it darkens the horizon beneath it, is actually a gliding mass of about 300 tick-tick that you see have leapt from one of these large spires and are migrating across the plains beneath them. And they're a moment, because you're far enough away to like avoid them in any way. They can't fly up this high and stuff, but there is a moment where you can see some of their forms pointing up towards you with their regular bipedal arms. They don't seem to pay you any mind other than that, and continue on flying in their mass as you pass by, flying much faster than they are, of course. The journey continues like this for several more hours. You see no more large groups of tick-tick, though you do see a few others moving in different directions now that you know what to look for, jumping from spire to spire, gliding down, a few of them in groups with spears, likely hunting parties. If this was the path to avoid them, what would the other paths have been like? How many are here? Journey continues for the better part of another hour. But before too long, at last, you arrive at the coordinates provided to you as the dig site. It takes you a minute to spot anything below, because you're still up in the air quite a ways. But as you lower down and begin to look around, you can see there's a clearing in the forest and a number of humans walking back and forth in these perfectly dug out rows with rope, literal rope, strung between them, and actual lasers, like not like a laser, but like a laser pointer laser, being illuminated by different types of foils and things that you see at different angles, setting up a grid pattern. Bunches of people digging. Next to it, what could best be described as a tiny village of huts and tents with tick-tick standing and milling around, walking up to the humans in some cases and standing very close and watching. Some of the humans below kind of point at your vehicle as you come in for a landing. As you pass by the nearby spire, the closest spire to you, you can see several tick-tick come out of almost seemingly nowhere as your vehicle very slowly, because you're kind of trying to land now, goes by the spire. They're seeming to almost come out of nowhere, and then you spot there are several caves here on the base, just above ground level, a little ways up. You would have to climb up the spire a little bit to get to, that are just almost entirely hidden from sight. And it seems like all of them have some tick-tick in them, but none of them are particularly huge. But there's one that you see several come out of at once as they approach the grav vehicle as it's landing, the air raft, I should say. Where exactly do you want to land here amidst the dig site? You have the main dig site. You have set up what looks like almost like a long tent, several other tents. There look to be like maybe as many as 40 or 50 people running around down there or more. And there are like tons of tick-tick, like 100, 150 tick-tick running around.
Their main is there a natural landing pad anywhere, like landing area? That
No, there's not. There
no
are
other craft.
There is no natural landing pad. There are other air rafts up there if you want to land next to them or something like that.
Yeah, we'll just land near those, I guess.
Okay.
They're pretty much too far away.
They're pretty much just parked right in the open, about 100 or so meters away from kind of where the main tents are set up, but on the opposite side of that like village, so as to kind of be as far away from the village as possible, but still be part of the dig site. So it's a bit of a walk across like some of the land to get there, but not too much. About a football field's distance. The dig site's quite big, to be clear. It's like grid set up across like a pretty big area, right? We're talking like multiple football fields or soccer pitches or whatever.
Is there somewhere open closer to like the actual tents and the people?
I mean, there's nothing parked right there, but there are like there's equipment and stuff sitting around. You could definitely park it there. There's room.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Okay. So you land. There's nothing to roll. Well, if it's just doing the autopilot, and there's nothing special about landing here.
I'm gonna
It's not
glance at the
turbulent or
orb. Is it doing anything? Reacting at all?
anything. So, is your intent to see if it's reacting at all? Okay. Yes, it is absolutely reacting. It's almost entirely invisible now in your hand. In fact, you have to kind of really stare to even see it, but you can still tell it's there. And
this thing's like a basketball size, right?
Cantaloupe.
Cantaloupe. Okay. So a little smaller. All right.
It's palmable. Like not with.
Well,
it's like
depending on who
palmable
you
without-
are, you can palm
sure,
a basketball.
For a man's
Yeah,
man.
It's palmable without much difficulty for like an average human hand, I would say, of an adult.
Where did... Oh, it is there. Well, it's definitely more translucent than it was before.
Which is usually a thing you only see in jump drive or jump space.
It's like maybe it's getting. I'm assuming it's fading the closer we get to its mate.
That sounds counterintuitive. How are we supposed to know where its mate is if they're both invisible?
Well, I guess we just follow this until it disappears.
Brilliant. You see how big this place is?
Did you bring any burgers, man? Your mood's taking a real dip here. Take a hit from that milkshake, bro.
I left the milkshakes back on the
Come
ship.
on.
It would melt.
And I'll hop out.
You
So,
don't
all right.
understand milk
As you're
science.
hopping out, a gentleman and it probably looks like maybe in his 50s or so, who has long gray hair that's tied back neatly, and a full beard about the size of my beard, but it's fully gray, and a what could best be described as obvious archaeologist clothing, like shovels and just like all the accoutrements that you might expect, as well as a hat, like a full brim hat, who it might be made out of like a faux leather or whatever. He kind of waves at you as you're approaching. As you're approaching, there's also a female human with him, a little bit younger. She looks like she might be in her late 30s or so, and she's also. They both look like they've been digging a lot. There's a number of people here, quite a lot of obvious fucking professional research people here. Like these are not like, hey, we're just gonna dig. It's just like, oh yeah, look at these people. They know what they're doing. They're using like crazy tools and measuring things and stuff. But on approach, one of them waves. The gentleman waves and says, "Hey there, you're looking to help with digging, or what's going on? Bledsoe send you?"
We
Not
need
exactly.
to talk. Are you? Is Bledsoe not here? You must
Oh,
be
no,
Dr.
no,
Jones.
She's not here at the moment. No.
Where the fuck is she?
Yeah, she's well, right now, Dr. Bloodstone, she was checking out some readings we got a little bit further away, but she's on. We just talked to her on comms not that long ago. She's on her way back. Shouldn't take more than
Alright.
a day or two journey on her way back.
Day or two.
A day or two. Okay.
Yeah, it was trek into the forest here. There's some readings that they wanted to check out. I don't know. They were a bit cagey about it, honestly. But yeah. She sent you to get some work done here because we could use some more hands. That's for sure. I mean, the first one we found like it was left there for us. It wasn't even a foot deep. But we haven't found a damn thing since. We keep getting readings though.
Has anything changed with the first one?
You talking about an orb?
He just kind of looks at you like in utter confusion. No, not an orb. No.
Sorry, we're just getting up to speed.
Sorry,
The
who are
first
you?
What you found? The first what? Oh, Detective Matthews. Dixon Matthews.
Oh,
The captain, Ryder Young.
So you're looking for Dr. Bloodstone?
Indeed.
Well,
Yeah, we was hoping to talk to her.
okay. So she didn't send you though. You.
No, we don't. That's right. We just came to
we sought her
seek out her expertise.
Well, like I said, she'll be here in a couple days. I suppose if you want to do some digging, you can always help out. Of course,
Yeah, we
if you
got
don't,
that part.
if
Oh,
you
would
don't,
that be okay? Oh,
it'd be
okay.
all right. Yeah, that'd be all right if you wanna help out around here. Because I'm being honest.
I don't know. What's in this
We
soil?
appreciate
You're
that,
like-
sir. We appreciate
you're
that. Yeah,
covered in it.
what is it you found exactly?
The dirt, it's just dirt. He picks up some of the dirt and like
Red.
holds it up. Oh yeah, there's a high iron oxide count. That's for
Alright.
certain. There's tons of that in the soil here. It's quite a mystery actually, because we've never found an iron deposit on the whole planet. But I mean, look at this.
So not to get too off topic actually, but that's curious because
It is.
I'm
isn't it?
I'm under the understanding that the main belief is that the spires are a result of erosion taking away something. Could it have been iron deposits?
Calcification and erosion would certainly be part of what's happening. Yes.
Could there have been massive iron deposits at one point?
Oh, we've got no indication of that. That
Other than the red soil?
Other than the red soil, we've got no indication of that. Certainly, the amount of iron content is high on Tick Tick just because of the soil, and it's almost as though it were distributed evenly, as opposed to in pockets. It's quite strange. If you think about it, the average core of a planet, there's actually quite a bit of iron, but as far as we can tell, Tick Tick has a pretty shallow or hollow core, given the
Is it molten?
well, we do have some magnetic activity. Tick Tick does have a magnetosphere, though it is fairly weak compared to a lot of habitable planets. Its size seems to have made up for that, and the shrouding afforded to us by the spires seems to make it a bit safer, more conducive to life as well. It is a mystery, isn't it? That's why we're here.
What exactly did you find here?
Oh, well, if you're with Bloodstone, I suppose it's all right. It's
We're colleagues.
He'll nod, and the female that was with him steps up. A second. Hi, I'm getting to her character sheet. One second. And his.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Roman.
One sec. Give me a second. Just pull up her character sheet.
I was giving you a second. I was filling the air. Woman, I find all this quite fascinating. We have many questions. Maybe,
What's your names, brother?
the other guy doesn't have a name. Don't talk to him.
He's just the dig
Yeah.
master.
He does. He's like, let me
Big
get to
man.
that character sheet real quick.
His nickname
Alright.
Shut Up and Grab a Shovel.
Shut up and grab a shovel.
He wants us to find it.
My name is Dr. Tobias, and this is Dr. Clavis. And she'll step up. It's nice to meet you. If you are colleagues of of Dr. Bloodstone, and you are indeed friends of us here. You were interested in what we had found previously. This is a dig site for ancient artifacts. I would assume if you are colleagues of Bloodstone, you are some expert or perhaps experts in procurement. She kind of looks you up and down for a moment, but doesn't take too long. She's known to deal with travelers and such. I imagine that's what we have here. If you'd like to see what we found, by all means, if you're willing to help, we can take a step here. We're getting ready to end the dig for the day here soon. People have been working
Already?
since early morning, but well, we have a few more hours to go. You understand? But the daylight here, we only get 6.5 hours or so of daylight, so we prefer not to dig at night, and it makes for a challenge. But if you'd like to see the artifact, come this way, and she'll.
Oh, we'd love that. Yes, ma'am.
She'll head on off, and then Dr. Tobias will turn to you and say, "Well, if you're colleagues of Bloodstones and you're colleagues of mine, you guys don't happen to be, you know." He kind of looks over you, Roman. Are those burgers?
Oh, we brought parting or welcome gifts.
Totally
Start
forgot. Yeah.
Pulling out some burgers. Well, they're still warm, actually.
I'll just kind of nod. Oh, it's a few hours ago you made them. That's all right.
Warm from his pocket.
Yeah.
But yeah, without hesitation, they'll definitely take them and eat them and just lead you towards the main tents. I don't know, mouthful what
I
I
saved
probably
some for
explain
Jane,
anything.
too.
Okay. Well, she's 2 days away, so keep that in mind.
It's okay. They don't go bad. It's Astro Burgers.
It's Astro Burgers.
Always good.
It'll just be
Bacteria
cold.
doesn't even touch it.
Mm-hmm.
Basically plastic.
Okay.
Hey, have you
So-
guys experienced anything strange over the past couple days, or noticed anything weird with,
Give me like what?
like, have the
I mean,
days?
now that you
Any-
mention it,
Any
there
spatial
have
or
been a
temporal
couple.
phenomenon?
You ever get one of those and he finishes his pipe? You ever get one of those feelings? Like you're being watched.
Oh,
You
it's
turn around,
definitely-
and there's nothing there. Yeah.
Yeah, last time that
Wouldn't it-
happened, it was a stealth-powered ship.
Oh.
Dude,
Don't worry, we smoked them.
is this something recent that you've been feeling, like a new feeling that it's strong, and more than one of you is experiencing this?
Well, a couple of us have kind of mentioned it by the campfires at night and such when we're having a few beers after digging, so maybe it's nothing to worry about. But
I am a practiced physician. Would you mind if I took a look at a couple of you?
well, you'll have to ask them individually. It's not a military unit, but it's sure it's fine with me.
Excellent. I would
You
like to-
could maybe. I mean, the only other weird thing I can think of is some of the researchers have claimed they've heard noises out in the forests that well, they just don't sound like what you'd expect, voices and things, but it can't be, honestly. I mean, anyway, so if you're looking to see these artifacts, let's get in here. And it opens the tent up, and it's like a big
Please.
research tent. It's like a 8-foot high ceiling kind of endeavor. Big. It's almost like a building, but it's a tent. Like, you step inside. Dr. Claves kind of takes over, beginning leading the way. So, the last finding that we've had, well, it's interesting. We had tips, you see, that this was a hot spot, a new one that had opened up here on Tick Tick. Bloodstone had acquired these tips, though the way she spoke about them, they weren't through her normal channels. That was a bit odd. But we came to the spot, and within days found this. And she pulls up what looks to be a checkerboard almost. Except they're not different colored spaces. They're just a grid. It's 7 by 7 or 7 by 6. Yeah, 7 by 6. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I did it right. Okay, it's a 7 by 6 grid, and on it are these little miniature marbles. Let's call them. They look like that. It is attached, half sunken in, so like half spheres on top of the spaces, and they make this pattern.
The semi-spheres don't have any resemblance to the orb, I take it.
They just look like spheres. They're different colors. Each of them is a different color from the other. Not all unique colors, but there are different colors. I can't draw in color, unfortunately. The top two are blue. The far left top one is yellow. The one directly next to that is also blue. There's the two down there, blue, like next to that one. They're all either blue, purple. There's one black one, and there's 3 yellow ones.
Yeah,
and Dixon,
I know what's this. It's a code to Mega Man.
and Dixon, something about this feels very familiar.
Am I having orbish thoughts?
No, it just feels familiar, like you've seen it before or something
familiar,
like that.
But I don't know. But if
I'm
thinking,
it might be
is it
from the
orb
orb
map. It's the orb.
But it feels familiar. When you look at it there, and she has it kind of under this light she has turned on, and is like tilting it at different angles and stuff, showing it to you. She says, "Yes, it's quite the puzzle. We've seen ones like this before. They've been found in other locations. Usually they are without these, though, or there aren't quite so many. We've never seen them in the same configuration of these little marbles ever before. So we've never found 2 that were identical, which is interesting in and of itself. We've never had them be particularly interactive, though on record we only have a number at the Institute. We only have a record of 3 of these ever having been found. The last 2 were in Glorious Empire space. Of course, due to political concerns. Oh, indeed. Due to political concerns, we've been unable to pursue any dig sites in Glorious Empire space, so we were quite excited at the find here. It is a bit of a puzzle. We've never seen one quite this active. It's odd, though. When I say a puzzle, I don't just mean that it itself is a puzzle, because of course it is. But what I mean is, well, it was buried a foot deep. And the soil here, it contains this iron oxide that you two had just previously been mentioning. What's odd here is that there are traces of, just doing my work here in the corners, you can see there's this bit of residual something. We scraped it free, and it shows biocarbons that are not present on this planet. It's certainly not old enough to have been there for millennia. Does that mean that it was brought from another planet and buried here? And if it were, how long ago?
It's very logical.
There's so many unanswered questions. Yes.
You have a sample of this biocarbon?
I do, indeed.
I will immediately whip out my PC, my portable one, and I'm going to start cross-analyzing with every piece of weird-ass life form I've ever come across.
Okay, so science biology if you have it.
Got that.
Science biology education. Okay. That is pretty common soil that is let me go to this view real quick. Alright, that works. Sweet. So that's pretty common soil biocarbons that you would see. They are absolutely under no circumstances ancient dead ones or anything fossilized like that. It's definitely regular ass soil. Interestingly, it wouldn't be from this planet. It could be from a bunch of different worlds, though. Anywhere really in the Dust Belt. Because you got +2 effect, though, I will give you that the likelihood of this being from this planet is this soil being from this planet is completely zero. There's no chance at all that the soil here is from this planet, this particular sample. There's other soil on it because it was buried that is 100% from this planet. But this like caked in stuff that was in here, it also seems like that is maybe as old as like 5 years or so.
So there's soil on it that's
Not from this planet.
not from here, and it's 5 years
and
old.
not ancient. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't mean it was buried 5 years ago. It just means that it means that 5 years ago it had some soil from a different planet on it.
Okay.
What
It was
are the
definitely not
tiles
from here.
made out of? Is it like a rock or?
The tiles on the checkerboard.
Yeah.
They have an almost perfectly smooth metallic look to them, and they're like okay, how to explain this? So the gutters between them, right, where you see the lines, those are just a divot that's lowered down in the same metallic surface. So it's all like one perfect metal sheet, just like the orb is. Each of the marbles looks to be like made of a similar material, but its color is different. Yes, it is all quite a mystery. Something about it's very, very familiar to you, though, Dixon.
That. Okay, so how faint? The orb is still visible, right? Just faint.
It's extremely faint. It's like if you're like holding your hand down, people aren't gonna see it unless you're like, look at that, right?
Doctors, what do you make of this? And I'll hold up the orb in as much light as I can get. I'll pull a cold light lantern out if needed and light it up.
I'm looking at the board as he does this.
They'll lean in to it. Clavis in particular, Dr. Tobias will get closer, kind of pull out this like that look to be glasses at first, but he puts them on, and it's almost like he's spinning like a magnifying glass kind of thing to take a better look. What is that? Never seen anything like this. Dr. Clavis, is that an ancient relic of some form?
Yeah, most def.
Well, I suppose that explains why Dr. Bloodstone has brought you here. I can't say that I've seen anything like that. Certainly something I would be interested in studying. I don't have any answers for you.
I mean, Bloodstone
Whatever.
or Blesko?
Bloodstone.
But that's kind of how you
Bloodstone.
Bloodstones. Yeah. Well, it is an artifact. Long story.
BLEDSOE.
We won't worry about all that till at least Dr. Blesso gets here. But it's definitely activated now that we're in this system, and I'm sure it has something to do with your little planetoid
strange.
here. And it may well have to do with this here puzzle. So this is the quote artifact y'all mentioned. This is
the first thing we found.
the
But
main
we found
dig site.
nothing since. Though we kept getting readings. We borrowed a sniffer from the Florian League.
You got a license for that?
I believe we do. Yes.
You got your papers in order, things in order. All right.
Did Blesdo go after something that the sniffer picked up?
We got. Well, no, actually, it didn't. We had strange radio signals nearby in the forest a few days ago. We suspected that they were perhaps a downed vessel of some form. We combed the area with our vehicles, but unfortunately we found nothing. Bledsoe, in the middle of the night, said she had heard something and headed off in that direction. She took a small team with her.
They left on foot?
Of specifics. They left on foot, yes. That's why they will be back within a day or two. It shouldn't take them too long. We've maintained radio communication. She checked in not too long ago.
Well, would you mind reaching out to her, letting her know that a group of travelers is here to pay
Yes,
her,
certainly if...
calling, and we would be happy to go pick her up, I'm sure, right, guys?
I'm sure she would be interested in that, though. Picking her up won't be possible, you see. She's quite near one of the recent Tik-Tik settlements that would be in a no-fly zone. It's one of the reasons we couldn't get close enough in our vehicles. But it shouldn't take her too long to get to us. And as I said, we can get her on the radio if you would like.
Well,
just a moment. I'll get our communications device.
Dixon.
All right, I'm gonna go take a look at that Puzz.
Yeah, does this
Dr. Claves will leave the tent, and Dr. Tobias won't leave. He'll go to the door of the tent basically, and just kind of like watch out for where she's going and stuff. But he's not like, he's got his like back not to you, but like his side to you and his side to her, kind of. And he's just looking over his shoulder at you. This is not what I was expecting, but wow, things are getting pretty interesting around here. And he just kind of like, you see him just standing there looking back and forth.
What's that?
He's talking about your orb thing in your hand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he was like,
interesting.
I thought she was going to get the cops or something.
There are no
I
cops
thought she
here.
was like, well, there's one. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go over to the board now.
Okay.
You described the grid earlier. Can't be a coincidence.
Well, yeah, this whatever this is, it looks familiar, and obviously I ain't never seen it before, so it's got to be that orb.
You want to hold the orb to it, maybe? That other thing like went inside of it. Maybe this will do that too.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna ask the orb. One-eyed Willie, is that you? And I'm gonna concentrate on the orb and try to interface with it, and just basically try.
As soon as you think interface, all of the marbles separate from the board and float very slightly above it. The one that you look at, the very, very first one that you pay attention to, floats 6 inches up off the board, basically. And then above it, hologram, invisible to everybody else, of a star system.
Y'all seeing this?
I don't.
The star system,
We see the marbles float, right?
the star system that you see looks very similar to the one you're currently in. You see the marbles float. You don't see the holograms unless
Yeah,
you're.
we see the marbles. How did you do that?
Yes. Hold on. Give me a minute here. I'll sort of walk closer to that first marble.
I mean, it's not big. The chessboard is like this big.
Oh.
You could pick it up and hold it. It's like a chessboard.
Oh, maybe I will. So I'm gonna look at a different marble.
Okay. As soon as you change your perspective to it, a hologram of that system appears, of a star system.
A star system, but not one I recognize.
Acer
I
system?
mean, you don't.
The one we came from?
So
Yeah,
none of this
star
recognition of star systems is coming from like an orb
My
source. It's
personal.
it's not like the orb is telling you that's that star system. It's like
No,
when you looked at the star system, the first one that's on, you were like, oh yeah, that looks like the one we're in.
Right.
Like it had the right place, things in the right spot. Though it was kind of a little different, but not that different. What you're seeing on this other one is like that's another star system.
Okay.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt here and say like, which one are you looking at? Because I'll tell you what the first one is. How's that? Does that make it easier? The first one you're looking at?
Sure.
All right, let me move this over here so I can see what I'm doing.
Did you? Yeah, we don't have this. We just have it when you share it, right?
My screen never showed the picture correctly. I saw it on the stream.
Yeah, I got a bunch of black stuff, but
yeah, mine was like, I thought that's how it was supposed to be for a second. Like, this is odd.
Really?
Yeah.
There's no lighting or anything on that. Let me turn that off.
Oh,
there it
was.
goes.
Yep.
That
turn,
worked.
turn it off and on.
Okay.
Yeah, turned it off and on again. So.
Yeah, that totally worked. Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna mark it again so you can see.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's the
this
first
is,
one. That's the first one you saw.
We're looking at a map of this area of space, boys.
Are you seeing something that we're not?
Yeah. When I concentrate on one of these, I see like the one right there in the middle is Tick Tick. It's
Fuck out of here.
it's
I'll slap a rider
it's
in the shoulder.
expanding. It's expanding. I can see the system.
That's crazy.
I think, you know. Like there's 4. I think that's Tier to the left, right next to it.
But you look at it, it expands. It does look a lot like Tier.
Oh, it's a map.
It's a map. Now,
Is anything marked? Is there like an X?
I'll start just like scanning them slowly one at a time.
They all
See
pop
anything-
up, different systems. You recognize quite a few of them. It does
Yeah.
seem like you might be right. It might be this local area of space. I guess you have maps of the local area of space you can compare it to, since you have your PC with you there.
Yeah, well,
Something's odd about it. Something's odd about it. Something doesn't quite line up with what you're seeing, but
Would it be water?
Lucidius, Caldos.
The drift?
So the one that's at the top, that is. Does that match like Homestead or Salif?
looking at the map that you have and comparing it to this,
Yeah.
measuring the parsecs and stuff, assuming that they are squares, no. There's 2 planets missing from your map. 2
The
systems.
real world. Yes. So you can see the map here. You can see these 4 are where we're at: Tyr, Tick Tick, Hakarda, and Asus. And then Ace and number 1 and Phoebus. But to the top here, that's not a known system. And then the one up in the upper corner, it's not. Those aren't known systems. You got Aquaval to the south there, or rimward rather. You got Lacidaeus to the spinward. But there's this region on here that's not on the charts.
Well, how can that be possible?
I'm
The
just
2 that
telling
I
you what
underline
see.
are the 2 that line up with what you just said.
So I'm gonna zoom in. I'm gonna zoom in on that first one. So the one
Entire
that's on the
systems
top.
just can't be erased with no evidence that they ever existed.
Maybe they're not. Maybe they're gone. Maybe they're still there, and they're just not on the map.
It expands. Not only does it expand, but there's multiple planets in it that look like they are supporting life, and you see something around one of them. without even thinking, looking at it, it zooms in right to a very simple looking space station in orbit of one of these planets, the third from its sun. A rudimentary station. It looks like something that Earth would have built.
It's Earth.
And it looks like something Earth would have built thousands of years ago. The system itself does not line up to Earth at all. It doesn't look like the Sol system. It does look like a system that may have humans.
How much detail can I see? I mean, it sounds like
It's
quite a bit.
quite a bit.
Does the architecture of the station? It just looks antiquated. Like it doesn't. It looks
like old Earth, but there's no markings to suggest that it is old Earth or anything.
Right.
When you're kind of looking around the system, swiping around and stuff, you also see a marking for a I guess from your perspective, some kind of vehicle that you don't recognize or whatever. It looks like an entryway, exit way kind of thing, like a subway map, sort of like entry point, exit point on a system, which doesn't really make a lot of sense from how jump drives work or whatever, but it's like little vehicle markers, like you can enter here, you can exit here, you can enter here, you can exit here. But none of the positions make sense with like how jump space works or anything. None of it really makes any sense.
There's a strange icon on that world there. It's almost like it's strange. It makes sense. It's like some sort of transit icon.
So when you're thinking this, what are your thoughts? You're like, right here on this thing that I'm trying to kind of show you or whatever. That's what you're thinking as you interact with this and you're saying this? Right. In that case, the hologram becomes visible for everybody.
Whoa, holy shit.
Oh.
Okay. And then Dr. Tobias closes the door and steps over. What in the universe have you done?
Yeah, sorry it took me so long to activate this. We got a little jet lag.
This is new to us too. We're figuring this out with you.
Wow, okay. He just seems confused, kind of, but immediately kind of pulls out what looks to be an actual writing pad and a piece of charcoal, like a charcoal pencil, and starts writing and drawing on it. Immediately, like what he's seen, the way that the thing's raised up, and the actual hologram and everything. We don't know how long this will last. I just want to make sure.
Of course,
Getting
I
this.
start taking pictures too with my, my PC.
It starts taking all these notes. About that time, Dr. Clavis comes back in, and she's got what basically amounts to a laptop in her hand, with a little kind of like a little dish on top, and she walks into the tent. Yeah, I've got Dr. Bledstone on comms if you're interested. She was very interested in what is that, and turns the laptop around, and you see the face of Dr. Jane Bledsoe on the screen, and she just leans in like she's looking at her screen.
Hey Doc, we solved your little puzzle here.
Well,
We
I have to say, this is not expected. This is very strange. I don't know who you are, but I'm very pleased to meet you. I'm a few days away. Perhaps I can answer questions for you. Maybe you can answer questions for me. I'm Dr. Jane Bledsoe. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is very strange circumstances. You were there with my team. And then Tobias is like, well, I thought they were colleagues of yours. I've never met them in my life, but
we're in the same field.
Yeah, we're way past all that now.
Doctor,
we would be happy to come pick you up in the air car if you think we can manage that.
I'm afraid it's I don't want to risk exposure for the tic-tacs, but we will leave immediately. I promise you, we will be there tomorrow.
We have hamburgers.
That's very
All right,
interesting
well,
to hear as well. Though
hopefully there's some mysteries
confusing.
left for you to solve when you get here.
Yes, This
We're
is
doing all your work for you.
and then you see some static appear on the screen.
Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
It seems you see it cuts out.
Well, she's dead. Let's go.
You said she heard.
What's happening? Can you get her back?
Dr. Clavis turns it back around. You can see her typing. It doesn't seem that I can get any signals at all now. Very
That's not a
strange.
good-
Yeah, it
That's
might
not
be
a good omen.
Well, we have other equipment. I'll pull it out of storage and we can see if maybe that will give us a better time. It's almost night though, and we'll stop digging soon, I think.
I'll help
I can't. I'm very surprised by this. This is the circumstances of all of this have somewhat flabbergasted me. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm very pleased by this. It's about that time you look back and there are like 8 or 9, maybe more, tick, all just standing just inside of the door, and they're all just like hands down at their sides, eyes like huge in like bewilderment as they just like, some of them like point at you, specifically you, Dixon, and one of them raises his hands up in the air and shakes them like this, and he kind of almost starts dancing back and forth in a circle, and he starts chirping these loud like whistling chirps.
I hate it.
And then turns to you and just makes more chirps. Chirp, 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 chirp. It's like really high pitch, and turns back to the others and they all chirp. And Tobias looks at them and says, well, I think that they're excited. The Tick language is a rudimentary version of Droid. I could follow a little bit of what they say. They call you the story maker? It's very strange, but they've invited you...
He's been called worse.
He laughs at that. They've invited you to hear their tale, which is pretty normal, honestly. They did that to us the first night here, but they were not so excited about it.
You ever seen them so worked up?
Well, they are very excitable. I've seen them quite worked up just when they've brought back a kill from their hunt, one of these deer-like creatures.
It's fascinating.
They're extremely friendly. I've never had any problems with them.
I guess we ought to hear it then.
Though they may have problems with personal space, and you can see some of them are like standing like an inch away from him, just like staring up. Because they're short, right? They're like 3 feet tall, so they're like... They have no concept of personal space. They like walk right up to you and just kind of stare up at you, and then you're like, you can kind of like usher them away, and they make no qualms about it, step away from you. But then like 2 minutes later, they're right back there just staring.
Gather round, my children. Bow down before your God.
Told you we were going to be gods.
I'm interested to see where you found this.
I'll get this other equipment, and well, certainly I can show you this way.
Yeah, before the sun sets, I would like to see at least.
Sure, come. And so, she'll kind of walk over to it and pick it up, looking at it, examining it, and well, I guess just come this way. I'll show you. And she walks you out to the field. You can see there are quite a few people out there still digging, putting tools away. Some of them still working. Some of them kind of getting ready to put down for the evening or just kind of pause their work. But in general, most people are still working and stuff. A few of them kind of like wave at you and stuff as you pass by, and some of them are like, "What the fuck?" Like, there's definitely looks of just like, "What?" Okay. But they're very, very, very professional. So some of them stop what they're doing and follow you, like in curiosity, but they keep their distance and kind of listen in and go back to their work to continue looking for things. It was found here. We haven't found anything, as you can see, anywhere nearby. We started here. This is the center point of our original dig. We did get sniffer readings here as well, but we found nothing. It's very, very frustrating. About that time, Dixon, you take a couple steps forward and the orb is just completely invisible. You can tell it's there. It's just completely invisible. Not sure what to make of it.
You got readings over here? You tried escalating?
Yes, we still have. Yes, we've done quite
Right
a bit
here?
of it. Right
Is this
here,
where it's
yes.
strongest? And I'll try to
Um,
match the orb with wherever he's pointing as best I can, and I'm gonna think to the orb. Interface.
Okay, as soon as you think interface, another orb rise up out of the soil. Soil
You
spilling.
guys been at this how long? How many years of work?
So hold on,
this?
let me finish. The orb that you see is just
10
soil.
minutes.
It's just soil that comes out. It's just dirt. The dirt begins to fall off, and you see nothing. But you can tell it's there, floating in front of you. Nobody
think
else
that-
has a fucking clue. You just saw dirt come up and fall. And
I think
everybody-
we got another orb here, boys.
It's mating time.
This is
Oh.
absolutely
Orbs
insane.
together.
Whoa.
Not us, the orbs.
And you
Oh,
sa-
I
so
thought you were talking
I'm
about
not
Dr.
done, by
Clavis.
the way. You thought interface, so that's an actual trigger. The orb that you saw and now detect in front of you begins to move closer to the orb in your hand. You can tell it's getting closer because you begin to feel a familiar pressure. The control device from your orb sticks out of it now. It is no longer spinning. You can tell. You can't see it, but it's no longer spinning. And floating just above it, or kind of invisibly tied to a weird position on your hand, is the interface device that sunk into it originally. This little cylinder that comes out. Briefly, all of it becomes visible as the other orb touches the other end of this cylinder, and they begin to flow into one shape. At first representing almost a dumbbell type shape, like an old-timey dumbbell. Two balls with a cylinder between them, and eventually they collapse into one single orb in
Been
your
good ride
hand.
with you, boys.
Into one single orb in your hand. The device, the checkerboard device, now reacting as well. Each of the orbs on it floating lightly. And in your mind, Dixon, you hear a voice. It's not in the Ganglick, but you understand it. It's odd, though, because while you do hear it, you don't think it's at all through your ears, right? You don't think anybody else is hearing this. Because you don't hear it through your ears, like I said, right? It's in your mind. But the truth of the matter is, anybody that you tried to show it to originally in that tent will also hear this.
Interface complete.
Oh Lord.
Spatial mass incongruent. Must pierce through spatial mass in order to complete objective. Spatial mass incongruent. Interface complete.
What's that mean, guys?
What is
What's
your
incongruent?
What is your objective? I will think at the orb.
Travel.
What is your destination?
Destination unplanned. User interface required. You are user.
Yeah, I reckon
Current
so.
spatial folds incongruent.
Oh.
Require folded space to activate.
Y'all hearing it? Y'all getting any of this?
We are hearing it, right?
Yeah, everybody's hearing it.
Yes. Yeah.
That you first showed it to. The other people that you walked out here with, that you've passed by, don't hear anything.
Alright, okay, cool.
But Dr. Clavis and Tobias are both there, just like, what the fuck?
These systems that appeared on the checkerboard that don't appear on our star charts, maybe they are there still.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it's possible.
Yep.
But the orb, I think, is just saying that it just wants to get to. We just need to get to any warp.
We need
These
to jump.
tunnels that you showed us, or these indicators of travel, is that some way to punch through?
It might be, but damn, we can't jump to a system that we don't know if it's even there or not. We'll be stranded.
Wells came from somewhere that didn't exist, supposedly.
Sure, but that's a hell of a risk to take.
Technically, we could bolt on extra fuel tanks.
Just in case? Oh, I like that.
Based on the map, we need to do a double jump, so we need to double our fuel almost.
Yes, we could.
Can we pull that off here, even?
50 tons of fuel externally.
You're not gonna get that kind of gear here, right?
Is this implying... Wait,
You're
spatial...
talking about
think the
L-high
orb
drop
just-
tanks.
I think the orb just wants to go
That's what they're-
anywhere.
required folded space to activate. It's like a subway map. It's telling us the routes.
Yeah, I get that maybe, but I don't know if that's this. I don't know if it's this one and the same. Remember, the
Is
orb
folded
disappears.
space... Right, is that folded space when we are in jump?
Correct.
Oh, look.
Intention received. Mapping.
You just
And
need
then-
us to jump anywhere.
You see laid out before you a very odd looking map that is in 3 dimensions and seems to fold like a multi-sided cube, and sometimes folds come out from the cube that doesn't make any sense, that aren't literally there but then become briefly visible as they pass through, and you realize you're looking at a tesseract. This is a map of jump space.
Your term, jump space, required to activate skip drive.
This is what they called what we've discovered as jump space. They discovered it eons before we ever did. We rediscovered some technology that they discovered. They've been mapping this entire jump space all along. They've had jump routes planned throughout the
I think
entire
I see.
universe.
I think
For how long?
when I accessed when I accessed the orb earlier, it was like a map within a map. I think they do a jump within a jump.
Is that possible?
Theoretically, no, but what do we know?
Obviously not a lot, I guess.
We got to get back to the ship, I guess.
Are we doing this?
Hell yes, we're doing this.
Dixon, make me a recon it, please.
Maybe these Tik-Tik, they said they had something to tell us about their stories. Maybe they have something about the creators of such devices.
Yeah, we can listen.
All right. As you say that, the idea of listening springs into your mind, and you hear a strange sound. It's not coming from nearby. It sounds like it's far away. It's weird. Doesn't quite make sense here. It's echoing around oddly. Oh, I guess that makes sense because of these weird spires and how the terrain sort of is shaped. Your mind thinks, what is that sound? It sounds like, and about that time, coming from the direction that you were pointed out at, that Dr. Bledsoe had headed off into the wilderness, you see 5 Glorious Empire cruisers bearing down, dropships specifically, with warriors jumping out immediately into the field, and they start grabbing left and right all of these researchers. People will start screaming. Dr. Bledsoe herself among them, being held by a large Aslan that you see in front of you. He calls out on a loudspeaker that echoes across the valley here. Tick begin screaming and disappearing, running for the hills, so to speak. You hear the voice.
I'm Perlwa Yetrai, and you are all now slaves of the glorious empire. It is so kind for so many skilled individuals to group up in one spot. Thankfully, you have fallen into our trap, and we will be taking our artifact back, as well as the rest of you for service.
You see Dr. Bledsoe there kind of struggling, gagged, kind of trying to scream out, but not. And you see the loudspeaker goes down. He taps something on the side of his head, starts pointing at different Aslan that start pouring out of this dropship, and the tick around you begin fleeing. You see that they are getting scooped up by the dozens and thrown in these dropships. You see that the scientists, the researchers are being scooped up by the dozens. The entire place is being ransacked. Bolts of energy crash down, destroying your and the other grav cars, all parked there. All of them smoldering ruins, fire reaching up into the sky. Each of these dropships lands. One of the larger ships, not a normal dropship, lands in the middle of them. And you see a number of Aslan move out in different groups and begin bringing some of these tick and researchers and trying to kind of get a count in the chaos of it all, and running yourselves sort of without even realizing you find yourself at the base of a spire, having followed the crowd of tick, looking down, not even realizing you had taken the steps. You're at the mouth of a cave. The Aslan don't seem to see you. There's several of these ships, maybe 4 or 5 Aslan from each, all of them armed. None of them seem to be super well armed. None of them are in battle dress or anything like that. But they are taking your researchers, including Bledsoe, and including the tick. What do you do?
Like, how many? What are the numbers we're talking about?
And
About 12.
also, our air raft was not parked near the other grav cars. Does that make a difference?
No, they intentionally destroyed every single one.
Okay. My fucking
many
grenade
drop-
launcher
how many
was in that goddamn air raft.
How many dropships are there? I mean, just
My grenade launcher.
just because they blew
Oh,
up
you
the
didn't bring
car
it with
doesn't
you?
mean
I did.
it like
It's in the air raft.
doesn't mean it incinerated the, everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's completely vaporized. It's just never gonna fly.
Right, they just put its shells through it. But
You might have you might be able to get your stuff out of it still.
I also want to mention I have
so
a
we're
boon
near
of
a
fate.
cave. There's 12 people.
Oh, did you? I missed that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Let me fix that. What were you saying?
So we're near a
Dixon?
cave. There's 12 Aslan. They all came from like one dropship that just landed. And there's
Technically,
no
it's
other...
four small drop ships that they came out
Okay.
of that have kind of
Okay.
spread out. The guy that was directing them was on the bigger one with a loudspeaker. It's not like these are not big, super advanced ships. They look like they're more like troop transport type things and like slave carriers. Like they intend to load these up with people.
Pickup
The guy,
trucks.
the voice of the Aslan that yells out here sounds incredibly familiar.
God damn it.
Sounds like an Aslan you've heard a voice of before, in a particular space battle, a particular slaver.
Alright, well, I will unsling the Gauss rifle and take aim.
Okay.
Sniper rifle's coming off the shoulder.
All right, so there's 12 Aslan out here, including this Ferlewa guy, right? Who
Bless you.
is dictating. Their Aslan names are complicated. Who's dictating that people move around and who to bring. It seems to like that the initial like screaming craziness and all has kind of settled down, and they're sort of like at this point counting their goods, if that makes sense, seeing what they have gathered. But congratulations, it's all been a skill jacking ring. Don't know if you figured that out until now.
It's been a what?
A skill jacking ring. It's called skill jacking, where it's like a traveler thing. It's like where you specifically try to get slaves of skilled people.
Hate it.
Oh, they
See, I
are the
forgot
ones
my
that buried
quest.
that shit 5 years ago.
Or they buried it. It doesn't necessarily buried it 5 years ago, but
Oh, right.
But yes, they left that there as a trap. What they didn't expect
Okay.
was that they were drawn to an orb with it themselves. The artifacts want to come together, no matter what.
Right. They may or may not know what they had, but
They absolutely had no idea what they had.
They just buried it. let
They just knew
somebody
it was an
find
artifact. Yep.
like,
And they
track
admitted as much. That's what he was yelling
Yes,
about. He's like,
yes,
"Congratulations, you dumb scientist! We tricked you.
Right.
You feel smart.
Right.
Now we're gonna take you and make you do science for the glorious empire." Okay, so now you basically have this situation where you're hidden at the edge of the spire, where the caves that you saw the tick pouring out of earlier, where they kind of basically disappeared out of the woodwork. So you're hidden away. They don't know you're there. And there's 12 Oslon gathering all these people up, including this leader guy.
How far away?
What do you do?
The leader is also dismounted.
All of them are dismounted. All of the ships are
Okay,
landed and emptied, and they're bringing
Okay.
people inside of them. Some of the ships do have turrets on top of them that are like. But
And
other than
people
that,
are in them.
they're bringing people inside of them. Yes,
Like there's a driver.
presumably
is
they
there-
have pilots. Yeah,
Okay.
or are automatically piloted. You don't know. They're doing things still. You didn't see that coming, did you?
The hell are we gonna do?
We got fucked.
Are we killing them?
Can I
we have
take
to.
aim at the leader guy?
Yeah?
I'll definitely pull my laser
Dixon, I
pistol
do have
out.
something. I don't know how effective I'll be with it, but... And I'm gonna pull out the plasma grenade that Dixon gave me.
Okay,
When I never took it out of my inventory, so...
it's fine.
I have a fucking
You said
grenade
you were
on me.
bringing your grenade launcher and stuff. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna this is the last episode of Chronicle. I'm not gonna rag you too hard on the exact stuff you prepared with. You said
I'd
you were
have to go get
bringing
the grenade
weapons and
launcher
armor and
something.
stuff, so.
Yeah. I am wearing
Oh, I
my
I will
definitely
make you do
would.
that. I will make you go to your car to get the
Yeah,
grenade
yeah, I
launcher.
figured that
Whether
much.
it's destroyed or not, you'll have to I'll just roll a d6 and find out when you get there.
I am happy I'm wearing my armor though, and I do have that grenade on me, so I'll pull out that plasma grenade. Dixon?
Okay, so they're pretty separated all these days. We're going fully theater of the mind with this combat here because there's no way to do this on a map, right? This is just too big to do on a map.
Yeah,
'cause
how
you're
far away is the leader dude?
So you're talking about the leader is like 200 meters away from you right now. The other groups are probably as far as 500 meters away from each other across the entirety of that thing. So like a half a kilometer for the whole dig site. So they're as spread out as 500 meters, and you're about 200 meters from the leader. And they're all over. Like I said, there's 12 of them, right? And from these 4 drop ships. So you're taking aim at the leader, you said?
Yep.
Okay, how long are you gonna do that?
Well, I want to be sure I hit him, so
I'll do the same in kind.
Okay.
So how long's the combat turn?
So yeah, to be clear, we're gonna go into combat right now.
Yep.
But I'm not worried about when they go yet, because they don't have initiative. They're surprise rounding.
They don't have 4 heads either. In a second.
About to have no heads.
Yeah. Not even 3.
Yeah.
Man, see.
so yeah, I'll build up 6 consecutive aims.
Yeah, I'm gonna
20
do this, like
aims.
I'm gonna do the same in unison with him.
How far away are we? I missed that.
On your mark,
200 from dude.
200 from him, and like potentially like 500 or more from some of the other groups.
Yeah, so I am useless.
You said Dr. Clavis is also with you. She ran with you, and so did Tobias, and they're both kind of like ducked down at the edge of this cave, like, "Wait, what the fuck do we do? What's going on?" They're scientists, not soldiers, right? Dr. Clavis is like frantically typing on this thing. I can't get Bledsoe on the, and she looks up and sees Bledsoe on the thing, with the leader guy there.
She's with the leader. Okay.
Yeah, he's literally holding her, and she's gagged, and he's like yelling and stuff. They got her team first, right? And they were monitoring communications, and then they cut communications when they were like, they have a thing. So he was like, I'll take my artifact, your new artifact, and all you slaves. Yay, I'm smart, is basically what the guy was doing, right? He was gloating. Let me make sure you can see this. I'll just mark him here so you can actually read it. Otherwise, it'll be really complicated. There you go. Oops. Hold on. I'm just getting their initiatives in first. You guys have a surprise round or whatever? So what do you guys do?
So if so I'm I don't know about everybody else, but I'm gonna try to sync up shots with Steruya and have us both shoot the leader at the same time. You know, it's as close together as possible after fully aiming.
Okay.
I mean, I just have a pistol, so. Is there anybody close that's not the leader?
They're only 200,
They're about 200 away.
so you may want to consider running up to that group. That's your call, but like, 'cause we might need to get control of that vehicle and use its like mounted weapon. There may be some.
There's a mounted weapon on one of them.
All of them have them, yeah. All of them have turrets on top.
With my training, can I recognize that I would be able to use one of those turrets?
I mean, it's the same as a
Yeah,
turret,
heavy
like on a
weapon.
ship. It's the
So
gunner
it's a,
still.
it's a heavy gun, though.
Oh,
right?
it's gunner.
It's
turret
gunner.
Oh,
not
it's
turret.
gunner.
It's
Okay,
a
so
turret. It's not
not
like a
for me.
mounted. It's like an actual gunner, like a turret.
Okay, not for Roman.
Kind of like the turret on like the.
Wing commander.
Well, sure. I was gonna say like the turret that's on the
Vagabond.
the rover in Star Citizen, the Ursa rover.
Oh, okay.
It's like a remote controlled thing. There's like a guy on a computer inside the thing that's controlling it.
Do you think I could creep up to get my grenade launcher without being
You
seen?
can certainly try, to quote Mercer.
Does it appear as though my path is obstructed? Is there
I mean,
people looking?
Aslan are dispersed and pulling, kind of counting their wares. They don't seem to. Let's put it this way: they aren't aiming guns out and looking for things. It doesn't look like they expect trouble of any variety. And mostly what they see in the distance are tick, right, or fleeing or like flying in to be like, what's happening? Oh no! And then they just get captured and taken away, right? Stuff like that.
I can make a break and try and get my grenade launcher. Do you think it's worth it?
How far are we from that? From our remains of our car.
Well, they landed basically at the car. They basically landed at the tent, so 200.
We should.
all
Like,
the
we-
ships landed right there?
No, they're spread
They're
out.
circled around. Yeah, there's.
Right.
They're
So
spread
That's the
out.
only one that's
So
like
what's the
close to
closest
us.
one?
That's
to
the
me?
closest one.
Like,
Is the
200.
that's the
captain,
closest
200.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other ones are like
that's
500
why,
away.
That's why I asked
Right.
before, because I would start running to whatever the closest one there is to me. And that
Okay.
happens to be the one the captain's out, but not just like out running in the wild. So like, you know, like kind of trying to not be sneaky, but just not be seen. So I was thinking if Roman was going to start heading out there, or even actually
you're trying to stay
asked,
out of line
should
of
I
sight
go,
and stuff, right? So,
then I would say let's go.
so you're trying to stay out of line of sight, run along these trees, things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean you can do that. It's still a stealth roll, but yeah, you can do that while you're running.
Stealth.
Yeah, I don't
Wait.
either.
No, it's
If you're not wait,
Well, skill.
you might want to wait for us. I mean, that's up to you guys. Call.
Right, do you want to shoot and then we make a break for it? You could
Yeah.
throw that plasma grenade and distract them while we make a break for my grenade launcher. It's loaded. I mean, I don't really have anything effective inside of it other than, like, those laser smoke grenades.
Oh yeah, what's this one?
That would be really the only thing that it's doing for us. That might be enough. I can wait for the shit to start popping off and then I can run. Try and stay out of.
Yeah, there'll be a
sight.
lot of distraction. We're gonna attract a lot of attention, I reckon. We just need you to. I know you're a little queasy about all this. We just need you to, you know, pull out your med kit if anybody takes a hit. You know. Whatever you think, dog. But we gotta do something soon.
I'm gonna stay right here while you. I'm gonna wait for shit to pop off.
All right,
Feel
are
like
you ready,
I'm gonna get
Ruya?
seen. They're gonna see me if I try now.
I'm ready.
That's what I was saying. They've already aimed, and so when they shoot, I would start
Yes.
running towards the ship.
All right, that's it then. So, do you want to?
OC shoots first.
So you rolled initiative. This is initiative.
This is initiative, but you get a free round because they
Right.
don't know you're there.
All right, Ruya, pop him.
It's good.
Ooh.
Damage is minutes.
Go ahead and roll. Oh, look at all those. Oh, you got 3 6s, boy. You both shot at the same time, so you can go ahead and roll yours too. Two hit.
You.
That was a full house.
Damn.
That
was
was.
a massive.
That's a good roll.
See?
That was a good
Let's
roll.
get a Yahtzee.
You
I wanna
did
see a
32
Yahtzee.
damage just now, which is
18.
really high in Traveler.
How did he survive? Oh, you got laser.
Well, you shot at the same
Um,
time, so I'm wondering how.
He does have.
Well,
he does
yeah,
have.
it is-
They are wearing
it's-
armor. It's not great
obviously
armor,
not.
but they're wearing
All
armor.
right, so we got armor on.
Just basic. Just basic.
This is the guy
Oslon.
we ran away from that one time that we almost killed in the ship.
Yeah, when you had the big ship fight and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
And
we
he
never
was like
got
the-
his
the
name.
praise
Yeah.
satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's them. This is actually the third time you've run into him.
Sorry, I'm just checking my thing here. So what bonuses?
Was he-
What modifiers did you use? Just +5 for aiming.
You know who he is. You do know who he is.
6 for aiming.
He's a certain other Oslon's brother.
Yeah, holy shit. Oh, wow. That's cool. I like that.
Goes all the way back, baby.
That's
All right.
cool.
Alright,
His brother is
short
pretty alright.
range, 1/4 large. Okay.
Mhm.
Alright, +6.
Yeah, this is the dick that kicked him out of the family.
Yeah, his brother was alright.
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry. All right, +7 because I have holographic sight now that I bought on the Gauss rifle. Okay, incoming.
All right.
Single shot.
I feel like I rolled so fucking bad on their initial recon for you guys. Snake eyes. They have okay recon, but I rolled 2 1s. So.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Well, that armor didn't help him much.
That's
So
the
yeah,
armor pen, bruh.
he's saying this and yelling, and there's a moment where Dr. Bledsoe kind of like struggles against him for a moment, and he just puts her down to the ground, like hard, like really, really hard, and she falls down in a slump, not moving, not getting back up. And as soon as he does, he looks to his left and begins ordering one of his men to do something, and his head disappears. The body falls limp to the ground, knees first. Dr. Bledsoe, now kind of realizing what's happening, starts backpedaling off of the ramp of the dropship, and all of the other Aslan that saw it, which is only one of the groups because they're spread out, begin reacting and pulling out weapons. You see that they start going to comms, but they don't work.
Because they cut them off.
They jam it. They're already jamming the
Those
comms.
idiots. They didn't think there would be resistance, though, I guess.
They literally had no idea that there were people with weapons here at all. They were expecting no weapons, period. And then the dude's head blew up. So now they're like, what the fuck? Oh shit. Drop the comms. You know, like you can see them like yelling and scrambling and stuff. But some of them literally don't even know what's happening because they're just off in another area 500 meters away. Just, they're killing, tick. So it's kind of a weird situation right now. But because of that, you get the remainder of your surprise round. So what's everybody else doing?
How far can I run? How many meters can I run in a turn?
18.
18, I
18
think.
meters. That is not
It's-
200. It's 200 feet away or meters?
The dude was 200 meters.
Meters. Okay. Which is
He's-
where everything
The
else.
tents are
So here's-
basically
That's
it's
near
all
our
turrets.
ship and near their ship. We
So-
want one of their ships, obviously.
So to my grenade launcher is 200 meters. And I can only
You also
move
know
18
it's
per
super
turn.
illegal for them to be here doing this. Scout Services would not be happy about that, etc. So if you can get comms out to Solomon and the scout base, they'll fucking hop in their ships and get here in no time.
I mean,
Can I attempt to override their block? Their comms block?
I would say that given the circumstances of what you're dealing with here, and that you don't have like a full like comms array set up, you can't really do like the counter comms kind of stuff that you would do, the electronics warfare. But if you got into one of their things, yes, you could.
I don't think
If you
your
got
comm
into one of
unit
the
can-
if you got into one of their ships and then used their comms unit or something, you could certainly electronics warfare to take down the jamming or whatever. You would have to just get on in one of the ships.
But that's like fucking 100 turns till I can like make it there.
100 turns.
100
Yeah, it
turns.
is. No, you're right. It is.
It's a long
Yeah.
run.
So
It's like
I
10
might as well
turns.
just do nothing.
Keep in mind, they don't all know that this is even happening yet, too. Like I said, it's just the one group
Well,
that he was near.
just doesn't
run
matter.
200.
There's like
it'd be
3 of
Doesn't
them.
affect anything.
11, 12 turns.
But it does, though. Because, like I said, they can't comms each other right now.
The sooner you get started, the sooner you'll get there.
If
But
they
also,
drop,
the sooner
if they
I'm
stop
out
jamming,
there, the more sooner I can get shot in the face.
yep. If they stop jamming,
hurt-
if they stop
they
jamming,
can.
you can make a call, right? So
They
if
may
they
try and stop jamming. I'm
if
gonna
they stop
monitor the
if they
signal.
stop jamming, then you can call Solomon. If they don't stop jamming, then they'll have to literally run over to people 500 meters away and be like, "We're being shot at." So
I'm just gonna monitor the
Yeah.
signal and see if I can get something through. And the second I can, I'm gonna patch a message through Solomon. I'm gonna have the message prepared, so all I have to do is hit a button. And it's basically just going to be telling Solomon to get fucking scout services on this planet stat because we're under siege. And I don't know how they didn't see it.
Go to, I'll say go ahead and roll a, I'll let you do a comms, int roll. But it's not to drop the jamming or get your signal through. It's just to get, basically gather information and stuff about the jamming, etc.
Ooh, wow.
Not a good roll. Yeah, you're not sure how they're doing it. One of those vessels is doing the jamming. You're not sure which one of them it is. If you got far enough away from it, you probably could make a call. How far that is, you don't know. The jamming thing isn't like a perfect blanket. It can be blocked by the same things that a signal can be blocked by. So you might be able to get a signal out if you're around the spire enough or something like that. But it's hard to know exactly where. You failed, so you're not gonna know specifics.
Well, I will continue to monitor with my message ready to send, and I'm just gonna be at the ready for if I gotta do some medi shit or whatever.
Okay.
Nice shot, I will say too.
I will say this because of you taking your turn and doing the comms roll for it. The ship that's actually doing the jamming seems to be not the one that's closest to you.
Okay. So no help whatsoever. Yeah.
It's information. It might help you make a decision.
It means that I'm not gonna get anywhere by blasting this one. All right, cool. Yeah, that'll end my turn then.
Okay.
Nice shot to you both.
So what are you doing, Ryder?
I just
the
started
running?
running.
All right.
I just started running.
Go ahead and make me a stealth check. All right. Okay. You move your full movement. Nobody's shooting at you yet.
I'm running.
Top of the
for
round.
Jane.
Top of the round.
Yep. She's like basically backpedaling on her butt on the ground, off of the ramp of the drop ship that now has the corpse of the dude on it whose head just exploded. Steruya, what do you do? It's your turn.
Which guy had gone for the comms?
There are two that were standing around the leader, so you're looking at Aslan number 7 and number 2.
And is Dixon on my left or
yes,
right?
7 and 2.
Left in my mind.
It's fine with me.
The Dixon's
Theater
on
lines.
my left. All right, so I'll aim at the guy on the right.
Oh, so 2 then. Okay.
All right, I will aim at 2 and shoot him. At him.
Shoot at him, yeah. Hopefully shoot him. They've chosen poorly. It's a hit. It's a good hit. Not as good as the first one, but it was a good roll, though.
Nice.
You see him kind of stumble and drop his comm device. That ends your turn, I believe. Alright, so 6 is in the unaware group. So, hold on. Gotta roll for him. Recon. Oh my god. S7 is in the aware group, so he is actually going to shoot back at you guys.
Well, we're at a pretty
Kind
good
of weapons?
distance.
Kind of weapons do you have?
Auto rifle.
No, they're not using lasers.
Nope, it's an auto rifle. He's
Oh,
got a
so my
laser
grenades
pistol
wouldn't
and
have done anything.
he's got a laser pistol and an auto rifle, so he has both.
So it's in range.
Shooting at Steruya.
Does his weapon have a scope?
Sorry.
Oh.
Yes. Does his weapon have a scope? It does not. What kind of armor is he wearing?
Protection 12.
What type is it?
Osmond
ar-
Carapace.
Certain armors basically give you an automatic scope.
Let's see. Auto rifle, 3D, auto tubes, neural comms, combat drugs. Yeah, he has an interface, so I assume that means the scope.
Because outside of 100 meters, if you don't have a scope, it's considered extreme range.
Yeah, most people shooting an auto rifle could not shoot more than 100 meters.
Right.
Like,
So yeah, I don't know if that would count as full scope or not.
I
It just
don't
says
think
it just says interface. It does also work for
electronic
IR.
suites. I don't know what interface.
neural comm. You can do IR chameleon.
Is.
Which makes him invisible on IR, basically. It's still visible in normal light.
What's he wearing?
A bunch of different stuff. Just in his just reading his equipment list.
Usually, interface refers to literally being able to interact with computer systems.
Yeah, maybe that's what this is. Neural
I
interface.
think that would be. So I don't.
That's probably like a
I don't
plug, like
think-
into a computer thing.
I don't think he would
Because
have.
my wristwatch has to have an interface
All
for me
right.
to do anything with it.
All right. Well, anyway,
it's
so
at extreme range. If
so
he
it's
wants to
extreme
shoot
range,
From there,
then.
it's extreme range.
I mean, he's going to shoot no matter what. He's going to try and take cover and shoot.
Yeah, definitely.
So -4. So he could and probably tactically should use auto.
Yes, that makes sense. All right. So what would that be with auto?
If you want to do, so basically you could shoot twice, or you can shoot once and add +2.
So what's the
Basically
extreme
works.
range?
-4.
-4. So
Yeah.
well, so neither of those hit then.
Yeah, it's not likely.
Right. And then
At a
yeah, he'll.
-4, it's not likely.
So he shoots. He doesn't take an aim action. He shoots, and then he spends the rest of his minor actions to step onto the basically the ramp of the ship and kind of get what will be half cover
Okay.
to your position. He's kind of like leading out to shoot and stuff. So I'm giving him half cover from that position. He's in that group. So let me roll him. Oh my god, dude! I literally can't roll better than a 3. I've literally not beat a 3 on any recon roll. The entire fucking
It knows.
position. 2 is just got shot, so I don't think he is going to even try to return fire. I think he is going to just try to run to cover, and get into the ship and start manning the turret. So he's just going to spend his turn to run in that direction. 18. Let's see if he can make it. I'll just let's go with what the dice say. All right, so he's not quite there, but he's like sprinting to the thing now. Looks like he's going for the gun. He was in that group, so it doesn't matter. So Dixon, your turn.
Okay, 2 is the one going for the gun, so I will shoot 2.
Right now, he's in like an all-out sprint towards the towards the
No,
thing.
he's
The other
about to
the other
be-
guy is basically using the front of the vehicle as like a cover.
He's about to be all out splattered, unfortunately.
Because the front is the ramp. The ramp is in the front of these vehicles. It's a drop ship. You come in, and they run out. Jesus. All right. Okay. Well, he's running. He's almost makes it. He almost makes it around the side to get to where the turret is, and then just
Prime doesn't pay.
a hole appears in his chest, and he slides in the dust. There are several tick around that they have been kind of like pushing to the side and trying to get loaded on, and they basically are making a break for it and spreading out and getting away. And you can see several tick pour from the interior of these ramps now. The other Aslan there who's taking cover is like yelling at them to get back inside and stuff, but they're not listening and flying out. And you can even see several of the tick fly in from high above where you are located down in this glide and pounce on the body of the one that you just downed and just start stabbing him with these spears.
Great, do that to the live ones now.
Calmly says from 200
Roman.
meters away.
And I go back to hiding.
Your turn. What are you doing?
I see Dixon shoot that man who's running for the turret. I see Ryder running for the turret. I see a bunch of Aslan looking at me. I am going to pray. I'm going to...
Appropriate. Oh yeah, happy Halloween for some of you. The East Coasters and stuff. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. I want to see again if I can figure out a source of the comms disruption.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll me a int comms.
All right. Let's see.
The number of effects you get will determine kind of how much you can do and stuff. So
Damn.
But when you roll low like
that's
that,
not to figure this out.
so you.
Oh, I have a boon. Damn it.
It's the final session, so I'll let you roll with the boon if you want, since there's not going to be very many rolls left ever in your entire character's
I'll boon
career.
it up. Hell yeah.
I'll let you use your boon to roll.
I just roll another d6.
Yeah. Just roll a d6 and it'll drop the lowest.
That one.
Yeah. And you rolled a 1. Hey.
Wow.
Destiny, baby.
It's all in the dice.
Wow.
The
Wow.
game does not want us to know.
You really loves
Way
it
to
when you
drop
roll
that
those
one.
ones. Why
Bro,
drop
what?
that 1 to roll a 1?
I haven't rolled this poorly the entire campaign.
Well, you and me both, though. I've been rolling really bad tonight,
true.
too. I've been rolling nothing but 1s and 2s.
What
So-
the fuck? Is this what this feels like, Matt?
Oh, so fucked up but true. Oh, God, I don't like it. I don't like it.
Ugh, it's icky.
Oh, man. All right, so I guess that ends your turn.
Yeah.
Ryder,
I hunker
your
down.
turn.
I grab
You
my
still running?
stunner.
Well, I was trying to. So, what is the laser pistol like range? It says 20 on here, but
30
there's, like,
is the
another
base
part
range. So,
to the range too. right?
Is it a TL9 or TL11?
9.
I mean, yeah, so it's range 20. So if you
okay.
want to shoot,
so we're clear, you
can
guys have actually picked up TL11 ones before from bodies and stuff. I just don't know if you like bothered to change them
I
on your
just-
sheets.
I probably just never changed them out on the sheet because I was probably like, oh, I have a laser pistol.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, I'm pretty sure your ship is literally full of TL11 laser pistols.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
So, if you want to say your laser pistol's TL11, I think it makes more sense for it to be at this point. Most of your stuff is like TL11. so-
Yeah.
either way, I'm pretty sure.
Either
yeah,
way,
you cannot
it doesn't change it
basically
much.
extreme
hey,
range.
Goblin Dad Bod, thanks for the follow. I missed that earlier.
Oh.
Sorry, bud.
Your absolute max
Nice
range
name.
is 80, so 4 times range.
Yeah.
So once you get within 80, you'll be able to do.
Okay.
You
okay.
can shoot with -4.
Okay. I'll put an 11 pistol on.
So then 120.
Okay, so then yes, I will keep running towards Miss Jane.
Okay. So now you're 160 away.
I don't need to roll. Do I need to roll stealth?
At this point, that group already knows that shit's happening.
Yeah.
They're not really
And they're
engaged with you.
dying, so-
The other group that's further away has no chance of seeing you at this point anyway. So this the stealth roll is superfluous
Okay.
until they get around the side, where like line of sight it would matter again. You won't have to make a roll. It's Solomon's turn now. We go to the vagabond. We see him walking naked through the top deck of the ship, eating an Astro burger, scratching
burger.
his butt, walking into
Crumbs
his
all over
stateroom.
the floor. One of the droid bots
One of the
behind
bots
him, like,
behind him.
sweeping.
With a sweater on, don't forget.
Yeah, it's
with
got
a
the
sweater
sweater.
on.
Yep, Solomon does it. All right, so with that ends Solomon's turn. Stay real, yeah. What are you doing? He's the best NPC I've ever had.
I love it. He's got like ACDC on or something.
Yeah, he should be played by
I guess I'll
Jensen
take aim
Ackles.
at the next guy.
Okay. Number 7.
Number 7, yeah.
Okay.
And shoot at him.
So he has partial cover. What is that? -1? -1. So just -1.
Are there any that aren't in cover? In this
Yeah, the ones that are further away.
On that group. That's the last guy in that group.
That's the last guy in that close group.
Oh.
There were only 3 in that close group, including the leader whose head disappeared, so. You had one guy that ran to, he's like, oh shit, I need to man the turret, and Dixon blasted him.
Oof.
Oh, you actually miss.
Mm,
That would have missed even without the -1.
Wait.
All right.
Oh yeah, right. Okay, never mind.
Well, I gained +1 from aim, and then
All right, I'm just gonna roll these guys as one group, so I don't have to make separate rolls. Because it'll take
They
too
miss.
long. Oh, okay. So you can see some of them now are reacting, and some of the other Aslan are kind of running back to the area where the ship is, and some of them are running to another ship. Like they're gonna try and mine the turret. But that's all they can do for their turn. So yeah, so that's if you want. So Dixon, it's your turn, but if you want to know which ones are running to where, number 6. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna shoot 7.
Okay, that's fine.
So I'm gonna aim once and shoot.
7's the one
7 to
behind cover and
-1.
closest to you.
Yeah. So -1 +1, so it's a regular shot. Oh no, sorry, it's +1 because of my scope or my whatever it's
+1,
called.
-1 because it was covered.
But I did an aim also. Aim action
Oh,
also,
never mind.
so-
Yeah.
so it'll
Gotcha.
be +2, -1. Holographic sight. Woo! Just got him. Sorry,
yeah, he
ass.
did.
Oh, max damage!
Jesus.
6.
Oh my god.
Wow, 24
Very
damage
appropriate.
without
Look at
any
that.
additional damage
yeah.
from overhitting him
Right,
too.
that was
So
literally
Fucking
four
Yahtzee,
sixes.
baby.
Yeah, he just kind of stumbles back out of his cover at that second, kind of falling to his ass for a moment, scrambling to get his rifle back up. And that's your turn.
Absolute beast. So.
All right, so this guy is running to his vehicle. Roman, your turn.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of hit would drop me.
Yeah, 17 damage should make most travelers.
They have protection 12.
Conscious. Well, sure, but that was removed. I mean,
was it?
We did 17 damage. Yeah, I did 24.
Yeah, but...
And 17.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
But 17 damage against 2 stats. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that would drop on any of us pretty much.
Yeah, I mean they're Aslan,
but they're just nasty Aslan.
You may not have figured out what their stats are exactly, but it's they're both double digits for those two numbers.
Right.
First two.
These guys are beasts because normal characters would go down when I hit like that.
Yeah, they're pretty mean. Their physical stats are very high. Their mental stats are not necessarily very high, but
we got that too.
They're, I mean, like, yeah, they're pretty fucking dumb. All their mental stats are pretty much, except for some of the assassin ones are actually not too bad. Let's see. Yeah, their highest mental stat is a 6. So, but their highest physical stat is a 13.
That's bullshit.
So,
pretty mean. They do dumb shit.
The specific comms that are being blocked, can I get a better understanding of what that is? Are they blocking radio waves?
So the jamming is basically creating so much additional signal on the bandwidths that are used for communication that it makes it impossible for anything else to come out as anything other than just like background noise.
My PC, is it still hooked up to the network of the ship?
No, basically not. You have 5 kilometer radius on the comm device that Dixon.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think you can call the ship on a planet without internet.
Right. Not without
all that stuff's pretty confusing.
Not without a comms device that you're within the range of it for. They don't have a big network and stuff set up. What they do have is an orbital platform that's pretty high up out there, and they can still get, say like ham radio style signals and stuff.
The camp probably has a big transceiver, or did before it got blown up, maybe.
Oh, it does. That's what she was accessing on her computer, but and it's not blown up as far as you know. The tents aren't exploded or on fire or anything. But the comms are being jammed by one of the vehicles. So like either if you got in that vehicle, you could use it, you could shut it down, or if for whatever reason they shut the jamming down, then you could just use your comm device relayed off of the one in the tent to talk to your ship, whatever you want.
We got this covered. We don't need no goddamn scouts. If the scouts were
you can call Solomon and not the scouts.
Good at all, they would have detected the ship as it entered the system.
I know. I don't know how they didn't. But
well, they're all stealth, but yeah.
Yeah, I was like, our ship doesn't have some sort of like network that links our electronics to it, but I guess we're too far even if it did.
You're 600 kilometers away
from it.
Our
handheld devices aren't strong enough to like.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out if there's another way that
if you were a mile away from the ship, absolutely, I'd let you do that.
Yeah. Like, I don't think there is that my brain can think of at the moment. So I'm just gonna continue to monitor the monitor for a break in the.
All right, go ahead and
jamming.
Go ahead and roll me the comms.
And more than one. Hey.
Okay. So that's +1 effect. The jamming is coming from the vehicle to what would be from your perspective to the right. That's currently about 450, 500 meters away. That number 6, 11, and 4 are running to. That's the one that's doing the jamming. If you were either higher up on the spire or about 100 meters further away from it off, you're like 600-700 meters away from the source of the jamming, you could probably get a signal out.
It's an even worse idea than running for my grenade launcher.
Well, it depends on how you want to do it. I mean, like, you won't be getting shot at if you're running not in their line of sight and away from them.
Right, but it would still, I can only move 18 meters around.
So you would have to move about 100 meters. So you'd have to run for like 4 rounds to get that far away. You could also try the climbing thing as well.
I look to the tick-tick. And I look to I look at Clavis and I say, can you speak to them at all?
She seems confused for a minute and looks at them. I mean, they speak Droin. I have a translator I could speak through in Droin. It's not particularly well spoken, but
you think you can?
It gets the job done usually.
You think you can get across the idea that maybe a bunch of them pick me up and carry me? They fly me away?
I mean, I can ask. They can certainly try to help you climb. They're quite proficient at climbing.
That would be good. If I can get high enough, I think I can get a message out.
Oh, well, they are quite good at that. With their gliding and their climbing. I don't know if they would be good at getting you up there or not. Because they're all like 3 feet tall. They're all small.
Right, yeah.
They don't fly. They climb up, and then they glide. They don't actually fly up.
So it's not going to be like an up scenario where like a bunch of them...
No, they can't even fly themselves that way.
Okay.
But if you were like, hey, here, take this thing
right.
and go up, they could probably do that pretty easily.
Could you communicate to them to press this button here when they get to the top of this?
I guess so. And she'll begin trying to do it.
All right, I hand one of them a comms device with my
with the successful roll you made earlier. I'll let you. That +1 effect will count for you being able to set up a message.
Nice.
One of the tick steps forward, and you don't understand what they're saying, but you hear he looks like he puffs out his little chest. It's like, and takes the device and walks over to one of the other tick, and they give each other a big tick hug with their wings wrapped around them, and he wipes a little tick tear from one of their eyes and heads out the opening, and you just hear all of them kind of chattering as he heads out and is climbing up.
Godspeed.
One thing you notice is when he climbs, it's not like you climbing. It's like a dog running on the ground. It's just straight up this thing. It doesn't even make sense. Like, it's almost vertical. There's just enough of an incline, and they're just clawy enough to where they can really climb. They climb the same speed they run. So
we should have did that earlier.
So he takes up. He'll be able to hit the button as far as you can tell, probably within two rounds or so.
That was a much better idea than me trying to do that.
All right, that
I'm
ends
gonna grab
your turn.
my stunner, and I'm gonna bunker down away from any line of fire.
Clavis is just watching him. Tobias is like rummaging around through his tools and stuff, and he's pulled out this little shovel, basically this tiny shovel, and he's just kind of like holding it like, well, this is the only thing I got that's like even remotely close to a weapon. So, but yeah, that ends your turn. Number 12 doesn't know what's going on. Ryder, what's up?
Toward Jane.
All right, that puts you. What are you now?
About 140 away.
140, I think. Yeah, we'll see 140 away. Well, she's backing away too, like, so she's technically getting a little closer to you. Back to Solomon, eating burgers. Stay Ruya.
Got drop number 7, so take aim and shoot.
It's a hit.
Ooh, you got a
Roll
boon
low.
there, Stay.
Oh, you did.
And I used mine. Cynical. Take
Yeah, I didn't take it off.
that. By the way, Cynical has a
Oh,
boon
shit.
too that we got to use this round or this.
Oh, that's a fair point. If you want me to spend it, you want me to use it on the
that
tick
one too.
tick?
Save it for the tick tick.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right,
That
I'll burn
little
it for the
brave
tic
tic
tac.
tac.
Yeah.
You just called him a tic tac? That's offensive, bro.
That is hilarious.
There we go. Yeah, I will burn that boon for him, and he'll get there one round earlier.
I like it.
All right, I gotta use the bathroom. That's my turn.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah, number 6 makes it to the vehicle. Number 7's gonna.
unconscious.
7 is. Oh, fuck, yeah, he's unconscious. All right. Well, he's got no medical support nearby, so. He's just gonna bleed out. Oh, yeah, he made it to the vehicle. So those 3 made it to the vehicle. Alright. These fuckers are dumb and don't know what's going on.
Okay, what's
Dixon.
what? Okay, so those a few of those are in a vehicle now. The vehicle that we believe, or that the doctor believes, is doing the jamming.
Yep.
Is the vehicle armored? Can I shoot through the vehicle? Can I see him through the windshield?
It's a pretty shitty drop ship. You can try to shoot like through the windshield. It's not a like well-equipped spacefaring vehicle. This is a vehicle that's basically meant to attach to the larger ship and act for like atmospheric flight. So I would say it'll be really, really hard to do that. To shoot through the window, but I'll allow it to happen since you're using that sniper rifle, that particular weapon that you're using. It's basically a super Gauss rifle. So I'll allow you to shoot through it, but it's gonna make it's gonna make it a harder shot.
Sure.
Use your boon.
No, I'm just running towards the
I
first
can't believe
ship.
you guys like instantly killed the leader guy.
I know, that was great.
Sucks to suck.
No,
All right, I'm
no
running,
discourse at all.
running 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only regret. I wanted to mock
Yeah.
him first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the tactical situation.
Hard to mock a dude without a head.
All right, so I'm just running to the first ship.
Okay, same place Ryder is running.
Yep.
You'll never get ahead in life now.
Roman, what are you doing?
I am like saluting the tick tick that's galloping up.
Oh
the
yeah, that's
wall.
right. That happened on your turn. So, and he moved up one. So, we see now. Roman looks up, kind of saluting the brave Tic Tac, and then our camera will fly up the spire now, along the surface of it, kind of moving into this position where we're looking up and moving quickly. So it's almost as though the surface of the spire is the ground beneath our feet as we fly quickly over it, and you get this kind of Star Wars trench battle vibe to the speed at which this little guy running as quickly as he can, almost up the vertical stretch, and just at the point where it becomes completely vertical and he could no longer like sprint at that speed, he slides a bit and claws one hand in, holds the device out, looks at it, looks kind of confused a little bit for a second, and then just bloop, hits the button that you showed him to hit, and then jumps from the spire. We see his wings unfurl and he flies off over the scene. We see this little dot of a tick pass over the scene. Moving from that back to the vagabond, we see Solomon in his stateroom eating a burger, looking at his comms device and kind of like basically flipping channels on the thing, and then he sees a appear on his comm unit, looks down, and oh shit, and just jumps up and runs down to the elevator and takes off. And that's the end of your turn. I have to figure something out real quick. I need to figure out how long it's going to take him to undock and fly 600 kilometers.
It is a soft tube, so you can
Yeah, I know.
rip it right
I
out.
know.
Nice. We got experience that. It's our signature. It's one of our signature.
It is, we gotta leave
takeoffs.
our signature.
It is
our
true.
rider's egg.
Literally did that. All right, so Solomon will probably. We'll see Solomon run down. He's still naked, I guess.
Oh,
Run,
yes.
I forgot he was naked, but like
Maybe he
run-
rips off one of the
runs to elevator.
sweaters from one of the
Right.
domestic
Ah,
bots.
shit. Ties it around his waist real
Yeah.
quick. Runs to the elevator. Slowly
gonna
lowering
wait.
him down. He's like, very frustrated by it. There's no elevator music, that's not how it works, but if it were, it would be appropriate. Gets to the end, runs down the corridor, slips a little bit, kind of runs into the wall, crashes into his seat on the bridge. We see the sweater now kind of like it's flapped off into the wind as he's run here and planted his butt in the seat. Begins pressing buttons and getting on comms. Orbital wait! And then we'll cut from him. Ryder, you're up.
You didn't put my boon on there.
I didn't.
Are you gonna use it?
No.
Oh, okay. It's like, can you put it there so I can use it right now?
No, not yet. I'm running.
Welcome over to the stream, J5, by the way. You missed the early part, but at least you're here for this. It's an extra long stream tonight because of all the being the finale. Good to see you, man. All right, so what are you doing, Ryder?
Run.
All right, so that puts you 120 away, we'll say.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Solomon has a turn. All right, so with that, we'll see Solomon. He's gonna get on comms to orbital wait.
Oh boy, this is the vagabond. Make sure there's nobody in that damn umbilical. It's about to get ripped the fuck off. I am sorry. We'll have to pay for it later. We have an emergency situation. You might want to get some fellas in those ships over there too. It seems like they're under attack by some Aslan. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
And then he rolls piloting. And rips the fucking thing off. We just see it rip apart. He releases his end, and now it's just this floating tube kind of slinking there next to the station as the vagabond takes off at, well, maximum speed through above the atmosphere and then coming down as quickly as it can. So the speed is such that it will arrive pretty quick, but it's not going to be there just yet. Sterulia, what are you doing?
Well, I could see number 7 was dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Did he die or run away? What happened to him?
You bled out.
He was, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he was unconscious.
You don't have any doctors.
Who else is moving towards us?
None
Or
of
that
them.
ship that we cleared?
The other ship has now got 3 people already inside of it. They're already inside. So nobody's running towards you. One group is confused about what's going on and is just like gathering up tick. One group has now gotten into their ship. That's the last thing they did. You don't know what they're doing now. They're either it looks like the turret is like beginning to turn. And then the other group is dead. So
Would my laser sniper rifle do anything to that turret?
to the turret, no. You have to do like
Alright.
10 times the amount of damage. Like I said to Venom, I would let you shoot through the glass of the thing at a negative. Well, at a bane.
No, I'll save a tick. Whatever Aslan's harassing a tick, I'll take aim
Okay.
at, and just spend my whole turn aiming at that guy.
Okay, you should be able to aim for 5. They're one of the ones loading them up.
Number 5. All right.
Yep. All right, so now it's the guys in the vehicle. So roll. Okay, you can see the turret now starting to spin. They don't have like you locked in or anything. They don't know exactly where you're at yet. They just know stuff's happening. But they're like scanning with the turret now on the horizon. The vehicle itself also begins to hover just a few meters off the ground and spin. As it does, tick explode from it, running away from it in all directions. That ends those guys' turns. And those guys, Dixon, what are you doing?
All right, I run another 18 towards the closest ship.
All right. All right, number 5 is loading one of the tick in the thing. Roman, what are you doing?
So, I've seen the success of the tick, and I
Yeah,
am
he's
going to
off.
return
You
focus.
can't tell
to
they were successful,
battle.
but you have to assume.
Right.
Yeah.
Shit, man. I guess I'll just keep a mental note of where Ryder is in the battlefield. Make sure he's still up and running, and
He
just
is.
prepare to run out and meet him if the worst happens.
Okay. Speaking of which, Ryder, are you running still?
Run
Towards Jim?
running.
All right, so that puts
Yeah.
you 100 meters away. Steruya, you said you were going to shoot at 5?
Yep, I'll finish aiming at him and shoot him.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage. I like that it randomizes all these. Oh my god.
That is fucked.
Fucking hell. That's an insane amount of damage.
Oh, I love the
32
sniper rifle.
outright. Alright, well he's dead.
600 meter
So-
range is amazing.
So he's grabbing some tick by his wings and like getting ready to throw him in the thing, and then once again this guy, his head just disappears. And he's still holding on to the tick who's struggling against him, and then the kind of just goes limp and falls backwards. And the tick looks back in surprise and horror as he runs scampering across the ground towards one of the spires. Well, that was successful. All right, the guys in the vehicle. All right. The vehicle that is loaded up with guys and has the turret looking, and is now, the turret is now kind of like setting up and looking in your general direction, but it hasn't begun to fire yet. But the ship is now moving towards you, kind of like a tank moving towards you. So it is getting in position to unload on your position with vehicle fire. These guys are now scrambling because they just saw their friend die. Dixon, what are you doing?
Run again.
Okay. Roman?
So,
How close
60
is
minus 6.
Ryder from his destination?
About 80 meters.
Halfway.
Yeah. By the time we get to his turn, it'll be a little bit more than halfway.
Fuck. I'm gonna run out after him.
Okay. You move 18. So now you're 80 away. Ryder.
Yeah.
And Solomon's turn. Now I have to make a roll, a piloting roll, and this will determine how quickly he gets there. I don't have a boon on me, so I use that on the tick to make sure he gets the thing off the background. So I can't spend that on this, unfortunately.
Okay. I like the tick getting the boon. He deserved it.
But it saved you a whole round, so it's definitely to your advantage. All right, Solomon. Okay, it's a good thing he's awesome. Yeah. Okay. So that's how many effects is that? Yeah. Okay. See, that's literally plus 10 effect.
Holy fucking shit.
He rolled 2 6s, so he rolled 2 6s plus his piloting. So so it's a 17. Sorry, so it's 1 less. So 9 effect. Can't see what I'm doing now. All right. Plus 9 effect. So let me look at the range increment thing here. And my notes. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. All right, so distance. Here we go.
Oh shit, getting raided hard.
How
What's up, y'all?
Welcome.
Hey,
This is like the final battle of the
I know.
final session of this campaign. This is great.
Yeah, it's hilarious. The final battle of the final session of this campaign, and we get all these people show up. So yeah, welcome. This is fun. So the distance here is kind of crazy to think about. It's 600 kilometers away, which is really far, and takes you about 2 hours at full speed in the grav car. But in the ship, if he does it in orbit and he doesn't pay attention to the paths and stuff, it's actually not 600 away because he's going straight there.
Yeah,
as
he's
opposed to going around, right? So it ends up being closer to 400 kilometers. I almost said meters. 400 kilometers, which is at maximum speed. That's crazy. I'm having to do like physics and math and stuff.
I know.
Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, he can get there in literally under a minute.
Okay.
Which is how long is a round?
Probably 6 seconds.
Yeah.
6 seconds. So he can get. It's got a +9 effect. So okay, I'll say he can get there in four rounds from the initial trip, which
right.
means he's got three left. So all we see is Solomon at the helm of the ship, unfortunately naked, kind of reaching down, trying to get his sweater and put it over his lap as he's on stick, sweating now, wiping it from his brow, and just skimming atmosphere. That's leaving this fiery trail behind him as he burns at maximum speed. The camera now zooming back to Orbital 8, where we see 2 scout ships undock and begin following in the same direction. Well behind Solomon, though, at this point. Steruya, what do you do?
Can I see the driver of that tank that's turned towards us?
As I said before, yeah, you can get a chance to shoot through the window. It's just hard.
All right, I'll take aim at that guy.
Okay.
My whole
All
turn
right.
aiming at him.
They're rolling it to see if they can actually find you.
Oh yeah.
All right, so far so good. They're getting closer and kind of like scanning across, and you're reminded of when you first arrived here in the air raft, and you looked to the side and you saw where are these tic-tac even coming out of? Literally right next to the spire here, these little caves that you saw the tic-tac pouring out of when you first arrived in celebration of your arrival. But that's not what's happening here. You're hiding among these caves, and they go right by you. And I mean right by you. Like they're like 7 meters away as they pass looking for you, and they don't see you.
The guy I was aiming at?
Yes. They're coming straight towards you right now in the vehicle, which is way faster than you are. And they're like literally scanning the hillside looking for you.
Oh,
With a
I thought we were,
turret.
like a few hundred meters away.
And they were before they got in a vehicle and started flying towards you. Doesn't take them more than 2 rounds to get to
that's
you.
news to me too. So, what's the closest vehicle to me?
So this vehicle would have basically not been the closest. The closest to you is still the same one, because it's behind you at this point. They're vectoring off, right? Going this way, whereas you're kind of going this way. So they're going around. They're not looking for people that are running in the fields. They're looking for the sniper fire coming down from the spire.
Can you describe the vehicle? Like what is the weapon? Is it open or is it totally closed?
It's a completely closed, controlled from inside at the same seat basically that you would sit in to drive it. And it's a single laser turret.
But they have doors and everything, so it's not.
It does have one single door. It's the ramp, and it's open.
So do I have
And
it?
the guy kind of sits up above that ramp area in sort of like a bubble type thing. That the front is like a slit of what is not glass.
It's only
but
7 meters from you, bro. I don't think I can
From
throw
me?
it 60.
Yeah, it's really close to you.
Oh,
It's like right on
shit.
top of your hole.
He's like basically right.
I'm not
right
in a
there,
hole.
right there. He's
Well,
already started
we're in like
running,
a
so it's
cave,
basically
sort
kind of
of.
going past you. But yes, it's really close to you right now. What are you doing, Dixon?
Whatever. I'll keep running to the first ship.
Okay.
So
Roman,
he
what are you
flew
doing?
by me at like 160 miles an hour.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, fly up to the thing about that speed and then stops and is looking. They're scanning the hillside, like looking for you, and didn't find you on their first pass. Roman, what are you doing? This vessel has just flown like not 20 feet over your head towards where Patch is at, and you're running underneath it. They're not shooting at you because they're concerned about the actual sniper fire coming down on them at the moment, not the weird man running through a field. Which has tons of things running in this field, right? There's tick running everywhere and stuff, so it's not like you're the only guy running through a field. It's chaos.
I'm
What do you do?
sprinting straight towards Ryder. I'm trying to catch up. I know I'm not going to, but I'm chasing him down.
Okay. I'll see if you. I'll give you an opportunity here, since the vehicle flew right over your head. You can attack it in some way if you have any means to do so, but I don't think you do, right? I know you said you had a plasma grenade, but you gave that to
Not
Dixon?
anymore. I gave it to Dixon. Yeah.
So, yeah, I was gonna say, if you can chuck the plasma grenade in there, maybe you could do damage or something, but you don't have enough.
I do have. Hang on a second.
I mean, it's up to you. It's passing over your head right now. It's coming towards you at high speed, and then
I'm just gonna sprint. I'm sprinting towards Ryder, waiting for backup.
right over your head. Ryder, you still running?
Yeah, I'm still running towards James. Are there any? There are no more Aslan in
Not
that
the group
area,
you're
right?
running towards. No.
Right. Okay.
They're all dead.
Then I'm just gonna continue running.
All right, so you're 60 away.
towards her. Okay.
Or no, 40 away. You're 40 away at this point, right? Because it was 2 turns because we went through the one.
Then
So
80.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. this guy is now firing back in the general direction that he was being shot at, or trying to look for it, but he doesn't 100% know where to look. So he's going to roll recon to try to find you. And roll a 5. So I'm giving you a base of no lower than 8 on your default stealth because of the position in the cave. So I'm just rolling against the normal task difficulty. If you were trying to do other things to make yourself stealthier, I would allow you to do that with a roll, but so far he is, I've never been able to roll an 8, so. Same thing. Oh my god. Alright. Solomon's turn, so that's... So 2 more. Rui, what are you doing?
Well, I guess I can't see that pilot anymore, or the driver.
I mean, they're like flying by you and stuff. So if you want to take the shot while they're like 7 meters off in front of you, you can.
Yeah. I'll shoot him.
All right, which one are you shooting at?
The driver guy of whatever tank came flying at us.
Oh, okay. So that would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3. So that would be number 4?
I guess I didn't get a number from you.
Yeah. Number 4?
All right, I'll shoot at number 4. What kind of minuses for shooting through the...
Well, for shooting through the glass, at distance, I was gonna make it pretty hard, but because he's right up on you, I'm not gonna make it that hard, so I'll just give you a -1 for the shooting through that. Attacking while out of ammo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is
ammo
my
into
last
gun.
shot.
Yeah, before you'd have to take a reload action. All right, so that's a 12. Yeah, that hits.
Oh shit. Okay.
Ooh, that's a good one. Didn't kill him, but it was... Oh, he's fucking unconscious.
The driver?
He's not dead,
Driver
but he's
and gunner,
unconscious. Oh, I'll make a roll.
Oh, snap.
Yep, all right. You just pulled a Linda as this thing starts scraping along it doesn't like explode or anything. It wasn't moving at high speed, right? It was moving slowly, but it starts scraping along the actual spire here, which sets it off in kind of an odd angle. And once the thrust is basically off kilter, it just sort of turns upside down and flops over into his back. And then we see the engines essentially just launch out fire, and it just lay there. Comms are up.
All right.
I'm coming, y'all. I don't know what the hell's going on. None of you can hear me. It's just crazy. Oh my God. Don't worry about the seat. I'll have to clean it up later.
I don't know what that meant, but I'm happy to hear your voice.
That starts coming over comms as the ship wrecks itself, and then
Nice.
comms are no longer being jammed.
Fuck yes.
You start hearing
That was my
chatter.
turn, so...
All the Oslon now that are down there are starting to like react on comms and stuff too as a result of that. So the ones that were just kind of like looking on the hillside, like where are they coming from, are now like on comms and like pointing and coordinating and getting in the other thing, etc. But that ends. Dixon, what are you doing?
Running again, so halfway.
Roman.
I'm sprinting.
All right. Ryder, you're.
I'm also
20
looking
away.
up for. I'm looking up for the ship.
Okay. Yeah, you still got one more round that has to go all the way through before he would be able to get here. He's moving fast, but he can only move so fast. Mishka barks at Solomon. She's like in the bridge, I'll say at this point. It's like, so excited because Solomon's excited. She knows something's going on. She's doing that thing that dogs do when they get really excited and run in circles every now and then. Not full zoomies, but kind of like spins in a circle and then looks at Solomon and spins in a circle. Looks at Solomon looking back and forth at her every now and then. Quit looking at me. All right. One more turn for Solomon. Steruya, what do you do? Until he arrives, it doesn't mean.
I'm gonna reload and look for a new target.
Well, so you crashed that vehicle. So let me go ahead and remove these guys real quick that are in that vehicle. Okay. So the rest you see are the ones outside of the vehicle on the other side that are. Oh, sorry, I missed one. The rest you see are the ones on the other side of the vehicle that are like around it, and we're gathering tick into it. You already killed one of their group that's out there, and so they are now basically rushing to that vehicle to get inside of it to fight. But none of them are at it at the moment. You can shoot literally any of them. 3, 8, 9, or 10.
I can't. I had to reload.
Yeah.
So, I'll take aim at one of them. Number 9, I guess.
They're rushing to the vehicle. They'll be in the vehicle.
Whoever's
3,
farthest away from the
8,
vehicle
9. We'll get to
that
it.
they're running towards.
Okay. Well, 10 is the furthest away from the vehicle.
Alright, I'll aim at him.
Who's closest to the vehicle?
That would be 3.
All right, I'm gonna stop running. I'm kind of like obviously watching the action, and I'm gonna stop and pop off on 3. Aim, fire.
Oh,
Oh, that's a hit. It's a huge hit.
hell fucking yeah.
Huge enough.
Moderate wounds, so not. Yeah, you didn't get through the armor.
They're either 6s or not 6s.
Yeah. Which one was that? Number 3. Okay.
3.
Yeah. He's looking pretty rough, but you can't really tell that too much.
All right, lots of the other ones are
stumbling.
wounded. All right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys out here in the field, looking out over, surveying what's happening, are now seeing because some of the Aslan are kind of backing down. They're seeing their leader as dead. That whole is like dead in the water. One of the other things is flipped over. Some of them look like they're to some degree going into a retreat mode, but these are Aslan. They're not like retreat's not really in their language unless there's like a planned retreat or like they're told by a superior. So they're kind of getting desperate to some degree, but you can see some of them now are even like a couple Aslan come out of one of the vehicles, for example, that worked one of the fighters, like not wielding weapons or anything like that. Like they're yelling like pilots and stuff like that. Because now comms are all up, and we see some of the tick themselves descending on view, and one of the unarmed ones just like they just stab him to death. He's dead in the fields. Some of the other Aslan, you do see a couple tick get shot now that they're they're switching to a different sort of mode of looking at the tick and their slaves and stuff. They're scorched earthing things, so they're like just shooting anybody they come by and all that. So what do you do? Is that everything? You done? Dixon?
Me, I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't end your turns. I was well. Roman, you just running?
Yes, sir. Sprinting after Ryder. Looking
Ryder?
for Solomon.
You are there.
So I'm there with Jane. Yeah.
Yeah, Jane. She looks up at you, Dr. Bledsoe. The gag no longer on her mouth. Well, I didn't expect to see you in these circumstances, but I am very fucking glad you're here. My university might be willing to pay you a lot, but maybe we should get the fuck out of here first.
Yeah, well, we need to get out of here. Okay, so we're real close to that other ship, right? Can I get in that turret?
Yeah,
And
if you want to
shoot
get
it?
in the ship, you can get in the turret. It's the ramp is
Yeah.
down and surrounded by dead Aslan.
Yeah.
So-
I figured it was kind of open. I'll tell Jane to, run over there, or she could just come into the ship with me. Jane, come with me. We're gonna go into the ship.
she goes with you. She follows you without question, but she's also kind of like, she's a little bit in shock, kind of like looking around, like worried and stuff. But
Yeah.
but for the most part, she just kind of stumbles her way up the ramp, and when she gets inside, she doesn't really know what to do. She looks around, and you can see she just like sits down on one of the shock seats that people like strap themselves into, and she seatbelts herself in because she doesn't know what else to do.
Perfect. I just want to go to the turret and shoot the turret at someone.
It is
close.
Aslan and confusing to a degree because it's all in Trok. None of it's in Ganglik, right? And so you're kind of looking around like, where's the gun button? Like that kind of a thing. It's a little bit confusing, but you do have the gunner skill, don't you?
Oh yeah.
All right, so yeah, I won't make you roll for that then. But it takes you a second to be like, there it is, shit, and you pull it up. The pop-up turret comes out of the top, and you can use it like you would a standard turret. It uses the gunner skill.
Oh yeah.
Gunner turret skill.
Okay.
If you have it. Gunner turret dexterity.
Dexterity. All right. Who can I shoot at? This thing has a range of whatever, so I'm sure I can shoot at any of the motherfuckers, right?
The range is in kilometers, so there's no
Yeah.
there's no problem. You can also raise up off the ground to get it to shoot over things. So in this case, because you're using a vehicle, and I don't want to go into full vehicle combat rules since we only have the one vehicle that's currently active, all you have to do is choose a target and you can shoot. You can get a number of shots per round equal to, let's see. So you get 2 shots.
2 shots. Okay. So can I just kind of look and see, like whoever is kind of like seems like they're going to be going towards some, or is engaged with somebody from the
other
group,
vehicle,
or
they're running to the vehicle to get into that to start shooting. So
they are okay.
So 3, 8, 9, and 10 are literally all sprinting to the only other functional dropship vehicle.
Okay.
So any of them are fair game.
How close are they to that vehicle?
From your distance, you're about 500 meters apart from each other. Oh, you mean how close are they to the vehicle? About 20 meters. So they'll be able to get there in they should be able to get there next turn. They were 2 turns away, so next turn they'll be there.
Okay. And yeah, 2 shots isn't gonna blow up that ship. And I was trying to think of if I could like blow that shit up and get them all, but I don't think that's possible. So I'm just gonna aim at one of them running towards it.
All right.
Just give me one of the numbers.
So just use your. You can do 3, 8, 9, and 10 are all running towards it. So.
All right, here we go. Oops.
So I don't know the easiest way to do this. So just roll just roll turret. Gunner turret dex to see if you hit. -1 effect, marginal failure.
That was
All
a
right.
bad roll. There's the second one. Same fucking roll. God
Okay.
damn.
It's not that bad though because you're within close range. So what's the modifier thing?
Range +1 if you're
So,
within
yeah.
half. Or no, sorry, within a quarter distance.
So yeah, you hit with both of those.
Oh, okay. Oh hell yeah.
So damage is 2d6, but it's 2d6 times 10.
Okay, well there's the first. You gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
There's the first one.
20 damage. Okay.
2 1s. How you gonna roll 2
Who was that?
1s?
Who was that for? 2? Pick the number. It's important.
8 was the first one that I was shooting at. I just picked
Okay.
8.
All right, and the second one. So the first one you hit, and he goes flying. There's a Wilhelm scream as he flips over and lands on the ground and doesn't get up, unconscious, bleeding out.
Unconscious, bleeding out. And then I'll just turn and aim at 9 and shoot with the second
Alright,
one,
so
which is 80 damage.
he's he evaporates.
Okay.
80
Alright.
damage. You killed him more than 4 times over, basically. He
Finally get to shoot.
you shoot into the spot, and there's dust there and stuff.
Did I get him?
Then it clears, and you don't see him. You're like, I don't see him anymore. But he's very much not there. The remaining 2, 3 and 10, are sprinting desperately, kind of zigzagging now. It's pretty bad.
I will also radio to Solomon and make sure he knows I'm the one shooting the turret and to not shoot the ship that I'm in right
Okay.
now.
But he's not firing anyway. He's not in the turret.
Yeah, I know he's on his. Well,
He's
true, but
piloting.
he's on his way to
Yeah.
help. So
So Mishka barks at him.
at least we
So
don't have
you're
any
more or less bragging to
turret.
him.
Yeah. Okay, so this guy
Check
gets
me
inside
out,
the vehicle.
Solomon.
Solomon arrives. It's his turn. So about this moment, we hear the fanfare associated with the Vagabond as it crashes through the sky. There's no laser fire. He's not in one of the turrets. He can't operate them from the pilot seat. But the sight of an extra large free trader appearing out of the middle of nowhere and met by, might I add, an enormous, and I mean enormous, deafening sonic boom.
Yes. Hell yeah.
That first thing you see is the ship, and then everything is met by this sonic boom, and it's just utter silence after it as the Tic-Tac are all down. Even the Aslan inside their vehicles were probably freaking out, but the Vagabond now spinning here in place, looking for a target essentially. The Aslan remaining don't know that there aren't people in those turrets or anything, and so they, on their turn coming up, which we'll see what happens, stay Ruya, what do you do? Solomon can't do anything, he just arrived. That was the only thing he could do. So.
Shoot. Number
Oh,
10.
I guess he'll yell.
Guess who's here, boys?
Yeah, that's us, motherfuckers. Run.
So both of those are inside the vehicle now, so keep that in mind. So I am going to make you take you still would have hit him anyway, so it's fine. You also have to subtract. You still have to subtract 2 damage from the total.
Did he get to cover?
Yeah, they're
In the
inside of the
vehicle.
vehicle. They're inside of the vehicle that is now getting ready to take off. So this will be shooting through the tiny little window to get to him. Which actually, no. So that should be a Bane, not a -2. So just roll a d6. And see if it's a 1.
Oh.
Yeah. So you rolled a 10, so that still hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Ooh. Oh my god. Oh
All right,
my
well,
god.
he's fucking dead. You're rolling really high damage with that sniper rifle. Okay, so through the window to this pilot, basically, and that vehicle as it just starts taking off, and as soon as it does, it just kind of ends up kind of sliding to the ground and eventually tipping end over end and flipping. A moment later, the other Aslan crawls his way out, and we see that his body has been bifected. He is also dead. But not before getting stabbed several times by Tic-Tic spears.
Nice.
Get that ship down here, Solomon. We gotta get off this thing.
Roger that, boys. Land her right here in the middle of this big ugly field you got.
And
Yeah.
right in the middle of the dig site. The vagabond comes down. Dr. Bledsoe kind of comes out of the thing now. The dig site. Oh, forget it. This is your vehicle? 2 scout vessels now. Sonic booms as they appear floating over top of this scene of madness unfolding beneath you. A few moments go by, and you realize you are surrounded, all of you, by Tick-Tick, who are chirping loudly and jumping up and down, cheering and doing the similar circular dance that they had done previously. A few moments later, after the shock of it all subsides, the vagabond landed, the ramps down. You find yourself walking aboard with Dr. Bledsoe up the ramp of the vagabond. I don't know what that was, but if you could perhaps help me get back to my university, we could, I'm sure, work something out. A lot has happened, she says as she moves up the ramp with the rest of you. We skip ahead. Not minutes this time, but a few hours. Dixon. You're passing through the interior of the vagabond. You look down in your hand to look at the orb now. Still fixed to your palm. Only, wait a minute.
The double orbs.
You look down, and the chessboard is also on it. Not full size, but shrunken down a bit. Attached, and it sinks inside. And with your intent, as you pass by the crew commons, you light the orb once again in its spot on the table and look at it. It releases from your hand, no problem. Sitting there, gently spinning, opaque, completely visible to everybody on the ship. A bit of time goes by, and we skip ahead, and we're getting into some of the epilogue moments now. We're starting to move into some of this. So a bit of time skips forward, and we see the vagabond now in the Tick-Tick system, leaving Orbital 8 and beginning to get to its position for jump drive, to head on to destinations yet unknown. Dixon, we have a scene where, upon entering jump space, a voice is heard by all on board the vessel. Through your heads. The moment you are in jump space.
Folded space recognized. Skip drive prepared. Destination.
Skip drive powers up. You all understand that once you jump within the jump, you may move 10 parsecs at a time. And the vagabond takes off, and within a week is back at the university with the doctor. Now we move to the epilogue. Okay, so now you know what the vehicle thing was. You know
That's
a lot of the secrets. You know what you've been building this whole time. You've been building a skip drive, which is a jump drive that you have to first enter jump and then jump again, and it takes you. It's technically what it is.
Cool.
Technically what it is it counts as a type 1 skip drive, which means 10. A level 2 skip drive is 20 parsecs. But right now you have, as far as you know, the only functional type 1 skip drive in existence.
Oh, yeah.
We have this moment where, as the vagabond disappears into jump space, our camera doesn't follow it this time, like it always has. Instead of following it, the camera turns off kilter slightly, and then jets off through space, not through jump space, but real space, passing by objects first slowly and then quicker and quicker until we realize we're traveling far, far faster than light speed. We are traveling across parsecs now as our camera. And the first place we stop is the planet Asus, where two Ozlon are making their way through the beautiful jungles there. They step out into a clearing where a waterfall resides and are taken aback. We see that they are both wielding what look like crossbows, old ones. One turns to the other. "This hunting is incredible. Do you see what I see?" A crystalline tree, 30 meters high, stretches into the sky, surrounded by herds and herds of prey animals and predators alike. Dozens and dozens and dozens of animals. The Ozlon all drop their crossbows in shock at what they're seeing. The ground beneath the tree bulbs up, and all of the animals scatter in all directions. The bulbing continues and continues and continues until it's raised 10 meters above the forest floor, and then it rips free. A giant crystalline snowflake appearance. Tree upon tree, the fractal spilling within itself, and it flies into space. The two Ozlon, terrified, look at one another in shock, and our camera moves away yet again. This time, our second stop. A fleet of ships pass by in the darkness of space. We see an emblem on the side of one. Ling Standard Products. Ling Standard Products. More and more go by. And then we see another. The Zodani Consulate. Our camera turns and we see the familiar station of Fomerian as an armada of 1,000 Zodani ships, intermixed with many, many Ling Standard Product ships, descends on the station. Our camera begins to fade away. We see some distant weapons fire, and we hear the news report of war. The Zodani Consulate has declared war on the Imperium amidst tensions in the region. Fomerian now belongs to Zodani. Moving yet further away this time, further spinward, we see a screen now as our camera passes through the hull of a vessel. This one, unlike the Vagabond, enormous, bigger than any space station that you've frequently been to anyway. It's not the biggest space station you ever see. It's not quite as big as the Taurus Rex, but this enormous vessel. The camera moves through the hull, the decks of it, all completely seamlessly. As eventually we get to a single screen where we see a familiar face. One of the actors, one of the people from the television series that Roman has been watching and pondering over. Only this screen isn't playing the series. This is a security feed from another part of the ship, and our camera passes through it, and as though it were ethereal, it comes out the other side where the camera is. We see a group of explorers preparing for a journey. The camera passes through the exterior hull of the ship, turning around, and we see, for the briefest moment, written across the side of the ship, Deep Night Endeavor. Our camera takes one more final journey through the stars, eventually met with a familiar image. A bit of text appears at the bottom of our screen. 6 months later, the Vagabond pours past us like liquid. A snowy landscape covers the ground beneath our feet. The Vagabond leaves this, it's flying extremely low for some reason. This trail of snow behind it flies up. It heads towards this mountain, this tall, imposing mountain that we see in the distance. Our camera cuts to the mountain, and the vagabond approaches slowly. Then the mountain opens wide. A door. The vagabond flies within a secret hangar, landing on an enormous elevator that it lowers slowly down. Once it hits the bottom, the ramp lowers, and the four of you step out. You look up in kind of bewilderment a little bit of confusion, and mostly just shock as we see a single banner, black cloth, fly in the wind created by the open elevator shaft, the open hangar door above, and the vagabond itself landing here. The wind created from this disturbance tears the banner free, and it flies past the camera. We see a single saber on the banner, and it falls to your feet. Our camera pans up, and we see a field of about 100 combat robots. And our camera snaps to black for the last time.
It's foreboding.
So, now we have our final scene. This would technically be an end credits scene. So before I get to that, let's just take a moment to do our favorite moments. So I'm going to start with you, Venom. And I want to keep this, I know it's way late, so I don't want it to stretch on for too long, so I'm going to try and move through it as quickly as I can. What was your favorite Rider moment of the evening? Remember, just bullet points, just quick things.
Man.
Yeah, it was pretty high level round.
It doesn't even have to be a moment. It could just be like
I thought their little jaunt,
whatever.
their little jaunt to the Canadian station was kind of fun.
That was good. That was good. All right. Let's go with Society. What was your favorite Rider moment?
I thought overall we really got to see, I think, the solidified version of Ryder accepting his fate as captain. And I think
definitely
that
agree with that.
tonight we absolutely saw him be the most captain we've ever seen. And I think it was I think that was designed by Mad Cow, honestly. And I think that you did a really well job of portraying that. I think that Ryder really fits in to the scenario of the world now more than ever because of the way that you handled him tonight, and I thought that was really cool.
That was cool. That was super cool. All right, so let's go ahead and have Psycho. Why don't you mention your your favorite Rider moment of the evening?
Rider specifically?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a moment. It can just be something that Mad Cow was doing as Rider or anything like that. It's fine. It's just about building creative.
The hesitation and distance from the door of Sterulia when he's trying to wake her
That
up.
was good.
It's like, oh, this might end up bad.
You put me too close to that door.
That was really good too. You kind of stole mine to a degree there. My favorite Rider moment. I thought, by the way, Matt Cal, I thought you did a really, really good job tonight. You definitely stepped up to the plate and played Rider in a way that I haven't seen you do a lot of.
It was great. It was so
really
cool to watch, dude.
I love the scene that you stepped back from the door, but my favorite part of that was that you were like, and you like gave up and went back to the bridge and were like, we'll figure it out in a minute. Maybe what do you want to do it? You know, like
yeah.
There was this kind of hesitation to it. That was really great. All right, so let's go ahead and do another one. Let's go back to you, Venom. What was your favorite Sterulia moment?
Like the just the scene in the cave, like as the start of the combat, it was like Sterulia didn't hesitate and just pulled out the sniper, just like sniper rifle.
Just like the farm.
It's true.
Yes. No hesitation. She doesn't say much, but then when the shit goes down, it's like she's ready.
Popping heads.
Roman, what was yours? I'll say Roman, but Society, what was your favorite Sterulia moment?
I liked how well that you played having to deal with her sleep cycle during this session, because shit was happening, just like last time, and I'm really glad that Ryder thought to give you the opportunity to join in on that, and I'm also glad that you kind of did, but it was in a way that satisfied your character needs. So it was like you kind of jumped in, you're like, you got filled in with all the details, and then you're like, all right, well, I think we should do this. I'm going back to bed now. And you just walked
I
away
like that
and
a
went
lot.
back to sleep.
What about you, Ryder? Well, Matt Cal, what was your favorite Stay Royal moment?
Really, it was like the same time, but it was when she came out in full body dress, like full armor, like immediately out of the room, ready to go. And we're like, we're still docked. We're gonna go get some burgers to these guys. and then she had to take everything off to come in and do the trading.
That was good. That was really good.
That's so
I personally really liked when you were diving through the engines and kind of trying to pour over it and sort of reverse engineer what the fuck happened, and then you were like, okay, I'm gonna put this in a report, and then you never fucking talked about it.
I know. I just assumed he read my reports.
Yeah.
You know, by the
good.
way, since you bring that up, it's kind of funny because I was intending Ryder to read those reports after we fueled and as we were heading back,
Like, oh, something weird happened.
but it ended up like coming up sooner. But it was like from the beginning my plan to have him read them on the way to the station. But
Like
it,
the whole wrap up, the end of the
just
campaign. You're like, all right,
exploded.
time to get into these reports.
All right, so taking it back around to Venom here, what was your favorite Roman moment? Our words.
I thought it was cool, like his usual kind of struggle with doing combat. Obviously
That's been
came
interesting.
ahead again this time. But he was like, "Well, how can I help? What can I do?" And then I thought he came up with a cool solution with the, doing that whole like dealing with the communications aspect and stuff. Since he's the comms officer.
Yeah, that was good.
That's cool.
What about you, Mad Cow? What was your favorite Roman moment?
I thought it was pretty great when I was like, make some Astro burgers, and he comes back with like 200 burgers. That was
and then I found out there was only 8 motherfucking people on this
There's
thing.
only 8 people there.
Huh. Yeah, I thought there were a lot more people here, but they ate them all. They ate them all. It all got eaten. Some of them are probably sick afterwards, but they definitely all got eaten.
Did my job.
That was good. What about you, Psycho? What was your favorite Roman moment? Roman moment. That's hard to say.
The visual of the shot coming down and hitting our grav flyer and exploding it. Roman's just like, my grenade launcher was in there.
Damn it. It's like, should I bring it? I fucking brought it.
You just went through that whole deal on Aces, like to try and get the grenades and shit.
He's just like, no.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. I did like that you still found a way. For me, I like that you found. Oh, hey, Gentle Giant Sith. Thanks for the follow there, as well as Nate X, Katie Camo,
Shit.
Blackwater D&D. Appreciate all you guys following. I missed those
Yeah,
earlier,
fuck
but
yeah.
appreciate all those follows. That's great. But yeah, I really loved. I loved a lot of stuff Roman did tonight. But I love that you found a moment to go do the burger stuff, like Mad Cow was saying, still despite it all. But I think my favorite thing was that you replaced your alcoholism vice with milkshakes.
Yeah.
and then we had this weird scene with Solomon in the beginning where you were like, yeah, I mean, it's not good, but it's an experience.
It's
And he's just
something
like,
fun.
oh, okay, great. I'm glad you made me another one of
That
those.
anchovy layer is real shocker.
It's like, you haven't stopped thinking
that
about
was
it
good.
since you had it.
Yeah, that was true. That was 100% true. All right, so let's see. Who are we missing here? We're missing Dixon. So let's go ahead, because we can't start with Dixon, or can't start with Venom to do Dixon. We'll start with me. So I really liked a lot of how you played Dixon tonight. I thought it was pretty funny how you earlier on, when you guys were on the shit, I'm brain farting it now. When you were docked to the station, right? And you started to get, or no, sorry, before you docked to the station, when you were refueling, and you got to that point, and you had this kind of exacerbated thing where you're like, wait, we're dealing with weird time shit now? Oh, for fuck's sakes, right? There was this whole like this idea that like, I don't mind dealing with Aslan or like being shot at, but the fact that like now I'm having to deal with the weird psychic stuff and all of that. But I think my favorite moment for Dixon tonight was the fact that you ended up being the person who touched the orb, who rolled, and you didn't know what you were rolling, but that was your psi stat that you were rolling that I have a secret stat for everybody. You succeeded with multiple effects, and you actually connected to the psychic interface of the orb. Dixon, the least psychic person, the one that like has rejected it the whole campaign, still somehow manages to be the psychic focal point of all the weird psychic shit in this entire game. And I really love that he's like is reluctantly kind of the psychic expert. I thought that's kind of hilarious because he's under no circumstances meant that as part of his character.
I like
but
that
yeah,
part too.
so how about you then, Society? What was your favorite Dixon moment? You walking with this orb thing on your hand, like hiding it and shit. That was so funny.
Yeah, it's so funny how because he went through the same thing before with the orb when it like imprinted on him. So exactly like you said, like the reluctancy of it all, just like okay.
But he didn't hesitate to grab it this time. He was like, I'm just gonna do it as fast as he
yeah.
could.
I thought that whole just man, Dixon's character's been great.
Dixon's a great character. He's a great character. You've done a really good job making these characters in these sci-fi worlds. Wayne and Dixon were both like grounded as hell and really deep, and I really like both of them.
It was such a cool juxtaposition to all the crazy shit going on. I think that it's really hard
was nice to have
something for me from this session, because I think this you played a lot of support this session, which was really awesome. I think, man, just overall Dixon's been so great to watch, dude, and I think that my favorite part has got to be just you figuring out the way the interface worked and like watching you, Venom, think about what the hell this is, and then seeing Cynical's face as you figured it out, and like you're like, when you said I look to the next half circle or marble, and Cynical's face like lit up. He's like, hell yeah, they fucking that map opens.
You're getting it. You're getting it.
And it was just so cool to see that happen. I like watching you figure out puzzles though. So.
No, you did a good job with that. You did figure that one out pretty quick. What about you, Psycho? What was your favorite Dixon moment?
Well,
you figured out the secret map.
A very funny one I loved was when he turned the orb upside down. It was just like, it's stuck.
Yeah.
But my favorite one is when he gets in sync with Steruya and they just team sniper like.
Oh, that's true. That was awesome.
After opponent, it was just boom, 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 boom. It was great.
Yep. I like that you like aimed at the same guy and counted down and shot him at the same time, and it was literally the leader of the entire group, and his head just disappeared. That was great. What about you, Mac? What was your favorite Dixon moment?
I thought it was, I think you already said it, but like
that's totally fine. You can have the same favorite moments and stuff. It's cool.
When I was like, touch it with your robot arm, and he was just like, all right.
I forgot that you said it that way.
There was no hesitation. It was just like, we're doing this. This is the time. But I think this is more Venom, but the kind of offhanded kind of comment about let's go work out was pretty great, and kind of really turned into this thing. Okay, well, we've all been eating this fast food, Ryder and Dixon would definitely be out there starting to work out after a little bit of time of eating this fast food, and then that brought about Society later being like, you know what, maybe I should start working out. And then a little bit later I was like, all right, you need to come work out with us, after he's like wallowing in the cheeseburger wrappers on the bridge.
Stuff
it worked
with him.
really,
absolutely.
It worked
It
really
was super
well.
cool.
Yeah.
Venom's
seeing
done a
that
good
scene
job
grow,
of setting that
yeah.
kind of stuff up too, right? You do a
Absolutely.
good job managing improv, so I definitely appreciated that this whole
Fun,
time.
fun,
All right,
great.
so now it's my turn. Venom, what's your favorite GM moment?
This session.
I mean, it can be other stuff. You don't have to. You don't have to say like
You can
I
tell me
mean-
how great I am.
it's the whole. It's the whole campaign.
Really
But it's- and as a GM, like a lot of stuff I do is long form. So if you'd be like, I liked how this worked in this campaign, or whatever, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna
I
tell
mean,
you how to tell me
definitely-
your favorite moments about myself.
My favorite things are always like the characters that you make in the environments, like. But in this session, obviously, we had multiple characters that all had like a feel to them, like a personality that just like came across like instantly. You had like multiple operators at the scout base, like that's just like over the top, and we get to this the camp, and you have multiple people there, and it's.
I love that you
all,
called them
like,
space Canadians.
Several characters, like all these characters just come out of the woodwork, all with like different axes and like different personalities that just kind of like pop out, like very impressive, very cool.
All right, how about society? What's your favorite GM moment?
On top, to add to that too, I just like when I think back on the campaign, there's such distinct characters, like the villains. I mean, you do a really good job of painting the world as really gray, which that's one of the things about you as a GM that I truly appreciate, just because that's the fucking world, right? Like, it's all perspective. And I think that having this, like, range of people that we've interacted with that, yeah, we've made some villains, but they weren't villains to everybody.
Right, even the villains are heroes of their own story. I do try to aim for that. That's kind of how I think about. In D&D, it would be different. I might be a little more black and white, but
right,
I've enjoyed being really gray with Traveller and
so
telling those
gray,
kind of stories.
just in the idea of it's so vast, and you don't know whose perspective is coming from where, and like.
Oh yeah.
You handled the like complexity of the system really well. I felt like for having such a like I was saying earlier when we were starting, it's like we don't know where we're going next session, and you got plenty of fucking wrenches thrown into the works with the parsec jump and all that shit. So it's like
that was
you being able to like compensate, like throw the bricks down as we're rolling, and being able to like make this massive universe feel so sprawling, like despite the little pockets of detail. Like, all the little detail that you gave us in each little pocket, just, it fills your head with such, well, if there's that much detail about this, and there's that much detail about that, and you can just fill the gaps, and that's impressive, dude. Like, we went through a lot of different worlds, and we went through a lot of different cultures. You don't really do that in a lot of TTRPGs.
It's one of the advantages of the Traveller. It's gonna be fun when we get to do that in other games too. I appreciate that. Mad Cow, what was your favorite GM moment?
Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of echo what those guys said about the different characters. But also, I guess I don't know.
Hey, thanks for the follow, angry. What is that? Angry Spexican.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the enthusiasm that kind of goes into the characters. It's not just about like some voices, right? It's like it always feels like there's more behind it than just what we see. I think like society was saying, like, it's if there's that much depth to it, but it's like even the depth that you can't really see. But that's kind of the one of the things that brings you into the the world is that the characters, the NPCs, feel real. Like an example being Solomon, like being naked, and then it's like, oh shit, yeah, well, he just got up in it and ran down to the seat because he got a call that everybody's needs help, and it he didn't run over and hand wave put on some clothes because he's not wearing clothes. He's just gonna get down there and fucking go. He's not gonna stop to grab clothes, and it's just little things like that. Just kind of bring the bigger things feel bigger, right? It's the scale of everything.
Mhm.
The bigger things feel bigger when the small things feel small, right?
Totally.
That makes sense. Yeah. I did like that part of his Solomon. That was fun to do with him with the sweater and
fantastic.
everything.
Yeah,
That was really fun.
It's fantastic.
What about Psycho? What was your favorite GM moment?
Perfect.
Well, I really love the descriptive, like TV view moments, where it's like the camera does this, or you see this as a viewer. I love those. But my favorite for tonight was the fact that Solomon, almost sarcastically, jokingly-ish, told us, "Yeah, it's fine. You go. I'll just stay here and eat burgers naked." And then the camera cuts to him, and he's literally doing exactly what he said he was doing. He wasn't joking with us. I loved that.
He's a fun character. I like Solomon. I'm hoping that he's around in a future Chronicle campaign when we do that for sure. But yeah, those were our favorite moments. Everybody, favorite moments is a great thing we do to build creative confidence here. It was first shown to me by the great Dreaded GM. You can check him out over on Twitch. He's got his own Twitch. He's awesome. Australian guy. Really, really cool. So that was the end of Chronicle, everybody. We told a Traveller story together. That was ours.
I really like Traveller. Traveller's fucking dope. Are you kidding me?
That was fun. All right, so we've got an after credits scene, so stick around. But first, we do the credits. We'll be right back. right, we're back. Now, for the post-credits scene, and then we'll get into a little bit of personal epilogue for each of the characters for just a brief moment. One second.
We're in it right now.
All right, there it is. A storm roils overhead, crashing thunder and lightning. Our camera spills away from it and looks out on this field. We see nothing but grass and trees in the distance, and the storm, ever present. As our camera pans down, we see a field of screens of all manner of variety. Computer monitors, CRT, LCD, televisions, black and white, new, old, all kinds of varieties at odd angles, sitting in this field. Dozens of them, thousands. We hear footsteps amidst the pattering rain and roiling thunder. A man steps out into view, apparating from one of these screens. Looking back at it, he shakes his head, wipes a bit of sweat from his brow, and continues stepping forward. There is a crash of thunder, a loud one this time, and he looks up. "Not yet, you son of a bitch," he points towards the sky. Takes a few more steps away, towards one of these screens, looks down at it. They're still out there. I'm getting closer, I can feel it. A few more steps. At least, we know it's them for sure. They unwittingly shaped the destinies of millions without any fanfare at all. The same strings of fate in so many worlds. It must be them. It's the right who? The right what? Just not the right when or where. This isn't over, you son of a bitch! As he points his finger towards the sky, there's a crash of thunder. As he steps into another screen. And our camera fades to black. Now loading universe. All right. For a brief moment, we head back to the world of Chronicle. In this moment, we're going to take just the briefest bit of time out of character entirely for each of our players here to speak and name one thing that their character is doing, one aspect of change or something that they're going to embody, or thing that we will notice that is going to have happened in their character in that 6-month period. The point at which we ended and the point at which we picked up where they walked down that ramp and saw the tumbling saber banner. So who would like to volunteer to go first? Otherwise, I'm randomly picking one of you.
I could go.
Go ahead.
So that was a really crazy adventure. So Roman's pretty armed with a crew of, capable adventurers, travelers, and family. Nakama. We found Nakama.
Mm-hmm.
And through this period, he's going to basically continue along that conspiracy database compilation and kind of extend it to like a like a vlog of sorts that he like will leave in every system that he goes to, and basically is just kind of like
You're trying to preserve the information, kind of
Yeah,
thing. Make sure it gets out there and spreads, and that other people can pick it up potentially.
exactly. And it's like wiki, anyone can edit it as long as they have like evidence to put into it if they want to. So I'm sure it'll get full of a bunch of bullshit over the years, but I want there to be something that's known and accessible. And
That makes sense.
I think that spreading the
Makes sense. I don't know
word,
where to be.
even if that means sounding like a fucking lunatic, I think Roman kind of has embraced that as well, and is now screaming and ranting into the void about these horrible things that are about to come out of the shadows.
Okay. So make sure you note that down on your character sheet or whatever, so that when we come back to the universe of Chronicle in a future campaign, this is the thing that you can pick up and hold on to. That's what these moments are, by the way, those of you that are still there, J5 and all of you. These things that they are talking about, these are aspects that when we come back to the sequel campaign for Chronicle will be important characterization for these characters. Whether they're playing them or not, it's still something that happens in this character's life. Who'd like to go next?
I will,
Go ahead.
because mine's simple and short, but I think it's pretty good. The difference that you would notice in Sterulia is that she would no longer refer to Mr. Matthews or Dr. Bohr or Captain Young. It would be Dixon, Roman, and Ryder, because the crew has become this found family of hers.
And so she becomes very casual with them and all these
So
things.
it'll
and
be
approach and
a
stuff,
much
yeah.
more casual family familiarity with her crew.
That's kind of cool because Steroid's always sort of been formal, but in a weird Aslan way for things. That'll be an interesting thing to play out. Who wants to go next? Macau or Venom? One of you two.
I can go. Dixon is still Dixon, but he is more. He's embraced the traveling. He's fitter. He still has his sort of jovial nature, but he's a little more buttoned up, a little more kind of military style. Like he's gotten used to the regimented stuff on the ship. Does a lot of physical fitness, a lot of security stuff. You see him in his room, kind of cleaning his weapon, which is kind of part of his routine. And then on his desk is a long letter to his sister Celine, writing to her on Glisten, saying, "Hey, I'm just giving some description of his travels and saying, hey, I'm sending you some money. Take what you need, and then here's instructions. I want you to follow these instructions to start building up a sort of pseudo identity. Braxton Wells. Start investing in property on Tarkeen." And planting the seeds of a political identity for Braxton there,
Okay.
basically as Dixon's retirement plan. So Dixon's optimistic that he might actually survive this someday, and realize his heart's back in Tarkeen and might end up back there.
Running for political office, even.
Maybe cleaning up the streets of Tarkeen in a different
Interesting.
way.
That's cool as fuck.
Interesting. That's definitely something that I think could be really cool to play in the campaign.
Fucking
in
Garibaldi,
the future.
man. Garibaldi is
Yeah,
fuck.
you definitely. There was a moment earlier today, actually, where Dixon was talking to one of the other characters. I didn't want to interrupt, but he was talking about the conditions on Tarkeen and stuff, and it reminded me a lot of The Expanse when he says there are no laws, it's just a lot of cops or whatever, right? And that was kind of the vibe. You know, there are no laws on Tarkeen, just cops. Is like the vibe that I was getting from that statement,
fucking great.
which was awesome. All right, well, what about Ryder? What's your epilogue?
So, as like, you know, y'all mentioned earlier, you kind of saw this session, what Ryder is kind of moving into. He is kind of, I would say, seeing what the role of captain kind of does to solidify a crew more than he had seen in the past. I think a big part of that is the fact that it's a small crew, and he's used to kind of being in big organizations like the Army and the Navy, and being on big Imperial battleships.
Yeah, with like 1,000 people on them and stuff.
Exactly. Yep. And so, one of the things he kind of thinks about is his, you know, former captain that kind of led to his one-term short service in the Navy, even though it's something he wanted to do his whole life, and kind of saw how it just kind of solidifies like the insanity kind of that person. And I wouldn't have ever called it a fear, but the trepidation of like, you know, he sees kind of this what this captain became, and doesn't really feel that. He is more like, oh, okay, no, that was that motherfucker. That's not
cool as hell.
Being a captain, that was that guy. And for a long time, he kind of felt like it was the seat, almost like
the captaincy itself
would make you that.
That will just break you. Yeah, that's so cool, dude. I really like that.
But now he sees.
So now you're like embracing
really
the captaincy. That's cool.
Right. That's kind of like why, you know, he kind of started reading the reports. He's going to continue doing that, and actually kind of like engaging, you know, with those reports, just in general with the crew on how things are going, but while still maintaining his pretty steadfast opinion of, you know, it's not like, you know, slave ships. You know, this is a crew of smart people that can do their jobs, and it's not about, you know, cracking a whip. It's just about letting people do their thing. And he still is that kind of person, but just more ready to be there for everybody and ready to take on that role when necessary.
It's cool to see Ryder embrace the leadership role. All right, so I'm going to do one. And so mine is going to relate to the Vagabond. So we will see by the time that we return to the Vagabond in a future campaign that you have hired at least 3 new crew members. They don't have to be human. And in addition to that, the ship is now 60% paid off, so 40% left to pay. And that, my friends, is where
one
we'll
thing I
pick
wanted
up
to
next campaign with the Vagabond. Go ahead.
add to the Vagabond change, since you mentioned that, is that over the 6 months, I think S3E11 would sacrifice 10 tons worth of cargo space on the Deck B.
Okay.
And fill it in with a workshop.
Oh, that makes sense.
And a combat training facility.
Okay.
Which would include a gym, firing range, and prep room.
Fuck yeah.
Those are all things that we
Nice.
can get in there. And then when we do start the Chronicle campaign in the future, we'll have an opportunity to go through and be like, let's spend the money on this thing to add. So just note down whatever you want to add to the ship, because we'll have to add it to the value of the ship and all that stuff.
Yeah, we'll also have to
And,
change the deck plan too.
we'll have to change the deck plan, right? Which I can do in Photoshop stuff. But all
The jump
good. So yeah.
10. We
Plans
jumped
for
10. We're
future.
rich. We're rich beyond our wildest dreams. Doesn't
You
matter.
basically have a jump 10 ship, one of the only ships that might be able to do something like that in the verse, which that'll be an interesting campaign to explore. And one of my ideas for
So-
Chronicle was to give you this idea of this weird, unique ship that you can do your weird thing on. So a future Chronicle campaign is going to have that whole like Farscape kind of vibe to it, where it's like you've got the Unchained Moya kind of thing, right? The Leviathan that can do the jumps. You've got a unique thing to do something with, which is going
So
to
what you're saying is
be one of the big differences between this Chronicle and that Chronicle.
our debt collectors can never catch us.
I mean, maybe not, right? Unless
60%?
you
More like
find out
100%.
other people are starting to put together skip drive tech out there, or maybe the Imperium
Oh,
is starting
God.
to research it themselves.
Okay,
But
by the way, the Zodani probably already have some of that if they're going to the core.
you've gotten a bunch of information now about what to expect for what we'll call for now Chronicle 2, but it's going to be a while until that happens. Our next campaign is going to be Hunt, which I've hinted at a whole bunch, and that's going to be going for a while. After Hunt, we'll have some other stuff. There's likely to be a superheroes game coming up. Eventually, we'll get to the other space game that I've been teasing. I don't know how long that's going to be, because we're dependent on 2300 AD stuff coming out in Fantasy Grounds or something for that. So that's a ways off. But we've also got, and it's been a long time coming. At some point in the future, we'll be in space yet again, but for Star Trek, and that'll be a very exciting campaign to play in as well. We've been preparing Mad Cowl for that for a long time now. And I really appreciate everybody that came out. Tonight was really fun. Thank you so much for coming out for Chronicle in general. This has been a really long stream because it's been the finale. We don't normally do 8-hour ones, but I appreciate everybody that came out. J5, sorry you missed the very beginning. You can go back and watch it. All the new followers, Angry Spexican. Who else do we have here? So many.
You just wanted to say that again.
Gentle Giant Fish, Nate Tex, Katie Chamo, Blackwater D&D, Goblin, Dad Bod, all of you guys. Thanks again for the follow there, or the
Thanks for
sub
the
there,
raid,
Matt
hell
Cal, the raid, Fierce Pencil, appreciate your follow as well. Everybody out there. Ad Luca, all of you that watched earlier. We had Lunatic here, which, by the way, on the final episode, I want to go ahead and say everybody should go check out Lunatic Design on Drive-Thru RPG. He makes maps that you can pay what you want to for, and they're really, really good. So if any of you guys are GMs out there,
Hand-drawn.
they're great. They're absolutely great. You should go pick them all up. Just buy them all. They're all super good.
Super
Gerbil
talented.
was there. Appreciate everybody that came out. And we will see you guys for Hunt next Saturday. And I'm going to be starting that, hopefully, session at 3:30 Pacific instead of 4:30 Pacific. We'll see how that goes for the first session. Hopefully we don't have an hour of lead in or just sit on the starting soon screen, but we'll get there as soon as we can. I appreciate everybody that came out. Super excited to get to Hunt, and have loved playing Traveller with everybody. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow on Screen Room for Sci-Fi Sunday. See you guys next
Hell
time.
yeah.
That was awesome. What a campaign. I had a lot of fun. Let's do it.